Showtime. Good morning. Good morning. Good. Look at my chat. Look at my chat. Go double check YouTube. Make sure we're good. Good morning. Yes. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Wow, you're all here. First for Terry. Good morning, all from Beaton, Ontario. Had to duck out early yesterday. Anything interesting beginning with I think he was Deputy Chief of Police Windsor, interim chief, night shift chief. He was a typical WPS witness, which what I mean by that, Terry, is they had options. They were able to do things. There was very little going on for him. The one thing you remember was an abandoned house fire where there was no emergency blocks or anything like that. Talking about whether or not he could get resources from other police forces. So at the beginning of his testimony, he talked about only having to deal with London, kind of alluding to the fact that they need to make more and they only had London available and they didn't really call on it. And then later in his testimony, he was kind of bragging about all the different police forces that they did work with, including Hamilton. So some weird testimony there, two coins, both sides. He was playing both sides a bit. But overall, he didn't help the government at all. He had the line of the night or the line of the day, which was they didn't even use the EA. Of course not. They were cleared by the 12th or the 13th. And then we also saw documents with him. One of them said 9:12, I think, in the morning, 9:12 in the morning of the 13th. All blockages are cleared, nothing left. And then another document from the OPP, which was saying only Canadian flags, peaceful, no protesting. And then we also saw a video where they arrested, I don't even know if it's a protester, just a person sitting on the grass and didn't want to move and arrested them. Overall, not good for the government, didn't help the foundation at all for the EA. It just added a little bit more spice and a little bit more substance to the single command, something that controlled everybody, that had resources planned out and worked on. So a little bit more for the central command, not much at all. If anything, it hurt the foundation for the EA. So at the end of the day, it kind of sounded similar to OPS, just half a day worth. Here's a chuckle from Germany. They had to dismantle a wind farm to make way for a coal mine. Oh, that's so bad. That's too bad. That's too bad. But look, when you try and be extreme one end or the other, you're going to get extreme outcomes. And that's not what you're looking for. There's a time and a place for everything. So wind might work well out in the water where there's very little in the way, and maybe it's not a problem. Taking a plant, maybe it's more of a problem. Solar works some places, not everywhere, et cetera, et cetera. Just like the fight for our freedom, all fronts, work all fronts, smart, intelligently, logically, work all fronts. And that includes energy. And I think Alberta can become, and Canada could become, quite the exporter of all types of energy if we get back to business. Germany makes it's not. Yeah, good morning, Railroaded. If you're in the back in the private, hit me on private chat. I left you a message there. And if you can't make it in this morning, that's totally cool. But we'll see if we can start doing that stars today. Good morning, Prairie. Good morning. How you doing? Did you go talk to Manitoba? Are they going to join Mo? What are you going to do, Prairie? Get me a phone number. See if they're going to join. It would be great to have, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Ontario all joining this push for freedom. Good morning, Railroad and Prairie. You guys are awesome. Purple hearts. Okay, so we know what green hearts mean. That comes from stunt. Purple hearts. What do purple hearts mean, Prairie? Share. Is it a PPC? You supporting the PPC there? Morning, all Clay. How you doing, bud? Nice to see the polar bear again. We're going to have lots of good questions. We got Terry and Prairie and Clay and Railroad. What else we got in here already? That's all I've seen so far, but I think there's another one. Morning, Clay. All right, Terry. Apparently it is true, but most likely not something mainstream media report on. Railroaded. Cowards. And mouthpieces they are. I'm starting to have a hard time doing the whole rationalization around the reporters on that side who do this. I had a friend reach out to me on LinkedIn. Good friend, really good friend. We go back. Nothing will get between us. That kind of friend. Very left, very progressive, very social. Lots of good things I admire about him. But we do debate quite a bit. And the current debate was around whether or not the media is portraying, and if even Twitter or clips that I put out is portraying enough message to appeal to, as we put it, the biggest tent possible. I disagree with that. I don't think I need to do that. I'm appealing to Yellowhead straight up. I'm here for Yellowhead roots and values, rooted in Alberta. I don't think it's my position to try to appeal to any other regions. If my message does appeal to people all over the place, then well, wonderful. But I'm certainly not going to twist or placate or massage in order to accommodate everybody's opinion. So to my buddy, I love you. I hope you watch the stream and you see more about what I'm putting out than just the Twitter message or a little clip. There's more to us than that. But tying into this question from Terry with mainstream media, even he fell into the mainstream media narrative about my position about masks. My position on masks is personal choice. If you want to wear it, go ahead and be proud of it. The particular clip he was talking about was Commissioner Rouleau's mask incident, where he came out with it and then panicked. My position on that particular clip wasn't that he was wearing the mask and, oh my gosh, his politics and all that kind of stuff. It was his reaction to when he realized that he was showing the mask. He wanted to obfuscate, hide as an official, hide that from us. And his response to it is what I actually was responding to, not the mask wearing, because I'm independent. I am for personal choice. You want to wear a mask, go ahead. Don't try and make anybody else. But go ahead. You can do that and be proud. If that's your choice, own it. That's my position. Anything else, I wasn't comfortable with it, because he's showing, not that he's liberal or anything like that, to my friend. It's that he's willing to obfuscate and he's worried about optics. Those two things are two things I didn't want to see in a commissioner. And that's what I saw exactly happen in that moment. He could have just proudly sat down, took the mask off, folded it like he's done 1,000 times, tucked it away, and said, okay, let's go, let's move on. And I would have had zero reaction to that. It was his, oh my God, I can't believe I did this moment that I was responding to. So I think it's fair. I think that critique is still fair, because that shows obfuscation. I'm not saying he will, but it just shows at that moment he'd rather have hidden his belief about masks, and he thought it was important enough to quickly run out of the room and hide. So that's what I responded to. Nothing we didn't already know, Terry. They didn't need the EA, correct? Yep. Not very good communication. Yeah, it was. There wasn't much needed, because there wasn't much going on, right? It was a protest, and mass confusion, and children in strollers are dangerous, and children holding hands in intersections are a form of defense, is kind of the way he put it there. They were being used as defense. Defense to what? Okay, were you going to drive over them? So defense to what? I put up my website. I pinned it. You can find some stuff there. I haven't put up that commissioner stuff yet, but I will. I will do that soon and let you know. And amazing to see you all in here. And Terry, all right. What is established was his rhetoric and kumbaya with all governments and security services. They had a fear of protesters returning, potential violence. All situations had that. 100% Terry, and he even used the word paranoid. They were paranoid that it would be returning. He used the word paranoid. So yeah, that's 100% right. And kumbaya with the OPP for sure. Oh, the lawyer. But the lawyer did let him know that there might be some different perspectives today. So we're going to be hearing from the OPP, Dana Earley, Superintendent Dana Earley. She handles the region around there, and we're going to hear from her about how they cleared Blue Water with little incident. There was no problem, and how they will clear stuff like this all the time. We'll be hearing that. But yeah, a lot of kumbaya with the OPP lawyer. Yeah, get a room. They were both kissing a lot, but good morning. Good morning, Terry. Great to see you. Ozario, there you are, bud. Good morning. Happy Tuesday. It is a happy Tuesday. It's a very cold Tuesday. 30 minutes is not enough to heat up this trailer. So I'll go try 60 tomorrow. Starting to get there, though. Yes, midterm election day. Yes, we're very Canadian focused, but our largest trading partner and our largest culture partner and our largest neighbor, they're having a massive day today, aren't they? Midterm. Red wave, right? This is what a lot of rhetoric has been and a lot of the thinking has been, a lot of red wave. We're going to be talking tomorrow about, I can't believe they're not done counting yet, or can't believe that happened again overnight. Like, interesting. Not the focus here, but we're certainly going to keep an ear on it because, again, largest trading partner, largest culture partner, largest neighbor. There's a lot of important things with our American friends. And I believe there's even some Americans who watch this stream. So love you. Happy to have you. And good luck. Hopefully, democracy wins on this one again. And there's no need for follow-up. Things go the way they should go. Good luck, guys. Wish you the best. And we'll certainly cover some of that as it comes out. 10-4 Railroaded. Had a great chat with Railroaded. A lovely person. We're going to start working together in the back end stuff. Azario, hopefully a red wave. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. That's what the rhetoric is. That's what people are talking about. Never know until it's all done. We'll just leave it at that. Although Mule Part 2 might be a movie we watch in the future. If you haven't seen 2000 Mules or whatever it's called, it's an interesting video movie documentary, especially if you're technically inclined and you understand the level of data that's collected on mobile devices. If you actually understand that, it's a very interesting movie because it's not wrong. It's not wrong. And it asks some interesting questions. But anyways, good luck in the U.S. Wish you all the best. Hopefully it doesn't, go horrible in any way. All right. So good luck with that. We'll keep an eye. Good morning, Clay and Arzario. Railroaded. You're awesome. Welcoming everybody. Slam that like button and subscribe. Yeah, go for it. It all helps the algorithm. Hopefully we have no drops today. Generator's on. We should have a clear sky. And we're not expecting snow today. So we should have a good stream. And possibly tomorrow, Railroad might be hosting a stream. We'll be doing some more training tonight. Thank you, Railroaded. I was sure you were right regarding some journalists in legacy media. There was a great wobble happening at the beginning of March 2020, causing everyone to have to find a way back to equilibrium. Yeah, hasn't independent journalists really taken off quite well? They've been doing quite well. And they're only basing it off of not having to have filters and not having to have agendas given to us by someone else or scripts given to us by someone else. Independent journalists is where all journalism started from. And it's kind of the same thing with parties. Independent was how we represented each other before. Parties came along later to kind of make things easier and maybe control things. And then mainstream media or large corporate media kind of did the same thing. Get the independents, control it. So if you're really into good news, you should have saw how we reacted yesterday, our chat. Our chat got a link about Convoy 2.0. We were all super excited about the potential of that maybe happening with Danielle Smith's support. We were all super stoked, very happy, rah, 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 lots of honking. But being independent journalists, and whether you call yourself one or not, they're stunts, you certainly are. We were able to go and find more of the truth, dig deeper, and then in the end, we didn't find enough to corroborate it as a story that has merit. That's what this kind of group does. That's what independent journalism is. And with that kicking in all over the place, coast to coast, with many, many different people, there's no doubt in my mind the messages will spread, the truth will get out there, because that's how we used to do it. It wasn't until really recently we consolidated all around corporate. So we're getting back to grassroots journalism. It's fun too. Cold, but it's fun. Good morning, Barbara. Good morning, Barbara. Nice to see you. Welcome back. And Goose, good morning. Too cold to leave house today. You know, Goose, it is. It is pretty cold. Good morning, Barb and Goose. And Railroad at 20 for you. And let me go check my weather station. What is it outside? Yeah, -20. So Railroaded, we are kindred spirits today. Stunt. Good morning. Good morning. Yes, -20. Okay. Well, send some of that love this way. +10. That's all right. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. You definitely have a milder area of the country and enjoy it. But you'll get yours. You know that. It gets cold there too. Wow. That's all fun and games until a tornado comes down to town. Stunt. Yeah. And we're going to have a tornado in the 45th, right? Is that going to be our... Yeah, our colors are backwards. So it will be our conservative wave, our blue wave, 45th Parliament. Good luck again to my American friends. Hopefully everything goes smooth and you get what you voted for. Great point. They used the words paranoid. They did. Yeah, he did. He used the word paranoid. He said we too. So the collective we. So that was their general sense. And based on what? Like, here's something that look, paranoia is a function. It's in us. We have it. It's natural. It's really in our subconscious and stuff because it's needed for survival. When we used to, live in the bush and in the trees, paranoia was what kind of kept us alert and, focused around. So it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. But where it does get to be a bad thing is when it's not corroborated, where there's no reason for it. That becomes a condition. That becomes a problem. Paranoid for what is usually the question you need to answer. And there could be a justifiable answer to that. Not in this case for Windsor, because all they were talking about was like once the pictures that they provided and that are available is all we needed for Windsor. Like one lane, one truck that deep, the kids with holding hands. Like, yeah, you really had to reach really, really hard to say that this can turn into Jan 6 Windsor version. The bridge is coming down. Like, you really had to really, really stretch. And I think that was beyond reasonable. So because of that, I think this is the bad version of paranoid, okay? It wasn't functional for them, and it didn't help them. And then also, yeah, almost an admittance of not making reasonable decisions. Because, yeah, just as I said there, when you allow that to go off and go in the wrong direction, it's no longer helpful to you. It's not helping you focus. It's not helping you, pay attention to the unknown. It's just got you all squirrely. And then you got to make decisions based on that. And even then, they didn't have to make new decisions. They had plans, emergency plans. In fact, as I was going through the video yesterday, Tom Curry kind of fumbled when he asked the question to the mayor. The bridge has never been blocked by protesters before, correct? You would agree with me? And the answer was, well, actually, no, it has been. In something in the 80s, there was this incident, or maybe 90s, where it was blocked by protesters. So are you telling me after that event, there was no emergency preparedness plan created out of that event? Baloney. And then we actually heard, Terry, one of the best moments as well was they cleared the bridge. There was no property damage. It was his quote, and cleared without effort, really. It was another one of his quotes. So we had two pictures. One where we're the center of the economic universe for Canada and the world, and this one bridge is the super vital bridge that when it shuts down more than enough to do a marathon, then everything's going to fall apart. That was the first messaging. And then the second part was, we basically scooted them away. So pick a lane, pick a story, pick a narrative. They contradict, and he did a lot of that. But it was really a lot like listening to the OPS. A lot like the OPS, talking about resources and needing help. For what? If you listen to his numbers, it was like 5 cops per protester. So come on. I hope that we all can learn from the embellishment and the messaging that was coming out and bouncing around within these organizations. That's where you need some work. You need some level-headed, sensible people in there. You need a voice of reason, the sober second thought, right? That's what the Senate is. They need a sober second thought maybe in there. Not guiding or demanding, but thinking and reporting and providing. It was weird. But the truth is they actually had that. That was called the OPP. Okay. They just chose to ignore it. And that was also something we heard from this witness too. It started off with the whole, we didn't really work with the OPP, we circumvented the OPP, we didn't really call on them. And then at the end, it's like, well, when the OPP was involved and we were getting these reports and stuff like that, things were better. So again, it was really, really close to the OPS testimony, just a different day and condensed into a smaller version. It's only one here. All right. Enjoy, Barbara. I'm not sure I could deal with Alberta. Alberta's wonderful. All right. The cold is what makes us stronger. And frankly, Barbara, if there ever was some sort of, people wanted to come take over land because of our winter, we might be one of the last places people go. But that's fine with us. We're cool with that, pun intended. And we live just comfortably here. Just need to heat things up. That's all. Trucker phobia. Doot doot. Yeah. Yeah. Stunt. We should be at the end of that, I think, coming soon. And if there's a repeat, maybe we'll fix them. And sorry about the hair, folks. I'm on the edge of what I'm going to do with that. It's winter, so I prefer a little bit more fur on me because it helps. But there's a transition period where it just sticks out everywhere. So if you don't care, you don't mind, I'll just let nature take its course, and I want to be comfortable, but I don't want to distract you too much. -5 here. Go on. Yeah, winter's coming. Manitoba can get cold. Perry knows this. It can get cold. I did my high school days there. It can get cold. But again, just like Alberta, they're hardy. They can handle it. Lots of basement parties, lots of basement bands. That will happen in the cold there. Okay, let me just pull up this stream. It looks like I got one. I want to make sure we don't miss anything today. Do our very, very best. There we go. All right. Now you're stuck with me for another 8 minutes. The Azario. That was funny that they mentioned the bridge not handling the load. It's always backed up. 100% think the Fed spun them into rhetoric, and that's where the paranoid. Azario, I think what they're all stuck with at this stage, or like a lot of these officials are stuck with now, is the big fish. They all told a big fish story at the beginning to justify what was coming, and now they're stuck. They're stuck. So they're all going to go look for that extreme thread through the narrative that still gets them to the, yeah, we think you did the right thing. They're wrong. What they're doing is wrong, and they shouldn't do that. They should just be straight up and say, look, we thought a whole bunch were going to come. And when it didn't materialize, we were over prepared, and then we just dealt with it. Like, I would way more respect them if they came up and told us how, from their perspective, during the timeline, things were changing and they were responding. But no, they've got to, they're holding this ground hard. They're holding their line on this narrative because they kind of sort of have to now. Once you put the boot to the back of somebody, you can't really undo that easily and still save face. So it is bothering me a little bit that it's spun so much, and especially when you hear the government lawyers ask questions, that gets deflating for me because that's my government, my current government. I don't like to see that, but I get it. I understand why they're doing it. There's careers, there's a narrative, there's a bigger picture here. And they got to try and prop that up as much as they can. But that is the definition of House of Cards. That is what House of Cards means. And they always fall down. I don't remember if you were a kid, but I used to build a bunch, and they always fall down. They may look great from a strategic planning standpoint, but again, they always fall down. So they're building a House of Cards here. It's very flimsy, and it will fall down. If I was police lawyers, I would have raised following objection. To be clear, children are not at risk from our police force. Yeah, because that's kind of the inverse of the implied, isn't it, Goose? Hey, they're shields. Hey, they're using as defense. Hey, they can get hurt. Only if it's your intent to do that to them would you be correct, Mr. Police Officer. So yeah, in fact, Goose, I would have expected the Canadian Police Foundation lady to ask and clarify that, because it's actually her job to give the police forces Canada-wide, all her members, the best appearance and the best representation possible. So it's really her job in this particular inquiry to clean up any of these kind of statements that are made, to clean up and say, you didn't actually plan to charge at the crowd, did you? No, they weren't at the point where you were going to, move forward with, and then she can insert the name of a police term that means, advance. Were you? No. And you don't have a history of attacking children or innocent people, do you? No. Like, try and clean up the reputation of the police. I would have expected her to do that. And the Police Chiefs Foundation or Association is also representative and has standing as well. We've heard a couple questions out of them around PPS, Parliamentary Protective Services, and their actions. But this would have been another time where 5 minutes from them to try and correct the stereotype, or at least the insinuation that was just happening around police chiefs. Both of them have associations there to protect them. So Goose, yeah, good observation. And yes, that's the inverse of what they're implying there. For example, if they said, hey, we didn't want to gas children, it's like, well, hold on, you wanted to gas? Like, the fact that there were children there is what stopped you. You're right, Goose. Sometimes these witnesses, they don't think about what the inverse looks like when they speak. And then Dickens' rhetoric proves out mostly hyperbole. He's a slick politician. Sure, he was, but he's also the board chair for the Police Services Board. That guy wields a lot of power, and people go to him to get things done, as we heard from Stellantis, the $6 billion investment he was very pleased about hiding from everybody until later. Right? All of that's true. I didn't say anything defamatory. He told us that. He hid the deal from everybody at the time because he wasn't sure, for whatever reason, whether it was appropriate or not. But it was also the people calling him up and saying, hey, I'm going to join your narrative that large businesses like ours are heavily impacted by this shenanigans happening by these crazy Canadians. Thanks. So, yeah. And we also had a comment from one of my chatters. It was Clay or maybe, who pointed out how that's kind of like a security force for big business, isn't it? Is that what the police are? Security force for the big business? Sounded like it when they got a direct call to the mayor within an hour of the situation, and pushing and pressure. And he even used the words, there's lots of public pressure and political pressure. Well, he's talking about losing the $6 billion. Really? Stellantis is going to fold up shop and move everything because of a weekend of protesting on a bridge that was one of 4 main arteries into the area. Really? No, there's more going on here, folks. Freeland needed economic partners to cry wolf in order for her to be able to construct her international economic problems. This is what they're going to put as national security. The national security they're going to be painting later, I think, is not going to be what you think of security as, a threat to you, a physical in any way, shape, or form. They're going to be talking about national reputation, investability, and a global stage. Frankly, and firmly, our reputation is tainted, but it's because of the government, not because of anything else that happened in Canada. But yet they're going to do that, and they're going to say that's a national security, because if we can't trade and everybody stops liking us and nobody invests in us, everything comes to a halt. That will be, I think, what they paint as the national security. Not a physical threat, because there wasn't one. It's going to be an economic boogeyman that we'll never, ever get to see. But the truth is, even if she does that, if that is the position, they are calling foul on their own work. We should be prepared for that. We shouldn't have that. If she's true, if that's true, everything she's saying is true, it's an admission on a failure on their part. So that's going to be a tough one to navigate, but we've watched OPS do that, kind of blame their own failures as an excuse. WPS did that, blame their own failures as an excuse. I would not be surprised if the cabinet does that. And they're not going to blame them for making the problem. They're certainly going to blame the kids that were holding hands and the Canada-only flags that were witnessed in Windsor. Let's not let them get away with it in the 45th. We're taking names, and we'll get back to that. Just like they did, they charged protesters after the fact, after it was done. They went back and looked at things and then found people and charged them. It's exactly what the 45th Parliament is. We'll go back over the records and everything that we have and dig even deeper and put some people under subpoenas and do some more work. This ain't over. And that's because Canada deserves to heal from this. We got to fix this scar. Windsor Mayor, total liar. I do have to agree with Goose on this one. I think the Windsor Mayor did do some perjury, only because he contradicted himself too. So it's pretty hard. So we got video. We're getting some audio. All right. Well, enjoy your morning. OPP Superintendent Dana Earley. Enjoy.
The Public Order Emergency Commission is now in session. La commission sur l'état d'urgence est maintenant ouverte.
Good morning. Bonjour. Another beautiful day in Ottawa. Okay, we have let me guess, another witness.
We do.
Okay.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
It's Frank Au for the Commission. And our next witness is Superintendent Dana Earley from the OPP.
Good morning.
Superintendent Earley, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
Yes, the Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Dana Earley. Dana is D-A-N-A. Earley is E-A-R-L-E-Y.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do so swear.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Earley.
Good morning.
It's good to see you again.
Thank you. You as well.
So you attended an interview with me and my Commission colleagues back on the 9th of September.
Yes, I did.
And a summary of that interview was prepared afterwards. I understand that you recently had an opportunity to review that summary and there's some corrections you'd like to make.
Yes.
So if we can bring up that document, it's WTS 6022. If we go to page 13. So I understand there are two corrections you'd like to make on this page. And the first correction is at the first paragraph, am I right?
No, it's actually just the third paragraph in regards to decision-making. Just wanted to make it clear that ultimate decisions in regards to the operation plan were mine.
Okay, so the third paragraph that starts with following this call, right?
Yes.
So tell us what exactly you want changed.
There is a sentence there that indicates the direction came from the Commissioner and Deputy Commissioner Harkins. That is incorrect. The decision to move forward was mine.
Okay, so that sentence that starts with she informed them that the
Yes.
change in direction came from Commissioner Carrick and Deputy Commissioner Harkins should be deleted, right?
That's correct.
And I understand that the first sentence that reads currently, following this call at 7:06 p.m., Superintendent Earley advised her command table that they should proceed. You want that revised as advise her command table that she had decided that they would proceed. Am I
Yes,
right?
That's correct.
So I thought there was another change you wanted to make to the first paragraph. No?
No.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right. So is there any other corrections you'd like to make?
No.
Okay, so we'll have those corrections made and this will be entered into evidence. Now, you are a superintendent with the Ontario Provincial Police.
That's correct.
And how many years have you served with the OPP?
28 years now.
Did you start your policing career with the OPP?
I did, yes.
And back in January, when the Freedom Convoy events began, you were a strategic commander for the West region.
Yes, that's correct.
What areas were covered by the West region?
West region is basically Collingwood all the way down to Windsor. All the municipalities in that area that do not have their own police service is the responsibility of West region OPP.
And how many superintendents were there for that region?
There's 3 superintendents.
Who are the other 2?
At the time is Superintendent Frankie Campisi and Superintendent Lisa Darling.
Okay. And do all 3 of you report to a chief superintendent?
Yes, that's correct.
Who was that in January?
It is Chief Superintendent Dwight Thibb.
Okay. And as a superintendent of the West region, what were your responsibilities back in January of this year?
As part of my responsibilities, I support 4 of the 13 detachments that we have in West Region. And I support the operational support inspector and take on the role, take on the role of strategic commander.
Okay. And at that time, were you based in London?
That's correct.
And I understand that on the 9th of February, you assumed a new role when Deputy Commissioner Harkins appointed you as the critical incident commander in Windsor.
That's correct. I received a call from Deputy Commissioner Harkins on the night of February 9th.
And we heard from Deputy Chief Crowley yesterday from the Windsor Police Service that you established a joint or unified command with the Windsor Police Service that oversaw the successful resolution of the blockade in Windsor.
That's correct.
So we'll come to those events a bit later,
Okay.
but I want to start by asking you about your training and experience that qualified you to take on those roles in January and February.
Okay.
Let's begin with your background with the incident command system. What kind of training have you received?
I have been a crisis negotiator for 13 years of my career, and crisis negotiators are used quite often in incidents. So I had experience that way. I am an incident commander as well as of 2012. And then in 2017, I was trained to become a critical incident commander.
And in terms of the courses that you had to attend before you assumed those roles, tell us about that too.
The critical incident commander is a 4-week course where you receive training in regards to larger incidents, how to manage them, communication, the execution, the options. You hear several different presentations from your subject matter experts, which include our emergency response team.
Could I ask
Slow
you
down.
to go a little slower for the interpreters, please?
Sure. My apologies. Subject matter experts that would include crisis negotiators, our emergency response team, our tactical rescue unit, our K9 units, all options that would be used in a critical incident.
And which institution offered that course?
It's through the OPP,
And what year did you complete those trainings?
2017.
Were there different levels of training for an incident commander or critical incident commander?
The critical incident commander with the OPP is somewhat the highest at this point in
Okay.
regards to training.
And I understand you met some colleagues that you worked with ultimately when you were deployed to Windsor in February.
Yes, that's correct. I took the critical incident command course with now interim chief Jason Belair of Windsor Police.
And now you also took on some leadership training more recently. Tell us about that too.
I was fortunate enough to complete the Canadian Police College Executive Leadership in Policing course, which is a year course. And I also finished the Rotman Leadership course
And
just in the fall of 2021.
And you met another colleague who was to work in the Windsor Incident Command, right?
That's correct.
Who was that?
Inspector Carl de Graaf and I completed the Rotman course together.
Okay. And isn't it true that you not only attended those courses and you had experience as an incident commander and critical incident commander, you also taught courses in that regard?
Yes, I have debriefed different calls on the incident command course as well as the critical incident command course.
Now, there are two frameworks that we've heard a little about that, as I understand from our interview, kind of guided you when you approached the situation in Windsor. One was the OPP framework for police preparedness for Indigenous critical incidents. For those of us who are not familiar with that framework, can you tell us, give us a quick overview of what that is about?
It stresses the importance of communication and a tiered response, almost like a step ladder, that you explore different options amongst during the incident to see what option would be best to safely resolve it. An important part of that policy is the fact, as I said, communication, and also the introduction of our provincial liaison team. That's a key part of the framework as well.
Okay, we'll come to talk a little more about that. And the other framework is the CACP, or Canadian Association of Chief of Police National Framework. And you mentioned in our interview that that was consistent with the OPP critical policy. Tell us more about that.
That's correct. It certainly highlights communication and the different tiered responses, depending on the situation.
So were you familiar with both frameworks when you took on the role of critical incident commander in February?
Yes.
All right, let's turn now to, before we get to your role as the critical incident commander in February, I want to start with your role as the strategic commander for the West region in January. So that was when you were still working out of London,
Yes.
Ontario. And what you talked to us a little bit about your responsibilities as the strategic commander, but what specifically were your involvement with respect to the Freedom Convoy or the protests traveling through the West?
We had, at the time, we had numerous slow rolls and protests happening throughout our different municipalities. I had oversight on the events, worked with the operational support inspector and each detachment commander to ensure that we had the proper resources to effectively look after the protests or slow rolls that were going through our municipalities.
Now, when Commissioner POEC testified at the hearing, he told us about a blockade on Highway 402 on around February the 6th. Were you familiar with that incident?
Yes, I was involved in that incident.
Tell us about your involvement.
On February 6th, which was a Sunday, we became aware that the protesters had blocked the bridge, the Blue Water Bridge in Lambton County. As a result, our provincial liaison team, as well as our frontline members, were deployed to the area. Provincial liaison team were able to develop a rapport and a relationship with the protesters. And ultimately, there was a number of different trucks that weren't able to cross the border at that time. And one of them ultimately was a friend of one of the protesters. And one of the truck drivers, I believe it was livestock. He was traveling with something that needed to be in a certain area by a certain time. PLT liaised with the truck driver that was stuck and with the protesters, and were able to work out the opening of the bridge. So that was a success. The bridge did reopen. We also learned around that time that that group, or similar to that group of protesters, were planning on doing a slow roll on Highway 402 that week. So we liaised with the organizers of the slow roll and to try to find out as much information as possible so that we could have the proper resources in place.
Mm-hmm. So first, with respect to the incident on the Blue Water Bridge, how long did it take to resolve that event?
I'd have to make reference to my notes, but I know it was maybe 2 hours, most 2 to 3 hours.
So it was really short.
Yes.
And was Highway 402 the highway that led to Sarnia, the Blue Water Bridge?
That's correct.
And would that be within the OPP jurisdiction, the police?
Highway 402 is correct.
Okay. Now, you spoke about other slow roll events, and we heard a little bit about that yesterday from Deputy Chief Crowley. What other protests or slow rolls were happening in the West region around that time?
If memory serves me, we almost had a slow roll in each municipality, but ones that I can recall specifically would be Essex County, Norfolk County, Brant County, South Bruce County, Huron County. So there was quite a few.
And as the strategic commander at that time responsible for these events, what steps did you take to monitor the situation or to prepare for any further escalation of the events?
Each event was specifically assigned to the detachment commander. He or she would then assign an incident commander to have oversight of the specific event happening in their area. They would also work with our provincial liaison team to find out as much information from the protesters. And we would ensure from a regional level that they had the supports that they needed.
Mm-hmm. Now, were you a recipient of the OPP Hendon reports?
Yes.
And did you read them regularly?
Yes, but I focused on the areas that were involving our municipalities.
Mm-hmm. So turning our attention now to Windsor, we heard yesterday that there was a Hendon report on February the 4th that deals specifically with the potential blockade. So if I could take you to that report, the document number is OPP 50825. If we go to page 6, please. We go down. So you see the second bullet says commercial truck drivers and supporters may conduct slow rolls on roadways near the Ambassador Bridge over the next 3 days and may attempt to block the bridge on February the 7th. So this seems to be, compared to the earlier reports, this seems to be a more specific warning, particular to the bridge and with a date. Do you remember if you received this report or read it at around that time?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you know what actions, if any, were taken by the OPP to mitigate that risk?
I can speak to February 7th. That's when I became aware through Superintendent Crowley, now interim deputy chief, that the bridge had been blocked. I received an email from him. I then had a conversation with him asking him what he needed. And at that time, he was looking for information in regards to what was available. I said, basically, whatever you needed.
I think I know the one you're referring to. Did you say February the 7th?
7th, that's
But before we get to that, I think there was another email earlier that you were copied on. So if I could take you to that earlier
Sure.
email, I believe it's dated February the 4th, and the document number is WPS 501880. So for context, I believe this is an email from Chief Superintendent Thip
Okay.
to Deputy Chief Crowley, and you were copied on that. So you see the headings, Windsor Slow Roll
Yes.
/ Bridge Protest. So you weren't the direct recipient, but you were copied on this.
Yes.
And so in this email, Chief Thip talked about the prospect. So we go to the second line. He said, should intel be received or action by demonstrators taken to shut down the Ambassador Bridge, don't hesitate to reach out for joint assistance.
Mm-hmm.
And then you were copied because you were overseeing the emergency response team for the region. First of all, what were your responsibilities as for oversight over the emergency response team? What's the emergency response team?
So as part of the strategic commander, that's one of the teams that I support. So it's an oversight in regards to, do they have the proper resources, training up to date? I work with their team lead in regards to making sure that they have what they need.
So in this email, it seems like the OPP was taking a kind of wait and see approach. Is that fair?
We were waiting to see what Windsor actually required. So in this email, Deputy Chief Crowley was obviously being given my name because of my role as strategic commander.
And beyond waiting for a further request from Windsor, was there anything that, in your view, the OPP could do proactively to mitigate the risk at this point before the blockade materialized?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Well, let's go then to February the 7th. Now, you mentioned an email from Deputy Chief Crowley.
Yes.
I believe that email is actually dated February the 8th, if we're thinking about the same email. So I'll call up that document, WPS 5 zeros, or 6 zeros, WPS 60374. Now, is this the email you had in mind? Or was there another one?
There was one prior, and we had a conversation as well.
Okay, so tell us about that earlier exchange.
It was basically confirming that the bridge had been blocked and that he was looking for an awareness of resources available. We then had a conversation. I wanted to confirm if he was asking for resources or if he was just trying to figure out options at that time. So I learned that he was trying to figure out options of what was available. And it was at that time that we had decided to send together jointly, we decided to send provincial liaison team members to Windsor to see if they could assist.
Mm-hmm. So is this email a follow-up to that earlier exchange?
It is.
And so when he was asking you, I know your people are very spread out, but my ask at this point is if we were to need POU or PLT down here, what would availability be?
Mm-hmm.
So it seems like he's ascertaining the potential availability of OPP resources.
Absolutely. He's looking for options.
And you mentioned earlier that you were sending some PLT members to Windsor.
That's correct.
Was that before or after this email?
That was immediately after. I believe they went down that day because the email is at 2:00 in the morning. So I wouldn't have got it until I woke up in the morning. But
so the sending of the 2 PLT members was a response to this request.
That's correct.
What about POU? He asked about POU here as well.
Again, he confirmed that he was just looking for options. So we discussed options.
So this is February the 8th. Now, we heard yesterday that Chief Misuno from the Windsor Police Service sent a letter on February the 9th, the following day, to Minister Jones. I don't think I need to call up that document, but for reference, the document ID is WIN 401648. And in that letter, Chief Misuno requested a minimum of 100 officers. Now, was that request before or after you were appointed as the critical incident commander to Windsor?
I wasn't appointed until the night of the 9th.
Okay.
So
Probably before.
Before.
And we saw also on February 9th a document prepared by Deputy Chief Crowley. Before I take you to that document, I want to take you first to something you said in your interview about the relationship between resource request and planning. So we go to your summary at page 9, please.
Sorry, Council, could I get the ID for that document again?
Yes, it's WTS 6022. And Mr. Clerk, I'll be making frequent references to this summary, so it may assist to have that document open. So if we go to page 9. So Superintendent, you see under the heading, relationship between resource request and planning, you told us that when you took command on February the 9th, Windsor Police Service did not know the specific numbers and types of officers it required, and that the on-the-ground situation on February 9th dictated bringing in additional frontline and traffic officers to ensure public and officer safety. OPP accordingly sent as many officers as possible. After Superintendent Earley arrived in Windsor on the morning of February the 10th and began to develop a plan, she was able to develop more specific numbers and types of resources required to ensure that police had options to respond to various contingencies. So I want to show you a document that Deputy Chief Crowley prepared as of the 9th and ask you if that reflects the kind of lack of specific types that you mentioned in the summary. And that document is WPS 60610. So we heard from Deputy Crowley yesterday that he prepared this on the 9th when Windsor made the request for 100 officers. We scroll down a bit. So it talks about different shifts and so on. And then there's more about the situation at that time. Does this reflect your understanding of the nature of the request that was sent on the 9th?
I'm not sure if I know what you're asking, but it reflected what they thought at the time they required. So when I arrived and we were able to assess the entire situation together, that's when we started to figure out plans and options, and then therefore the resources to support those.
So I guess what I'm wondering is, how is this kind of request in terms of what was needed different from the kind of request that you would have made to the different POU units across the province, for instance, after you arrived and started developing a plan?
Well, this specific request that you have posted here is for the front line. So POU was in addition to that. Okay. So I don't know if we could compare the two. But when the Unified Command was created, we had a mission, and that was to open the bridge to get the flow of traffic back, with officer and public safety being paramount. And then that's when we started to develop the plans, which included a POU option.
Okay. If we go back to your interview summary, to that page that we were on before, you see the last sentence of that paragraph. She explained that developing an operational plan was essential to ensure that the deployment of resources would be impactful and resolve the blockade. Why was it essential? Why was an operational plan essential?
Well, before you request resources or you have officers attend, you need to be able to articulate to them the expectations of their role, why they're coming, and the tasks that they will be given. And without a plan and a mission as to what you want to achieve, that would be very hard to do. Okay.
So, so these are the initial steps before you became the critical incident commander. So let's turn our attention now to February the 9th, when you got a call from Deputy Commissioner Harkins, appointing you as the critical incident commander. Tell us about that initial call.
Deputy Commissioner Harkins called me. He asked if I could attend Windsor to assist, that my role would be the CIC of the event, and that it was an urgent situation, so that I would receive the resources that I needed. He also alerted me that I had a teleconference that I needed to join within minutes. So the phone call was very quick.
So there was an urgency that he impressed on you. And just to understand the nature of the role of a critical incident commander, we've heard evidence before about the different tiers of command. There's the strategic command, there's the operational command, and there's the tactical command. Now, you were operating as a strategic commander before this appointment.
Yes.
And what is the role of a critical incident commander Is it operating at a strategic or operational level?
It's at an operational level and specifically assigned to an incident.
So what was the objective of your appointment as the critical incident commander? Or for short, I'll just call it the operational commander.
The mission was to restore the flow of traffic to and from the bridge and into Canada and the US with respecting the Charter of Rights and keeping public and officer safety paramount.
Now, I understand that you went to Windsor the next day,
That's correct.
but on the 9th, you were still in London.
Yes.
What time did you get that call from Deputy Harkins?
It was approximately 7:30, 7:45, and then I was on teleconferences until well into the early morning.
So you got the call in the evening and you started to make some other calls.
Yes.
Tell us about those other calls, the initial calls that you made.
There was a call to my chief of West Region to provide him updates, and he was well aware because the deputy commissioner had contacted him. I also had teleconferences with the POU hub and the different team leaders of the POU teams.
What are the POU hubs?
They were hubs created that consisted of different POU teams from different services that were being deployed throughout the province to assist with protests.
And when you said services, are these OPP detachments or are these municipal services as well?
OPP and municipal.
How many POU units are there across Ontario? Can you say?
Oh, I can't, sorry. I can tell you who was on the calls or who I dealt with, but it included obviously our team. It included Hamilton at the time and Waterloo, and ultimately London assisted as well, and RCMP.
So you reach out to the POU units in these municipalities that evening?
Yes, so the deputy commissioner had advised me that the teleconference was already set, it was already scheduled, and that I would be joining them. And they would learn that I was going to be the CIC and Unified Command and heading to Windsor.
What did you find out from the teleconference about the availability of these POU teams?
We discussed numbers and what was available. We discussed relative to the incident, in regards to when could they attend, who was available to assist with planning. So those were the basis of the conversations.
Was there a request to deploy those units on that evening?
Yes.
What did you ask for?
I asked for the planners. So each team identified basically a team lead or a planner. So I asked for the planners to join me in Windsor the next day.
Now, at this stage, you didn't have a plan yet, right?
Correct.
So if we go back to what we talked about earlier, about the need for a plan to inform the asking of resources, what did you ask for and what could reasonably be expected at this stage?
I needed them to become very familiar with the incident and all the details of the incident, and then create a plan.
What about numbers?
Well, I needed to know what would be available. But again, it wasn't until they had a plan that they would say that this plan requires this many officers.
Okay. So you talked about how you spoke to the chief. I believe that's Chief Thip.
That's correct.
You spoke to, you were engaged in these teleconferences about the POU availability. Who else did you call?
I believe it was 2 teleconferences. Well, it was with the chief and 2 other teleconferences with POU hubs.
What about, did you make contact with Windsor Police Service at all?
I did. I spoke with Deputy Chief Crowley.
And tell us about that conversation.
He provided an oversight and the situational and situational awareness for me in regards to what they were dealing with at the moment. We talked about logistics, obviously, when I would be arriving. I gave him an overview of the teleconferences I had been on in regards to POU.
Mm-hmm. Now, if I could take you to another OPP document, it's OPP 404540. I understand that that night, the last thing you did that night at 11:59 p.m., you sent an email to your superiors summarizing the situation in Windsor as you've gathered. So I'm taking you to that email. If we go to page 14, please. Go down. So February 9th, I think I was wrong on the time, is at 23:58. So 2 minutes before midnight, you sent an email to Harkins and DeMarco. Who's DeMarco?
That is Deputy Commissioner DeMarco.
Okay. How many deputy commissioners are there?
There are 3, and there's a provincial commander as well.
Okay. So you sent an email to these 2 deputies and you summarize the situation as you found them in Windsor. We scroll down further. There are many bullet points. I want you to help us unpack the situation a bit based on these points. What did you learn? What's the situation on the ground in Windsor?
I learned obviously about the numbers, what they were dealing with in regards to attendance, as well as vehicles, the types of vehicles. I also learned the area that they had kind of blocked, the length of it, where it is located in the city. I also learned about an arrest that was made. So there was a person who had jumped the curb and into the crowd. That person obviously was charged and arrested with dangerous drive, and that the crowd became very agitated when the arrest occurred. And they actually took the opportunity to expand the area that they had been in. I learned too from Deputy Chief Crowley that the crowd itself was somewhat unorganized and disjointed. Hard to kind of figure out exactly what they wanted or to communicate or negotiate with them. And at that time as well, he explained that there had been a number of transport trucks and vehicles on the bridge, but they had all been removed at that point. So I made the decision that I asked Staff Sergeant Jamie Smith of Essex OPP, so he would be the closest incident commander, to attend the command post for the evening. I also asked that our situational reports be implemented. So it's basically a template. We introduced those to the command post, and I asked for those to be provided to me every 2 hours until my arrival. And then they continued while we were there.
So that's what you did that first night.
That's correct.
If we go back to your summary, I want to take you to page 3. Because you spoke to us about this email, and then at the end of that paragraph, you said, Superintendent Earley nonetheless believed that a policing solution to the demonstration was possible. What did you mean by that? The policing solution in your mind?
I still believed and was hopeful that negotiations could occur and that we could develop a rapport and a relationship with the protesters through our provincial liaison teams.
Was that an approach informed by the 2 frameworks that you told us about?
That's correct.
Now, before we go to the next day, earlier that day, before you got the call from Deputy Harkins, I think you told us in the interview that you watched a morning press conference where the mayor of Windsor, Mayor Dilkins, requested resources without specifying the numbers. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I don't remember specifically watching it, but I do know that a request was submitted.
Right. So, and during our interview, you shared your perspectives on making public announcements of this nature. Tell us about your view on this.
In regards to specific numbers requested at incidents?
No, about making public announcements. I think we've heard some evidence that normally the request for resources go from one chief to another, from chief to chief.
Yes.
And it's not typical that public announcements by politicians were made, and you shared your perspective on this kind of public announcement. So I'm just hoping that you could enlighten us.
Okay. It's been my experience that when any municipal service requires our assistance, no matter what the incident, the request needs to go from their chief to our commissioner. the commissioner's command team then reviews the request and deploys the requested resources. So to hear it come from a politician was different from my experience.
And after you became the critical incident commander, did you take any steps to change the approach or any kind of media strategy that you adopted?
I respect the fact that any council or mayor, they can have their own press conferences and release information, but I urged Windsor Police Service to work with the mayor's office to make sure that our messages are consistent.
And was any further public announcements made for resources after you assumed the role of critical incident commander?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, in this case, the announcement on the 9th did not specify a particular number, how many officers were needed. Do you have any view on whether those numbers should be made publicly in a request?
In my opinion, I do not believe that they should be made publicly.
Why not?
It jeopardizes perhaps the public and police officer safety by letting the public know the amount of officers that are attending may lead to people then bolstering their protests or whatever that looks like if they know the tactics or perhaps the amount of officers that are attending an incident.
Okay. So let's go now to the next day, February 10th. I understand that you had an early morning call with Deputy Harkins, right?
Correct,
At
and
8:30.
Deputy DeMarco.
And Deputy DeMarco. So tell us what was said in that morning call.
They wanted to make sure that I had started implementing a team, putting a team in place. And obviously I had told them that I was on the road, I was heading to Windsor, and they indicated that whatever
Those were the scribe's notes, not your notes.
That's correct.
Okay. So you went to Windsor and you met with the command team from the Windsor Police Service.
Yes.
Tell us about that meeting. What kind of reception did you receive?
Very welcoming. Because of the relationships I knew, as I said, Deputy Chief, at the time, Deputy Chief Belair, as well as Inspector DeGraff, they introduced me to other members of their command post. Obviously, it was referred to as the EOC here as well. So I met everybody. They were very welcoming. They appreciated the support and the assistance and the resources that the OPP was providing. And they also welcomed the experience that our organization has in regards to major prolonged events.
Was any decision made at that initial meeting about how the WPS and the OPP would be working together?
Certainly, it was right off the start. It was a unified command. They ultimately respected that I would have final say on a lot of the plans because of the amount of resources that we were bringing, and that included. But everything before it was decided was always referred to by both myself and the CIC from WPS.
So yesterday we heard from Deputy Earley. I think he described the relationship as, I'm trying to look for his description. He described the integration as seamless. And he talked about how the OPP and WPS commands would at times be stepping forward and back. Were you here when he testified?
I watched it. Yeah.
You watched it.
Yes.
Do you agree with that description?
It was seamless, and we supported each other. It was a remarkable team effort.
And in your interview with us, at page 3 of your summary, you referred to this high degree of trust and confidence. Tell us more about that.
As I mentioned, Windsor Police respected the experience and the skill set that the OPP was bringing to the table due to the numerous events we've experienced as an organization in regards to critical incidents and protracted critical incidents in particular. So with that, that's where the trust and the respect came through. But at the same time, we weren't able to do what we did if it wasn't for the local knowledge and the networks and the partnerships that Windsor Police already had in existence.
Now, I think Deputy Crowley referred to this command structure as unified command.
Yes.
And in your interview with us, you referred to it as joint command. Are they the same thing?
Pretty much, yes.
We've heard other terms in Ottawa, integrated command. Like, what's your understanding if there are any differences between integrated, joint, or unified?
Really, I think to explain ours, unified would articulate it best.
Okay. And in terms of the expertise that the OPP was bringing, I think yesterday Deputy Crowley referred specifically to maybe planning and specifically the POU planning. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so when I arrived in Windsor, I requested subject matter expert in regards to POU planning, Inspector Jason Unin. I contacted him and I requested he attend to offer his expertise in regards to a plan.
Sorry, name again?
Inspector Jason Unin.
Okay. Well, that's let's talk about the command team then, because after you arrived in Windsor, I guess one of the first things you did was to assemble a command table.
Yes.
And during our interview, you said that you wanted broad representation at the command table and subject matter experts in all the essential areas to ensure that those areas are covered. What are the major areas that you had to cover?
Those areas consisted of traffic, crime, provincial liaisons teams, media, and logistics and resources. In addition to that, we also were able to set up a staging area. So there was a team that was in charge of the staging area as well.
What about intelligence?
Absolutely. Yes, intelligence as well.
And how was intelligence represented at this command table?
They deployed a team leader to sit in the emergency operations center with us, and a team member as well. So they were constantly feeding us any intel that they were getting. And I'd like to mention too, all those subject matter experts that I just listed off there, it wasn't just OPP, but Windsor had the same representation. So for example, in Intel, we had OPP Intel as well as Windsor Intel in the command post with us.
So you had subject matter experts from both OPP and Windsor Police Service represented at the table,
Correct.
and they included intelligence. I think you mentioned PLT.
Yes.
POU, you mentioned Inspector
Yes.
Yunan. Who was responsible for logistics?
Inspector Wendy Burrow as from OPP, as well as Inspector Jen Crosby from Windsor Police Service.
What about other agencies, such as the CBSA?
Yes, so CBSA was included in the command post. They had a representative there, a team leader, as well as the Windsor Fire had representation, and Windsor Emergency Services, so paramedics.
Why was it important for these other agencies to be included at the command table?
All of those everybody who had a part of our command post provided us with different options, right? And options are very much needed in an incident like this. So it's important to create an environment that's inclusive, and communication is key so that everybody could provide ideas to resolve the situation effectively. Because the situation itself was very dynamic and fluid, we wanted to make sure that everything was covered. If you think about fire or EMS, that they were in the loop just in case we needed their assistance, which at times we did.
I understand you also set up a system where you had alternates so that you can go to sleep.
Yes.
Who was your alternate?
Superintendent Derek Needham.
And was there a similar system for the Windsor Incident Command?
Yes.
And who are those two?
So Inspector Carl DeGraff worked days with me, and then at night it was Deputy Chief Crowley.
Why is it important to have these alternates?
To go and rest your head for a little bit, and obviously just to provide some relief.
Okay. So far we talked about the team at the operational level, the command table that we just talked about. I want to ask you now about the relationship between the operational level functioning and the strategic leadership.
Mm-hmm.
So on the Windsor side, who was the strategic commander?
I believe you would have to confirm with them, but I saw that the Deputy Chief Belair.
Right. And would the chief of the Windsor Police Service also be at the strategic leadership level?
Yes.
What about the OPP? Who were the strategic leaders?
For West Region, Superintendent Campisi looked after that role, but also it would have also included our Chief Thib, and then the OPP command as well, commissioners and deputy commissioners.
So Commissioner Kirik and Deputy Harkins. Now, during the interview, you spoke to us about the importance for the strategic leadership to give the operational commanders autonomy.
Yes.
Tell us more about that.
Yes. The autonomy that is required is very important because decisions need to be made in a very timely manner when dealing with critical incidents. So that's really highlights the importance. They also know and can trust in the not only the experience the team has, but the training and the subject matter experts, the skill set that they bring, so that they know that those decisions being made are the best options for the situation, what's happening.
Help us understand, why is autonomy connected to timeliness of decision making?
You need to make sure that a decision is made. The failure to make a decision can almost be just as bad as making an improper decision. So that's why the timeliness is very important, right? And these situations, things are happening minute by minute. You need to be able to make decisions based on your awareness. And the CIC has the best situational awareness to make those decisions.
Why was it the CIC who had the best situational awareness?
You are in the midst of it. You have all the intel coming in, you are there, you have all the feedback from your subject matter experts. So that's why you have the utmost situational awareness.
During your time in Windsor as the critical incident commander, did you enjoy the kind of autonomy that you expected from the strategic leadership?
I did, and I appreciated it.
How was your relationship with the Windsor strategic leadership?
The same. They respected it from their command in the command post as well as mine.
Did you experience any interference at all, improper interference with your decision-making as the operational commander?
No.
What about the city of Windsor or the mayor's office? Did you experience, what was your relationship with those entities?
Very little. Windsor Police dealt with them and liaised with the city.
Okay. Okay, so we've now covered the command team and the relationship with the strategic leadership. I want to talk to you now about the plan. We talked a bit about the plan, and I understand that you came to Windsor on the 10th, but by the end of the day on the 11th, you had a plan finalized and ready for action. Am I right?
That's correct.
How did that come about?
The remarkable team that I had. So with the mission that was set out, that everybody was very much aware of, the expectations were clearly explained to the officers and the subject matter experts in regards to what was needed, and that's how plans came together.
Now, let's talk about the different elements of that overall plan. During the interview, you mentioned many sub-plans.
Yes.
And you said those are necessary as part of the contingency planning.
Yes.
And they involve areas like traffic, towing, mass arrest, prisoner transport, and some of the other areas that we talked about, intelligence, PLT, POU, and so on. I want to ask you specifically about three of those areas.
Okay.
And I want to start by asking you about the PLT element.
Okay.
So through the PLT planning, I understand that you came to learn something about the protesters group, about the leadership, as well as about potential counter-protest.
Yes.
So let's talk first about your understanding of the leadership. What did you learn through the PLT planning during those 2 days?
Mm-hmm. I learned through PLT that the protesters themselves were described as just disjointed. They had different goals. It was explained to me that the PLT was really dealing with three different groups within the protesters. And that was causing concern, as well as it was a challenge for our PLT to develop rapport or to really get anywhere, because the groups themselves were not agreeing.
Mm-hmm.
I also learned from PLT of counter protests as well, and the concern for that. So they had discussions with an associate or a member from the auto union, and he expressed his displeasure with the protest, and in fact was sharing with them that he was going to take matter into his own hands if it was not resolved. I was very grateful for the rapport and the relationship that PLT was able to develop with him, and through that we asked for time for his patience.
If I could take you to your summary, because I wanted to ask you about that incident.
Okay.
If we go to page 11. So this is, you talked about this incident involving the president of the local auto workers union chapter. You see in the middle of the paragraph?
Yes, I
PLT
do.
informed Superintendent Earley that David Cassidy, the president of the local auto workers union chapter, Unifor Local 444, claimed that he had spoken to Ontario Premier Doug Ford and that he was willing to bring auto workers to the blockade site to forcibly clear out protesters by Monday, February the 14th, if police had not cleared the blockade by that date. What kind of danger does this pose to your team as you were planning for action the weekend?
This is extremely concerning as a CIC, and it was just other options now that I had to consider, that not only the protesters perhaps would not like the plan of action, but we may have counter protesters attending as well that would create significant issues for public and officer safety.
So was this an example of how you incorporated PLT in planning for contingencies?
Yes.
Let me ask you now about the POU planning. So you mentioned earlier that Inspector Yunin was in charge of that aspect.
Yes.
And I understand that on, was it the 10th or the 11th, that you had a number of meetings with him and he advised you. So let's go to your summary. Maybe that
Okay.
will help
Thank
us
you.
both. Page 6 of your summary. So you see that at 4:21 p.m., you had a
Yes.
meeting with Inspector Yunin, and he advised you that a mass removal of protesters would be neither safe nor sustainable. Tell us more about that discussion.
So this is after he had arrived in Windsor. He obviously had time to meet with all the other team leaders from the POU teams, and as well take a look at the situation itself. He understood, because it was such a long area, the 3 to 4 kilometers that they had occupied, that it would not be safe, as he stated in my summary, to clear the entire area all at once. So with that, he provided options to clearing out different sections of the protest area.
And did you agree with his assessment?
I did.
Was this an example of how you, as the operational commander, defer to your subject matter experts?
Yes.
The third area I wanted to ask you about in terms of planning is the involvement of the intelligence experts.
Yes.
Was it your objective to have your operation be intelligence-led?
Yes, I mean, intelligence does need to be considered in regards to what we're finding on open source or wherever the intelligence is coming from. And it was important to hear also from both teams, so from the OPP intelligence as well as Windsor intelligence, because of the different networks that both teams had, they were providing us with a better situational awareness.
So in terms of the tools available to your team, as I understand it, in addition to open source, which you mentioned, you also was getting some help from the US partners.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
That was mainly through Windsor Police Service because of the relationship they had with Intel through the States.
And in terms of other resources available to you, I understand that there was a drone that was made available,
Yes,
as well as poll cameras from the CBSA,
that's correct.
and even a helicopter on the day of the operation.
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Again, just to provide current and up-to-date situational awareness, so that we could have an idea of exactly what was going on in this very dynamic situation.
We've also heard yesterday about the presence of children
Yes.
during the blockade. And how did intelligence inform your planning about this aspect?
Mm-hmm. Obviously, that was a concern of mine, that if we had to use the plan of action, that I wanted the lowest amount of children to be there. Intelligence was able to provide me with areas that they had detected where the children were hanging out or were present in the protest. They were also able to tell me that because of their intelligence, because of their overwatch, that the majority of the children went home at night, and very little of them stayed overnight. And so that led me to obviously looking at the option of going first thing in the morning with any plan of operation if needed.
Was that the plan, to have the action begin early in the morning?
Yes.
And what considerations led you to that decision?
Knowing from Intel that they had not observed any children overnight, and that when children were present, it was usually not till later in the day.
What about the size of the crowd?
Absolutely. So certain times of night. So the crowd, as in my summary, and I know Deputy Chief Crowley spoke to it, it would get more unruly certain times of night. And so we had to consider that, and numbers were higher at certain times at night. But as it got colder and the later it got in the evening, a lot of people did return home. So by considering an early morning operation, that again would decrease, hopefully decrease the number of protesters that we were dealing with.
Mhm. So we've now talked about the different elements or sub-plans within the overall plan. Turning our attention now to the overall plan. If we go to your summary at page 6, and we go down, that's right, to the section approval of plans, the second paragraph. So on February the 11th, Superintendent Earley also approved an overall operational plan titled Operations Plan, Freedom Convoy, Windsor Ambassador Bridge. The plan stated that it contemplated an escalation in police response that is a considered and measured approach, and that events associated with Ambassador Bridge blockade convoys shall be addressed at the lowest competent level in an effort to effect a peaceful resolution. So earlier you mentioned in the context of discussing the frameworks, I think you talked about the measured approach, the use of PLT to engage and all of that. I want to ask you specifically to explain about this concept of addressing events at the lowest competent level in the context of a kind of ladder or escalation. What does that mean, the lowest competent level?
The less invasive, the less, so lowest competent level would be, the prime example would be our provincial liaison team. Being able to discuss the removal or of protesters, for them to leave on their own would be ideal.
So that's what you would try first?
Absolutely.
And then if that did not meet with success, then you escalate.
Yes.
What would be the next ladder or the next step up the ladder?
I think jointly along with PLT, we are also using a media strategy to make sure that we were educating everybody in regards to that it was unlawful to be there, that there was other options that they could express their freedom of speech. So there was the media attached at the same time as provincial liaison teams were trying to develop rapport with the protesters.
And then if that didn't work?
So next steps, we looked for different options in regards to enforcement. I do know that I had conversations with Windsor about their bylaws. There was a number of different parking bylaws in that area. So we learned that the protesters would park on side streets and then attend the protest. Their parking on side streets were illegal, so their bylaw enforcement was then deployed to the area. So a number of different tickets were given out to the vehicles, as well as some were towed. So that's just another level to let protesters know that they aren't to be there.
What's the next step up?
So again, all of these steps are not independent. All of these things are continuing. So even as cars are being towed by bylaw, we're still trying to have negotiations and develop rapport with the protesters through PLT. We're still using media to get that message out. The next step would be enforcement.
So we heard yesterday that even during the enforcement phase, attempts were still being made to allow some protesters to continue to protest, perhaps on the sidewalk outside the exclusion zone. Can you tell us more about that?
So the set area or the operational area was certainly explained through our media strategy, through the PLT, that people needed to be removed from there or remove themselves. And then other options throughout the city are really available, any public area. We have to keep in mind, though, that there are private businesses as well, and they wouldn't welcome protesters. So we had to make sure that we educated them in regards to that.
Okay, so by the end of the day on February the 11th, I understand you approve this plan?
That's correct.
And were you satisfied that you had received all of the necessary resources by then to implement the plan the next day?
Yes.
And the plan then was to implement the action on the early morning on the 12th?
Correct.
So I want to take you now to some specific events that unfolded on the 11th while you were making these plans.
Okay.
I understand that sometime in the afternoon, while you were working on your plan, things were happening on the ground, and specifically, there was a kind of perceived breakthrough with the PLT team, right?
Yes,
Uh,
yes.
Tell us what happened.
One of the protesters had approached our provincial liaison team and stated that if they had received a letter from the government indicating that the government was willing to meet with them, that they would leave. So PLT brought this to my attention immediately. I then asked for assistance through my command team to see if this letter could, see if the government would agree to this and to see if this letter could be produced.
So in our interview, you described this as a kind of breakthrough because this was the first substantial request that the PLT team received from the protesters.
Yes, it was very hopeful.
If we go to your summary at page 12. So the second paragraph at 4:25 p.m., that's when you spoke to Commissioner Carrick about this request.
Correct.
And then by 5:29 p.m., a draft letter was already approved.
That's correct.
That's remarkably quick, within hours.
Yes.
What happened during those hours?
Quite a bit of back and forth in regards to just clarity as to what Mr. Neufeld was asking. And then, of course, it was the Commissioner's command team who assisted in getting the letter so quickly, but it certainly demonstrated that we were trying our best to get the protesters what they were asking for.
You were still optimistic
Yes.
about the lowest competent level.
Yes, yes, I
Okay.
was.
So at 5:30, you engaged, you took part in a teleconference
Yes,
with some of the strategic leadership, and you learn that, so if we go down further the page, so near the middle of that paragraph, starting at 5:30, you see the reference to Superintendent Alakis informed call participants that PLT would be providing a letter to the Ottawa protesters that was similar to the letter from the provincial government to the Windsor protesters, right?
correct.
So now, Acting Superintendent Bowden has testified at this hearing a week or so earlier,
Yes,
and he told us, perhaps the best way to summarize this evidence is if I take you to his summary.
okay.
Can we go to WTS 6037, please? So this is the interview summary of Inspector Bowden.
Okay.
If we go to page 4. Go down. So you see that on February the 11th, the same day you were dealing with this breakthrough in Windsor. On February 11th, 2022, Inspector Bowden met virtually with Mr. Stewart and Mr. Hutchinson again. The plan at that point was to offer a meeting in exchange for demonstration leaders demanding that the trucks exit downtown Ottawa and denounce any criminal activity. Inspector Bowden then briefed Acting Deputy Chief Ferguson, who was in agreement with the plan. Later that day, Inspector Bowden also exchanged emails with OPP Superintendent Alakis about the actions being taken in Windsor and what kind of reaction that might create among the demonstrators in Ottawa. So things were happening in Ottawa, and you were dealing with rapidly developing situations in Windsor.
Yes,
So going back to your summary, this call at 5:30, when you were informed by Alakis, Superintendent Alakis, about this development in Ottawa. Remember the middle of the paragraph?
yes.
So what the evidence given by Inspector Bowden, does that accord with your understanding on the 11th at around 5:30?
Yes,
And then if we go down the page, a series of meetings starting at around 6:17 p.m., continuing to about, if we go to the next page, continuing to about 7:06 p.m., a series of meetings between you and your command team, as well as between you and your strategic leadership
yes.
at the OPP took place. Can you take us through those series of meetings?
Yes. After the call at approximately 5:30 that included Superintendent Lacus, I made the decision that perhaps we need to delay what was happening in Windsor because the influence it could have in Ottawa. I then had conversations with the strategic commanders, Deputy Commissioner Harkins and Commissioner Karik, and learned, they reminded me that I did not need to act in my strategic commander role, that I needed to focus on Windsor. And it was during that conversation that they said, are you ready to go? Is your plan ready? And do you have the resources? Will the plan itself emphasize public and officer safety? I said yes to that. And then I changed my mind and decided to continue with my plan.
Okay.
Realizing that I didn't know the intimate knowledge of what was going on in Ottawa because my focus had to be Windsor.
Right. So going back to your initial concern when you were reconsidering implementing the plan the next day, what implications did you think the action in Windsor may have in Ottawa? What were those concerns?
That it might agitate things there. And at the same time, I had to, again, my focus had to be on Windsor. So if we didn't go forward with the plan and prolonged, allowing the protesters to continue, what would that mean for Windsor? And that was my priority.
And then after you spoke to your command team, you had this discussions with the strategic leadership. And that included Commissioner Karik, right?
Correct.
And Deputy Commissioner Harkins.
Yes.
And in that discussion between the strategic leadership and your role as an operational commander, help us understand what was the strategic input and how that affected your decision ultimately as the operational commander.
It was a reminder that I did not have all the good situational awareness of what was happening in Ottawa. They did, and that my focus needed to be on Windsor. And I could tell them without a doubt that the plan was ready. The officers were ready. We had enough resources. We had tried the stepped approach, and we were not getting anywhere. Of course, I was hopeful about the letter because at this time it had not been delivered yet. But any CIC will tell you that you have your plan and your resources ready. One of the best options would be not to deploy it because it's left on their own. So I was still hopeful because the letter hadn't been delivered yet.
Right. So by 7:06 p.m., what was your final decision?
That we would be, if needed, if the letter was not successful, that we would be launching the next morning our operational plan.
Now, this is the paragraph that you made the correction when we began today's examination. And the correction you made was to the effect that it was your decision.
Yes.
As opposed to a decision made by the strategic leadership.
Correct.
Why is that important to you?
Because all those decisions moving forward in regards to Windsor and the plan, they were all my decisions.
Okay. So after this decision was made at 8 p.m., if we go down the page, at 8 p.m., the letter that was previously approved was now signed by Minister Jones, and it was distributed to the protesters. What effect, if any, did it have, that distribution of the letter?
Very little. Very little. It was disappointing.
And
very little.
And tell us about what was going on by then with the protesters. Well,
because of the time of day, we had seen this throughout the week. That was kind of the heavier times for numbers of people. Somewhat I would describe as a party atmosphere was happening from usually 8 o'clock on during the evenings, and this was no different. So the party atmosphere had certainly began. Again, it was just very disappointing that the letter had little effect. Although I appreciated all the efforts getting the letter.
That wasn't what you were hoping for?
No.
So now was it time to escalate up the letter?
Yes.
Okay. So that takes us to the end of the day on the 11th. My colleague, Mr. Commissioner, Miss Earley will continue the examination with the events the following day.
Okay, thank you. Is this a good time for the morning break and we can come back in 15 minutes?
It would be.
Okay, so we'll take the morning break, come back in 15 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Here we go. Here's the morning. Nice to meet you, Dana. Again, sounding like the OPP on the Ottawa side. Same story, same everything, except a little bit different on the narrative, which was Windsor has an impact on Ottawa. I got some good stars on here. You guys were keeping a keen eye on some of that narrative. Looks like Railroad is working on done. Jason Levine now has a Discovery server. Just like that. Just like that. All right. Railroaded. I'm behind you 100% on this. Let's do this. Let's get Discord going. I'll find out how to get streamed over there. We'll work this all out. And Railroaded, we also have another volunteer, tech one. She's offered her time as a tech. So I think that's going to help the team tremendously. Anybody else watching the stream or in the chat, you want to get involved? This is kind of like a little volunteer thing we're doing, getting the message out. It's a lot for one person. So Railroaded has been a champion for me. And there's been a few other people who've stepped up and said, hey, I want to just help. Let's get this message out. So if that's you and you want to do that, get in the chat, connect with Railroaded. Let's do this. Let's get everywhere. Happy to participate. Happy to do my part too. So let's do that. Thank you, Railroaded, for staying on top of me for that one. And James and everybody else. You guys are great. All right. We got 15 minutes. Let's recap quickly. There was a little bit there. There's a little bit there. Right. And again, sorry for the drop. We turned on too much power. Trying to get some water melted. My problems become your problems. Between Railroaded and other things, we're going to get that sorted. So my stream is more stable for you. We'll actually get that in place way before Justin and all that. So thank you for staying with me. I appreciate it tremendously. And yeah, that's what we were getting right away out of the gate from the superintendent here. They didn't follow procedures. It was weird that a politician is the one knocking on doors and getting things going. We heard that right away. We knew that because this has been the theme for Windsor and the mayor. But now we're getting it from the OPP. We're expecting that. This is just going around in circles. Same old, different day. Yeah, Dave. Yeah, Dave. This sounds a lot like the situation around OPP and Ottawa. So if you missed it yesterday, Dave is the same thing yesterday. Condensed version of Ottawa. City and OPS, WPS, it was the same thing. We didn't get a lot of new anything. And certainly nothing for the EA. Good morning, Ellen. The backhoes to dig up the well. 1 year. I think later you actually say 1 eye here, 1 eye there, and 1 eye in the U.S. elections. 3 eyes today, Ellen. Thank you for letting this stream be one of them. Appreciate that. Welcome. Welcome back. You've been here like the whole time. Terry, you're awesome. Another big message from you. Something needs to be said to these politicians and public servants. Your fear of fellow Canadians need to be tempered. It was and is not well-founded. Completely. Based on what? Like, based on what? We don't have a history. We don't have a history. And even, come on. We're at a different time. We're in a different era. The keyboard is mightier than the pen now. All right? People know that. People know that wholeheartedly now. And look, Jan 6, may not have been the best day for everybody, but one thing it certainly was a demonstration of restraint and nonviolence. Look, you can kind of blow that one out of proportion all you want, but 100 years ago, and that day would have been very different. 50 years ago, that day would have been very different. 30, 20 years ago, now we're starting to get into the more modern where you don't need violence. You just need a keyboard, okay? And of course, what are we expecting from Canada? Us to go down a hill of sliding into more violence that we've never done before? Keep in mind, Canada, the most violence that we have in Canada is government to people. There's a lot of organizations and groups of people that would certainly admit to that, and recent ones too. So look, based on what, Terry, right? Stop being scared of your fellow Canadians. There's no reason for it. We don't even have a history of doing that. Stop trying to say we're something we're not. Sad that fellow Canadians and our leaders and the ones elected into positions are the ones doing that. Stop being silly. Barbara, good morning. Good morning. Well, I know for sure the automotive manufacturing is just in time. So like Lear seeding makes seeds the day the other comes in and ships out the one day. Okay. And installs into cars the next day. So I get why they are mad about it. Look, Barbara, for sure. Look, and just in time does happen, but just in time does have buffers. They're not built to the hour. Okay, they're certainly built to the day, which is a huge advantage for just in time. Because back in the day, it used to be by the month or even the quarter where things are ordered and placed and stuff like that. But look, Barbara, not to the hour. And snowstorms, Niagara region is part of that massive snow belt, and if you live in Buffalo, you know what we're talking about here. Look, there's a whole whack of other ways around too. Bridge, tunnel, ships, train. There's a whole other mechanism to get everything around. So I do understand from the standpoint where if their just in time is messed up for a long period of time, that yeah, it absolutely can interrupt production. But Barbara, just in time also has emergencies and fail safes and redundancy built into it just for this reason, because you shouldn't allow a single event, even a prolonged one, to completely cripple your entire business. That's part of the just in time planning. It would be bad of them to have such a bad system in place. So I would say, yeah, I get it, but it's also they're blowing that horn way too early and too loudly. I think you can agree that a couple days in, blowing that horn with force, too early, too loudly. Maybe after a couple weeks, if they were really suffering at that point, the businesses, and maybe, but it's too early, too loud. Something's not cool. Hey, John, the unholy liberal NDP duel will be watching the American election today. The outcome will equate to their fate in the next federal election. Maybe, John, maybe. If you mean that there's a push more to Republican, conservative, right-leaning, if you mean that, maybe. But Canada is pretty distinct when it comes to, and we're far more left than even the U.S. So there's a lot less of the right conservative-leaning side here in Canada. But is there going to be an influence? Will it maybe spark? Will it maybe ignite? Will it maybe inspire? If it does, great. Okay, but I don't think we need it. We don't need it to happen in order for us to also have that spark and ignite and go ahead and fix things up. But look, it's going to be interesting. And already both sides said, regardless of the outcome, I'm not going to be happy and accept. So we'll see where this heads. My hope is it doesn't go all kooky and crazy. But, we'll see. We'll see. It's always an interesting situation down there and worth keeping an eye on. But whether or not it has a major influence on us, I don't know. But it's worth watching, right, John? Hey, stunt. Oh, no, not slow roll. It's like an everyday traffic jam, except it moves faster. Yeah, this is like the next domestic terrorist movement thing. It's slow rolling. You got it, stunt. You get it. Soon it will be you can't walk slowly on sidewalks in a protest. Watch out, QP and all the other unions. You guys do a lot of this stuff. I have had to go past and try and get around and stuff on picket lines. You guys block and are aggressive. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's what we all deal with. Hey, John, she's keeping an increased cadence in her delivery, obviously rehearsed. The OPP has spent big money on this quota promoted individual. This is the one who will replace Sneaky Creaky. Don't know about the quota promoted comment. It's a pretty common stereotype about police. I don't know if it's true or not. It might be in certain situations, but overall, I don't think it's relevant here. But what is relevant to me here, John, is, she is rehearsed. And prep is something that happens, and she's probably sat in a court quite a few times, speeding tickets, etc. So she's used to this process. I don't have a problem with that. I'm just paying attention to what she says, and right now she's corroborating a lot of things we thought, and no bombshells yet, other than she didn't need the EA. never did, and she won't need it in the future either. But yeah, okay, she's rehearsed. I would say prepped would be the word I'd use there, John, because she should be. A police versus convoy hockey game would be fun, wouldn't it? Street ball, even. You don't even need ice. Just do it in the street. Block off half of downtown. Do it. That would be a wonderful thing. Let's get back to having some fun. You can compete, but let's have some fun too. And you know what? Convoy would be up for that 100%. Conk. And I would bring the black and white shirt, and I would be the referee, right? Whistle blow and make sure everybody stays cool. All right. Railroaded, thumbs up for truth. Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Railroaded. Yeah, please. And thanks again for sticking around when it goes dark. Really appreciate that. If you saw what I had to do to get to that one, because the wood pile way far from... anyways, I sprinted for you. Morning, Jason chat from a snow-covered Victoria. Hey, Bright Wheel. Really nice to see you. Welcome back. And good morning, friends. Hi, Denise. Didn't want to miss you. Welcome back, Denise. And please, yeah, if you want, I won't take offense to it. If you want to keep the inquiry in another window or something like that, and then on their break, you jump back here to find me so you don't get interrupted. Look, I won't take any offense to that. You'll miss all my funky head movements and stuff when I'm reacting to things. But look, I wouldn't take offense to that. Or if you want to stick with me and then have it ready, so when it does go black, you can jump over quickly. Again, thank you very much for doing what you can to stick around for the commentary part, and I appreciate that. I am sorry. I can be 90%, and I'm happy with that if you are. And Goose, drink forever unified. Yeah, add that to the drinking term. Add that to the drinking term. We say that a lot here. Unified command, unified instructions, unified orders, unified strategy. Unified. I don't mind that word if it also means unified Canada. Right, Goose? I lied. One eye. Here you go. One eye there, and another one. Which is the center eye? You know, the one straight to the brain. Is that us? Or the election? Or the well? Because it's very important. Enjoy your day, though, Ellen. I hope it goes well. And a hand pump is a great backup option, right? Just ours covering again. Yeah, we saw this yesterday too, right? Some of them needed a room. They were covering so much ours and happy to do it. But no one of them has the balls to admit it's shame on them all. Yeah, Dave, I'm 100% with you on that one. I prefer atonement. I prefer people taking accountability because that I can understand, that I can get behind. And as long as we're making progress and learning, I think we all support that. But if we want to sidestep, jump over, or just skip that step altogether, where's the lesson? You can expect some more if there's no lesson, right? And then Goose, PLT, yeah, police liaison team. The OPP were known for it, great for it. It's a way to talk to people when you actually intend to work with the people. PLT is something I think we're going to see on the federal government level now. Well, some sort of LT, GLT or something like that. For the sole purpose of dissent conversation. When there's something that's not regular and the people are upset about something, exactly for that point. But we may get a national LT or a national PLT instead of a government one. It might be a national police with a PLT. Let's see where this LT stuff goes. What's a subject matter expert? Somebody who's very good at a certain thing. So I am a subject matter expert in cloud infrastructure and technology. So if somebody needed an SME for cloud infrastructure and technology, they could call me because of my experience and exposure and proven ability in it. It makes me an expert. And then the subject matter part is just something specific. You're probably a subject matter expert in a whole whack of things, Goose. All right, Jason Levine, Discord, really? Yeah, we're going to get on Discord. Okay, look, too many times it popped up. I'm really trying to... I don't want you to have empathy for me because I am very proud to be bringing all this to you. But the inquiry does take up a good chunk of the time, and there's just not enough in the middle of stuff to really get involved in a little project. So thank you, Railroaded, for kickstarting that one. And I will contribute. I'll find a way to get the stream there, et cetera, et cetera. We will set this up in a way where we can have the maximum reach. But thank you all for being here at the beginning and starting. I have a feeling that if we put enough work into this railroaded, we've got something special here. You're special. So very pleased that you're around helping. Hey, Blue Love Bug 93. Nice to meet you. Yep, 100%. You got it. You know it. But I also want to say hi. I don't think I recognize that name yet. Welcome. Hey Terry. So a union threatens to do something to clear protesters if police don't. Unions are becoming a hot topic with what this QP fiasco. Their demands are so insane, who knows what they can expect to achieve. Well, here's the thing about negotiation, Terry. So you say their demands are insane at this point, but did you watch Modern Family? There's an episode where, what's his name? They were doing a renovation. They were making a house, Cameron. And then he said, listen, the right way to negotiate is you come in big and then you negotiate down to where you want to be. Because if you come in where you want to be, you're going to be negotiating down to where you don't want to be. So unions know this trick. Government knows this trick. Lawyers know this trick. Anybody that gets into mediation, negotiation knows this trick. Come in big, be happy to compromise, and then you'll get closer to what you want. So their demands may seem insane, but it's by design because they're willing to negotiate back from them. Sometimes, but sometimes it's just a tough one. Unions were a necessary process of our system at some point because we had a really weak legal system. But I'm wondering if the legal system's caught up. Maybe it needs a little bit more, and then the legal system can protect employees and people a little bit better. And maybe unions won't be as needed soon. But look, right now we still have them. Whether you like them or not, they do have a function. They do have members. And the real way to get rid of unions, if you really felt that way, would to be stop being a member. They would vote by membership. So as long as they still exist, that's a choice people are making. It interferes with a whole whack of things. And it's interesting how QP is not listed with Diagonalon or Farfada, because just like them, they have a membership in a group that gets involved and gets passionate about stuff. And it's not stuff the government's going to want, right? The government would like everybody to just get back to work and do what they want. So is QP now on the same list? Because they're nonviolent, right? Nonviolent, just like Diagonalon and Farfada. So I'm not saying it's a bad group to be part of. I guess so, right? QP is the same type of thing. We're going to see their leader during this. And anybody know if the unions actually had any involvement in the convoy either way? Were members there? Was it supported or was it decried? Anybody know? I know that the trucker unions, some of the bigger ones, were not for the convoy. So I wonder if there's any others that follow that path. Hey, Goose. They did not try at that first. No attempts were made to reach out to the protesters. They were ignored, and if anything, inflamed as much as possible. Yeah, well, both of that, half and yes, sort of, Goose. So the PLTs, OPP were dispatched, but WPS, the Windsor City of Windsor, and that side of the team, the mayor, yeah, you're right. They didn't really do that. This is going to be a whole story about, hey, we learned lessons, and next time we will kind of follow the OPP procedures and the way they do things. But they're going to say, but at the time we made different decisions. And yeah, that group definitely ignored, and they were very ear to the business, not to the people. So they weren't ignoring everybody. They were ignoring
Order
small
allowed.
business and people. Okay, here you go. Enjoy this next little batch. It should be quite, it should be at least 2 hours until lunch. So
The
enjoy.
commission is reconvened. The commission reprend.
Okay, go ahead.
Good morning, Superintendent Earley. My
Morning.
name is Sajida Hidarali. I'm Commission Counsel, and I will be asking you some questions this morning.
Great, thank you.
I'm going to continue where my colleague left off on February 11th. A lot of things happened that day. On that day, the Ontario Superior Court of Justice also granted an injunction prohibiting a blockade on the Ambassador Bridge. Can you explain briefly how you used this injunction and if you found it helpful in clearing the blockade?
The injunction was another tool that could be considered by myself and my team We also made sure that the injunction was included in the media strategy so that everyone was aware that it existed. And so that's how it was used. I saw it as a tool.
I'd like to pull up your notes, please, at OPP 404551. If we go down to page 9, there is a note at 4:58 p.m. that says protesters are getting ready to leave now that injunction stands, intel from crowd. What was the source of this intelligence?
That was coming from some of the officers from the front line, as well as perhaps and I can't recall exactly, but it was being discussed amongst the crowd.
And so it says that protesters are getting ready to leave. Did some leave because of the injunction?
Very little, if any at all, I can't recall.
On February 11th, there was also a province-wide emergency declared by Premier Ford under the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act. How did that impact the blockade?
Again, we used it as part of our media strategy. We made sure that people were aware that what it meant to them if you were protesting. We actually did up information pamphlets for the crowd that explained some of the consequences of the act and had provincial liaison teams distribute those. But again, some did leave as a result, others did not.
Did you find that one of these two tools, the emergency measures or the injunction, was more or less useful than the other? Did they work in conjunction? Can you just explain a little more?
I would say they worked in conjunction, and as I've mentioned several times, the situation being so dynamic that a lot of options are useful, and so I saw both of them as tools, as options for us.
Great. So we talked a little bit earlier about resources that were necessary for the plan to be implemented on the 12th.
Yes.
One of the things that the plan required is towing capacity.
Yes.
Is that correct? So where did you obtain tow trucks?
So towing was included in our traffic plan, and knowing that we may have to have an action of operation and remove vehicles, that obviously had to be considered. Windsor Police Service has a contract with a local towing company who made their tow trucks available. And also because we weren't sure the exact numbers of what would need to be towed, we had the option of tow trucks come in from Detroit.
So first, for the local company that
Yes.
the Windsor Police Service had a contract with, was there any issues with their willingness to assist in the context of the protests?
No, there was not.
And as for the tow trucks that came from Detroit, I'd like to pull up WPS 501090, please. This is an email from Chief Menuzzo to Deputy Chief Belair that forwards an email from the Michigan government. In there, we see that Michigan doesn't have state resources to offer, but are willing to put the Windsor Police Service in touch with private contractors. And as you can see, Chief Menuzzo says they have no machinery or tow trucks to offer. Please let the team know there is no assistance in tow trucks or machinery from the US. Were you made aware of the fact that the state didn't have tow trucks to offer?
Not that specific detail, but I do know that the inspector in charge of the traffic and towing plan had made connections with perhaps the contractors that they mentioned to arrange for tow trucks to be on standby.
And when did you obtain the tow trucks from Michigan?
They came, I believe they came the morning of the 12th.
And I understand that they weren't used in the end.
Correct.
When did they leave?
That day.
I understand that the blockade was only cleared on the following day.
That's correct.
Why were the trucks sent back to the US if the blockade wasn't cleared yet?
The area that we were able to clear on the 12th was significant, was more than we anticipated. And so the area that we needed to continue to clear on the 13th did not have a large amount of vehicles. So we were confident that the tow company from Windsor would be able to support what we needed.
As for other resources that were required, I understand that you also arranged for road barriers to hold areas that were cleared.
That's correct.
What did you get to use as road barriers? What kind of resources?
Windsor Police were able to use their, obviously the connections with the city to use large trucks. And as well, they had a certain amount of cement barriers that were available to them. And then we worked through our partnership with MTO to work with one of their contractors to bring in more cement barriers.
Were there any issues in securing any of these resources?
No.
So we also talked earlier about the officers that you needed to carry out the plan. I understand there were frontline officers, POUs, etc. I understand that you also had RCMP POU officers.
Correct.
Do you know how many RCMP officers were deployed in Windsor?
I'd have to refer to my notes, but I believe it was a POU team consisting of approximately 40, and then an additional, they send their emergency response teams with their POU. So I think there was an additional 10 there. And then we also had assistance from the RCMP officers that assisted on the front line as well.
Do you know where the RCMP officers came from?
No, I did meet some of them, and they were from all over, really.
I'd like to pull up doj.ir.6011, please. At page 55. Point 250, if we scroll down a little bit. There's a note that on February 10th, the Windsor Police Service contacted the Minister of Public Safety to request RCMP assistant with respect to the Ambassador Bridge.
Can you slow down a bit for the translators, please?
That same day, the RCMP deployed a TSG that was deployed in Ottawa to Windsor. I understand that the TSG is a tactical support group. To your knowledge, is that the unit that came to Windsor?
I'm not sure. I couldn't comment on that.
We can pull that out, Mr. Clerk. Thank you. I understand that OPP also deployed PLT
Correct.
members to Windsor. One of the recommendations that you made in your witness summary is that there should be a PLT unit in the Windsor Police Service, and PLT training should be provided to Windsor police officers. Could you please expand on why you made that recommendation?
Mm-hmm. The efforts and the achievements of our provincial liaison team, not only in Windsor, but any incident that they attend is remarkable. The community, as well as our organization, we have a responsibility to try to develop that rapport in incidents where we don't see eye to eye, just so that everybody can be heard. And the provincial liaison team allows that to happen within our different groups within our societies and our communities. And so that's why I would urge that any really police service have some sort of team that allows for that rapport and that communication piece.
Would you make a similar recommendation regarding POU training, that all municipal forces perhaps should have that sort of training?
I think depending on where the municipal service is and any key infrastructures that may be targeted, that has to be consideration. And if, in fact, they can't have a team, perhaps they need to have some sort of memorandum of understanding with another service that could facilitate a POU unit for them if needed.
So you mentioned earlier today to my colleague that by the end of February 11th, you had all the resources that you needed for
Correct.
your plan, and that you implemented it on the morning of February 12th. I understand that one of the reasons that it started early in the morning is that there would be fewer protesters and that no children were likely to be present, according to intelligence.
Correct.
Did you have a contingency plan in place in case there were indeed children present?
Yes, we did. So we had a vehicle set aside that would transport children from the scene. We also worked with the local Children's Aid Society for assistance, and as well, Windsor kind of spearheaded this, but they had their victim response unit in attendance to support any children that may be present.
And so while we're on the contingency plan, can you explain the importance of having those kinds of plans in place and how you decide what to prepare for as contingencies?
Mhm. So as I've discussed before, you need to have as many options as possible, especially in an incident like this. And so once you learn of, or once you have developed that situational awareness and some of the challenges that you may be faced with during the incident, you need to make sure that your options are covered for each one. So for example, you mentioned traffic. Well, that includes towing as well. And so did the POU plan. Knowing that children were present at different times of the day during this protest, that was an obvious thing for me to make sure that it was addressed.
So we're on the morning of February 12th, you start implementing the plan.
Correct.
Please explain how the plan was carried out.
We had a very early morning briefing, which included every team member that was going to be involved. So that would be all of our POU contingent, as well as the frontline officers, as well as the admin support. The plan was explained to everyone. I addressed everyone and thanked them for their support and efforts. It was shortly after that that we then staged at the areas that were set out in the plan. Before the plan was to move forward, PLT was to again address the crowd and let them know that with POU standing behind them, let them know that POU would be attempting to clear the area and giving them another opportunity to leave the area on their own. Another important part of the plan is that we always left an area open so that if somebody wanted to leave the operational area while POU was present, they could do so on their own.
I'd like to pull up COM 50926, please, Mr. Clerk. This is a map of Windsor and will maybe help explain the clearing by phases that you briefly alluded to earlier.
Okay.
To explain more visually how it happened.
Yes.
So you explained earlier today that the plan was to clear the protesters in phases because the area was perhaps too large to do it all at once.
Yes.
Can you explain a little further what the phases were and how they were carried out?
It's a bit difficult to see the side roads. Okay. So right in behind the McDonald's is obviously where the bridge is. So we wanted to go from the bridge to the intersection to the train tracks. So there's train tracks right in front of the entrance to the bridge. That was a certain area that we then wanted to move from the tracks itself to the intersection at the McDonald's there, since that's a clear point. That would be another section, and then ultimately make our way down to Tecumseh Road. So that it was basically put into 3 different sections. Those were determined by the POU plan and the POU team leaders in regards to what would be most effective. And obviously I respected and trusted their subject matter expertise.
And I understand that after each area was cleared, you would use the resources that we discussed earlier to block passage.
Correct. So we would use a mixture of the larger trucks, the cement barriers, and officers as well.
Then once the whole area was cleared after the 3 phases were completed, that brought us to February 13th.
Yes,
And that's when the traffic plan came into place. Is that right?
correct.
Can you explain a little more what the traffic plan in itself entailed?
Yes. So the traffic plan was to, as I said to my team that day, it's one thing to open the bridge, it's another thing to keep it open. So the traffic plan, the traffic and towing plan addressed maintaining the safe flow of traffic to and from the United States. So the traffic plan included the cement barriers that we discussed and blocking all the intersections, and I won't say all, but most of the intersections down here on Church to ensure that we did not have protesters coming from the side streets onto the road again and taking it back. The infrastructure of Windsor is a huge challenge when it comes to the entrance of the bridge, and that's why the need for all the resources that were required in regards to the cement barriers. This traffic plan also had marked areas that intersections were attended by officers rather than cement barriers for safety reasons, for EMS and fire, to make sure that they could get through. And then also we incorporated 2 different areas for pedestrian traffic as well.
Were local residents able to cross Huron Church at any point with their personal vehicles?
Yes, no, they weren't at certain times, but at the towards the end, towards EC Row in that area, they were able to cross into the other side of the city. Again, another big part of the traffic plan was the media strategy. So we made sure we communicated this to the community at every step of the way, what it looked like, what the alternate routes were to the different businesses, to the different areas of the city. We made sure that all of those were set up as well. And Windsor Police had obviously a big hand in that, working with their roads department.
This is, I think, what Deputy Chief Crawley yesterday referred to as an area of control.
Yes,
And I think you referred to it in your interview as an exclusion zone.
yes.
Under which authority did you create the exclusion zone?
We relied on the criminal code really for keeping people out of the area. We had specific tasks for the officers that were assigned to the traffic plan to investigate anybody who may be appear suspicious or who may stop in the exclusion zone. So it was clearly communicated to the community through MTO signs, through social media, that if you were going to be on Huron Church, you're going to the bridge.
And I understand that there were RCMP frontline resources that
Yes.
arrived, as you mentioned a little earlier.
Yes.
And I also understand that there was a delay in swearing them in. Is that
Yes, if it ever happened at all. I don't think it did happen.
And why was it necessary to swear in these officers, or would it have been useful?
Well, they would be able to address anything under the criminal code, but anything under provincial or municipal legislation, they would not be able to address. And since they were being deployed to assist the front line, we needed them to have those options. So what we did instead, because of the delay, is that we made sure that they were partnered with another police service, so OPP or Windsor, that did have those abilities.
And it's one of the recommendations that you also made in your interview, that the process for granting RCMP officers provincial and municipal authorities be streamlined.
Yes.
What was the difficulty in getting them sworn in?
I don't think there was really clear direction as to who had to do it, when did it have to be done, could it be done remotely, did it have to be done with them in person. So there was a lot of phone calls back and forth with myself along with Windsor Police Service at a time where really we should have just been left alone to focus on the incident itself. So that's what I mean by more streamlined before RCMP officers arrived to assist.
And did it cause any delay that you had to change your plan to pair RCMP officers with OPP or Windsor Police Service officers?
No, we just looked for a different option because obviously we needed them on the front line. So that's what we did instead.
So if we go to the next day on February 14th, the Emergencies Act was invoked by the federal government.
Yes.
In your view, did it have any impact on the situation in Windsor?
Well, things were much different then because the traffic was flowing, and it's hard to say if it had any difference, but I do know that, again, it was communicated through our media strategy that people were aware of the additional act being legislated and what it meant to them, and the definition that of certain things, obviously a bridge that fell under the act.
Yesterday, Deputy Chief Crowley mentioned that it may have been dissuasive to the protesters to come
return.
back. Would you agree?
I agree. Again, it was another tool that we were able to use.
Was there a clear plan that you were aware of that the protesters wanted to reblockade the Ambassador Bridge after it was cleared on the 12th and the 13th?
Yes, we continued to observe and receive intelligence that indicated, I think it was on the date of, and I know it's in my notes, on the date of the 15th or the 16th, there was a Facebook posting that was called Take Back the Bridge. And it was associated to all the things that were then transpiring in Ottawa. And basically the posts were saying, all the police are gone to Ottawa, so let's take back the bridge. That's something that we watched very closely. Also, Windsor Police had a group of protesters on a regular basis, and I think Deputy Chief Crowley spoke to that would meet during the convoys on a regular basis. So we maintained kind of intelligence on, what will that group bring. But certainly there was the fear that they would think that numbers were being deployed to Ottawa and then try to take advantage of that and take back the bridge.
I think your notes, and I can put them up, that would be helpful, also mention that once the injunction is expired, they are looking to block it again.
Yes.
Was that also a consideration that the injunction was going to expire?
Yes, there was intelligence that indicated that that's what they were considering.
So did you think that the renewal of the injunction on February 18th was helpful in preventing that?
Well, to those who, were going to try to take it back after it expired, yes.
So as of February 20th, I understand that you adopted a demobilization plan.
Correct.
What is a demobilization plan?
It was a plan to obviously demobilize our resources, not only for officers, but just kind of to give the incident entirely to Windsor Police Service as soon as they could kind of sustain it themselves. Also keeping in mind and respecting the fact of that they had calls for service, they had a city to police as well. So we did it in a staged approach. It also included demobilizing certain areas of the traffic plan. So on a daily basis, sometimes on an hourly basis, we would monitor the traffic flow along with the intelligence, along with the reports from our provincial liaison team and what the front line was seeing, to see if there was areas we could perhaps remove some of the barriers. So we evaluated that constantly and opened intersections a point at a time. You can see in the demobilization plan that we actually had some dates set out for each intersection to be considered. Some of those dates were met. Other dates were actually opened intersections earlier than we anticipated.
Maybe for the record, we could put it up. It's WPS 60719. I believe at page 4. Perhaps scroll down a little bit. Is this what you were referring to?
That's correct.
So I see that the latest potential reopening date is March 13th.
Yes.
Why would it take about 3 weeks to clear all the intersections?
That was sort of kind of a review of based on the information we had when the plan was created. The last two intersections were the heavier intersections in regards to protests, and those are the two that are obviously closest to the bridge entrance. So that's why they were kind of put till the end to see how the community, as well as the intel and all of that what we're receiving, to see how the other intersections were being cleared. Was it being received well? Did we have any other threat of a protest? So that's why it was kind of spanned along that amount of time.
Do you know when they were ultimately reopened, the last intersection?
I don't, sorry.
I understand you stopped being critical incident commander in Windsor on February 23rd.
That's correct.
How was the transition of command from yourself to the Windsor Police Service?
Again, it was seamless, and we worked every day, every night, side by side. So really, it was seamless when we left. We just wanted to make sure that Windsor had the proper amount of resources to be able to deal with anything if it should occur. And of course, some of our officers remain there until the end of the month, end of February.
I'd like to take you back to another of your recommendations before we end. You mentioned that the critical incident commander should visit frontline officers and ask them what they need.
Mhm.
I understand that that's something that you did,
I did, yes.
Windsor.
Yes.
Is this uncommon?
I think that every critical incident commander attempts to go on ground. It's just because of, again, the dynamic situation. It's not always easy to do. So once I had an opportunity, I did make a point of visiting the different checkpoints to check on the wellness of our members. And when I say our members, I mean any police officer that was out there. I also asked them for their input if there's anything else that we needed to get done or that we could do better. It was from one of those visits that the interactive post in regards to the traffic plan and updating on a regular basis, it came from a frontline officer saying, I'm dealing with a local resident who wasn't sure where the crosswalks were. So could we post it and keep it up to date? So I took that right back to the command post and made sure that that was done right away so that a member of the public at any time just could click on the link and know where to cross the road. So it's those things as well. And most importantly, it's a way to thank them for their efforts. Considering that a lot of them had been away from home for quite some time, and know that their efforts were having an impact.
This is the last document that I'll take you to today. If we could please put up OPP 404552 at page 26. Those are the scribe notes from February 13th. At 12:17, so if we can scroll down a little bit. Commissioner POEC thanked you for having performed to perfection on world stage. What for you made the Windsor operation such a success?
The team, absolutely the team. It was a remarkable collaboration and cooperation. It didn't matter what uniform you were wearing, what rank you were, what role you had. It was a tremendous effort by a remarkable team.
Is there anything else that you would like to say to the commission that we haven't asked you this morning?
I don't think so at this point. Thank you.
Those are my questions for you, Superintendent. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner.
So I'd like to first call on the Government of Canada. If you have any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
My name is Andrea Gonzalez, and I'm one of the lawyers representing the Government of Canada in this inquiry. I just want to begin by going back to the information you received. I guess it was late, you had many late nights, late night on February 9th, as to the state of play in Windsor when you were assigned the role of critical incident commander. in response to questions from Commission Counsel, you'll recall that he pulled up the bullet point email that you sent to the two deputies.
Yes.
And one of the concerns that was raised with you early on, I gather, was the dynamics of the crowd that was engaged in the protest activity, right?
Yes.
Under your direction, PLT teams became engaged early on trying to identify leaders, right?
Yes.
But as you understood from the PLT teams, the protesters were disjointed and disorganized, I think were your words, right?
Yes, correct.
And in this kind of a situation, police don't know whether the group will even listen to someone who puts themselves forward as a leader, right?
That's correct, especially in this instance because nobody was really being identified as a leader.
Right, and there was, I understand you spoke about the three groups. There was some infighting among them.
Yes.
And the demands of the group, to the extent they were even known, were problematic.
Yes.
Right, I think I saw in your notes of February 10th at OPP 404543 that the protesters had no desire to leave and wanted to remain until all restrictions were lifted. That was your understanding?
Yes.
Your bullet point note to the deputy chiefs also talked about the crowd being agitated, and that was true at various times through the protest, right?
That's correct.
In your notes, again, February 10th, I saw that you described a wilder crowd arriving at night.
Yes.
That's when the drinking and the pot smoking would begin.
Yes.
Yes. And Inspector Yunin described it, the crowd dynamics as being violent. You remember that?
Yes.
We heard evidence from Deputy Chief Crawley yesterday, but I just want to confirm you were also aware from the briefings you received that there had been threats to surround and storm police station.
Yes, as well as the tunnel.
The tunnel, right? Officers were swarmed when they tried to arrest the individual whose car jumped the curb.
That's correct.
There had been threats when attempts were made to tow two vehicles prior to your arrival.
Yes.
You heard about a possible protest at the Windsor Airport.
That I did not.
Okay.
No.
You heard about a smoke bomb that was set off by demonstrators at one point.
Yes.
And a bit later on in the piece, but there was a bomb threat called in about a bomb that was behind the police lines. Is that correct?
That's correct.
There had also been threats made to the mayor. His address was posted online. You knew about that.
Yes, I was aware.
And this was all you would accurately say, or you'd say was accurately described as a volatile situation.
Yes.
Then you throw into the mix the presence of children, right?
Correct.
One of your biggest concerns throughout the piece.
Yes.
And I take it that the concern about the presence of children was based on what officers were seeing actually happening on the ground at the protest site, right?
That's correct.
It's not just information being collected online.
No, we were witnessing it.
You were witnessing it. Yesterday, in questions to Deputy Chief Crawley, one of the counsel for one of the parties pulled up a situation report that was dated 0400 hours that indicated no children were observed on scene. That was 0400 hours on February 12th.
Mhm.
Can you explain how that reconciles, if it does, with the information you received of children on site?
So it was always very apparent that the children on site were at certain times in the day and that they were not staying overnight. So the information at 0400, the children were not present, did not surprise me because information before revealed that the children were going home at night and not returning till sometimes 9, 10 a.m.
Okay. You also spoke, you testified in response to questions from Commission Counsel about the increased risk of counter protests.
Yes.
Right? And the president of the Auto Workers Association, who understandably, they were quite upset by the ongoing blockade of the bridge. Do you recall the words that he used when he indicated that they wanted to come and counter-protest?
I believe, and I think it was recorded in my notes, something indicating that they were going to knock heads or use a vehicle to push people into the river.
Yeah, that was on February 11th, OPP 404550, page 21. He said that they intend to come on Monday with 1,000 people to crack heads or bring heavy equipment and push them in the river. That's pretty concerning as the critical incident commander, correct?
Yes.
And as time wore on, local residents are becoming more vocal in their opposition to the protest. I understand you were briefed at one point on counter-protesters intending to damage protest vehicles.
Yes.
All that. You spoke about the injunction that was ordered by Chief Justice Morowitz of the Ontario Superior Court on February 11th. And I understand your view is that although this was one of the tools available, it was not particularly useful.
I did not see a significant change in the incident.
Similarly, the February 11th provincial declaration of a state of emergency, I understand from your notes that a few protesters may have left, but it also caused others to dig their heels in, right?
That's correct.
And then the third piece that happens on February 11th is the letter from the Solicitor General to Commissioner Carrick that was distributed to protesters. And I just want to confirm, you testified in response to Commission Council's questions that you had been made aware of a similar letter that would be handed out to protesters in Ottawa. You recall that evidence?
Yes.
Did you understand who that letter would be coming from?
The one in Ottawa?
Yes.
No, I do not. I do not know.
And that's because your focus, of course,
Was Windsor.
was Windsor.
Yes.
And that letter from the Solicitor General does ultimately get handed out to protesters at the blockade site in Windsor.
Yes.
And it had no effect either. They refused to leave, right?
Yes.
Disappointingly, but that really proved to be the end point to possible engagement. It had been tried and it had failed, right?
Mhm.
Sorry, we just need
Yes,
audible.
sorry.
Thank you. And there was a lot going on across the province at the time that you were dealing with the situation in Windsor, a lot of protest activity, fair?
Yes.
We know that the Windsor police response involved units not only from OPP and Windsor Police, but you also spoke about London, Hamilton, Waterloo, I think.
Correct.
Perhaps some other municipal police services, or does that cover it?
I believe that covers it.
And you were told that Windsor was your priority, right?
Yes.
But you were certainly well aware that there were ongoing and expected demonstrations and blockades across the province, right?
Yes, I was aware.
I saw through your notes this reference to a ripple effect. Am I understanding, Superintendent, that you saw the convoys and the blockades in the various locations as being connected in the sense that they couldn't be managed or approached in isolation from a policing perspective?
Certainly, all of them had to be considered. I think I'll go back to the example of the Facebook page that I mentioned, to Take Back the Bridge. It was obvious that people were monitoring what police activity was and then making plans according to that.
And you were aware or certainly alive to the concern that what happened at one site could well have impacts at others,
Correct.
right? Now, after the 11th, everything, fair to say, had been tried and the time had come for the operational plan to be implemented, right?
Yes.
And it ultimately succeeds in fully clearing that blockade on Sunday the 13th, right?
Correct.
The vehicles were towed. One thing I didn't hear come out in your evidence in chief, but I saw in your notes, OPP 404544 at page 14, that bomb threats had been made to the tow operator. That was AM, PM towing, is that right?
Yes, Windsor Police Service was dealing with that because it was their jurisdiction, but I was aware that the towing company had received threats, both internally, so on their phone, and also to that a number of people had called continuously to the business, and so basically their phone service wasn't available because people kept tying up the lines. And in regards to tow trucks, when the others were staged from the States, we also received information that protesters were going to go and block the area where we had them staged so that we potentially were not able to use them. So I had to assign additional officers to that area.
Okay. It's fair for me to say that even after the operation had successfully cleared the blockade, you were deeply concerned about maintaining that road clear, right?
Yes,
That was your single biggest concern, in fact, was maintaining the hold, somewhat precarious hold on Huron Church Road, right?
yes.
And I saw in your notes, perhaps we could turn them up, OPP 404556 at page, it's stamped page 16, but I think in the electronic document, it would be page 17. Yep, right there is good. And I see fourth line down. Now we have to maintain it, may have Groundhog Day, could be Groundhog Day, have to be on high alert. What did you mean by it could be Groundhog Day?
They could attempt again. They had obviously proven to the world at this time that they were able to block it so that they knew it was achievable.
And this ongoing risk that the protesters would return and resume the blockade. I take it that your concern was informed not only by what you saw in Windsor, but your experience with these ongoing slow roll protests, even going back to January.
Yes.
And as the POU operation loomed in Ottawa, you made clear that you couldn't spare resources from Windsor to assist with that, right?
I made it clear that I needed a contingent of POU officers still available.
And in fact, after the blockade was cleared on the 13th and the bridge reopened on the 14th, I understand there were threats to block the tunnel. Those threats came in very shortly after the bridge was cleared.
Yes.
You mentioned the 15th, there was a convoy of vehicles believed to have been traveling to Windsor that was intercepted.
Yes.
On the 16th, if we could pull up OPP 50209. And scroll down, please. Just pausing there. This is an email dated February 16th, and we see your name there, Superintendent.
Yes.
Okay, keep scrolling down. And this is an email communicating to you and others the most recent updated PLT messaging that incorporates both the federal and provincial emergency orders. You recall receiving that?
I received a lot of emails, but yes.
But you're aware in any event of the needing to get out PLT messaging of the two levels of emergency orders, right?
Yes.
Including what we see in the first paragraph in black, persons traveling to any other unlawful protest sites to participate in or support the unlawful demonstration can be charged. And that is the PLT messaging being put out to deter protesters from going to sites where blockades might be resumed or renewed, yes?
Yes, and providing them the education of what could happen.
Right, what the consequences are,
Yes.
exactly.
Yes.
So you also mentioned the Facebook chat about protesters heading back to Ambassador Bridge as the enforcement action was taking place in Ottawa.
Yes.
Let's just pull up OPP 404558. I've come to learn this is what we call fast facts.
Yes.
And this is pages 92 and 93. Let's just start at 92. Scroll down, please. A little bit more. There we go. The bullet point towards the bottom of the page. Private chat on Facebook by a group by the name of Windsor Convoy for Freedom. Quote, all police are in Ottawa, so let's take the bridge back.
Yes.
That was a concern. And there's another one on the next page. I don't have to take you there. And of course, Superintendent, you testified before about the concern of the presented by counter protesters, the volatility if we have these two sides colliding, right?
Yes.
And that concern also would have arisen if yet another blockade popped up in Windsor after it had been cleared, right?
Absolutely.
And it's because of these concerns that you planned for the gradual rather than the sort of immediate demobilization in Windsor, right?
That's correct.
In fact, OPP POUs were not removed from Windsor until February 24th, as I understand it.
Yes.
And that's, you understand, that's after the federal government had revoked the invocation of the Emergencies Act.
Yes.
We saw in your response to questions from Commission Council, the last intersection was planned to reopen on March 13th on your advice.
Yes.
And I understand from Deputy Chief Crowley that WPS maintained a perimeter as late as March 28th. You understand that, or you said you weren't sure?
Yeah, I wasn't there, but I did hear it in his testimony.
And given all of the concerns and the economic impact of that bridge being closed down, not only in Windsor, but in the entire region, you understood that it would be appropriately prudent and cautious to keep these measures in place long after it had been cleared, correct?
Again, it was another tool that we could refer to if we had issues.
Because when that blockade was cleared on the 13th or the 14th, you just had no idea whether it would fall into the hands of protesters again, right?
Exactly.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Citizens for Freedom, JCCF.
Good morning, Superintendent.
Good morning.
My name is Alan Honor. I'm a lawyer with the Democracy Fund. And we share standing with the JCCF and Citizens for Freedom. Superintendent Earley, since this inquiry started, we've heard evidence about the importance of police independence and about how politicians should not interfere with that independence. You will agree with me that police autonomy is very important.
Yes.
And can we pull up ssm.can.nsc.402845. And Superintendent, you will not have seen this document before, but it's a readout of a conversation between the Prime Minister and the Premier of Ontario on February 10th. I just want to take you to parts of that document and then ask you a question about it. So can we scroll down just a little bit more? So if we look at this document now, The Premier and the Prime Minister are saying hello. And in the first big paragraph, Premier Ford says, the bigger one for us and the country is the Ambassador Bridge and the state ground there. What I think is we got to stop the spread of these protests. And he goes on to say that the Attorney General is looking at legal ways to give the police more tools. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and in the next paragraph, if we can just scroll down a little bit, the Prime Minister says, first of all, they're not a legal protest. They're occupying a municipal street and are not legally parked. You shouldn't need more tools, legal tools. They are barricading the Ontario economy. And then later in that paragraph, he says, we got to respond quickly. And if I can take you to the next page, about halfway through, just from what you're seeing on the screen, the third paragraph from the bottom, the Prime Minister asks, has Windsor asked anything of the OPP? Have they made a formal request? And if you look at the Premier's response, he says, they've put that request in through the Solicitor General. I spoke to the Mayor, and that was the plan. You see that?
Yes.
And can we go to the top of the third page? And so we see the Prime Minister is asking, what are the next steps? And Premier Ford says, they'll act, but without directing them, it's hard to describe their game plan. They'll have a plan, unlike Ottawa, where they didn't have a plan. I'll get briefed tomorrow from the Solicitor General and we'll keep you updated. This is critical. I hear you. I'll be up their ass with a wire brush. Now, Superintendent, the question I wanted to put to you is, and I just want to be clear, you did not experience any political interference from anyone when you were carrying out your duties as the critical incident commander.
No, I did not.
And do you know of anyone else in the OPS, the OPP, the WPS, or any other police force who experienced inappropriate political pressure?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd like to just switch gears for a moment here. You told us earlier today about a conversation, telephone conversation you had with, I believe it was Deputy Commissioners Harkins and DeMarco, and that was on February the 10th. And you told us today that they told you that Windsor was your priority and that it was a priority.
Yes.
And when I read your witness statement, I saw you said that. You described it as a priority, but you also described it in a different way. I won't take you there, but what you say in that statement is that they told you that Windsor was the priority. Does that sound right to you?
I knew it was stressed on me that it was a priority.
And was it the priority as opposed to a priority?
All I can speak to is that I knew it was my priority.
But you would agree with me that it was a very important priority,
Yes.
regardless of whether it was the most important.
Yes.
And given the economic impact of the Ambassador Bridge, it was possibly not just one of the most important priorities for Ontario, but also for the country.
Perhaps, but there was a lot of other issues that we had to consider.
Right, but we saw from the conversation between Doug Ford and Prime Minister Trudeau that at least for Doug Ford, it appears that Windsor is the priority.
Well, I can't speak to that. I wasn't involved in that
No, but
conversation.
you've seen the document. That's what it looks like when he says, for us. I'll just remind you of the language here. He says, the bigger one for us and the country is the Ambassador Bridge.
I can't speak to what he was thinking.
Okay, fair enough. Superintendent Earley, you can tell me though, that, and to the credit of you and your team, that you managed to get this blockade at the Ambassador Bridge cleared within 2 days of your appointment as CIC.
Yes,
And you would agree with me then that you and your team managed to resolve one of the most urgent priorities in the country without the benefit of the Emergencies Act.
correct.
Thank you. Earlier today, you spoke about swearing in RCMP officers.
Yes,
I think your evidence was that the POU officers did not need to be sworn in because they were enforcing the criminal code, but frontline officers would be enforcing municipal laws and provincial laws?
possibly.
Possibly. And so you sort of creatively solved this problem by pairing them up with OPP officers
And Windsor Police.
and Windsor Police.
Yes.
And I just don't understand this. I'm just wondering if you can explain it a little bit better. What additional power would that confer on the RCMP, or what benefit would that confer to Paramount like that?
In regards to having them sworn in?
Right. I mean, would this allow the RCMP, for example, to enforce provincial laws, or
Yes.
it would?
Yes.
Thank you. And we heard today that you established an exclusion zone along Huron Church Road. And I believe we heard yesterday that exclusion zone was north of Tecumseh to the Ambassador Bridge. Does that sound right?
Yes.
And that's a distance of about 1 kilometer?
I believe it's more than that. I think it's about 3.
Okay. And when you gave us evidence today, you said you relied upon the criminal code to establish that exclusion zone?
Yes.
Do you agree that you could have also relied upon the Emergency Management and Civil Protection Act to establish that exclusion zone?
Yes.
Thank you. My friend from the Government of Canada asked you questions today about threats that were present in Windsor. You told us today that you've read the Hendon reports
Yes.
insofar as they concerned the municipalities under your care.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that in Windsor there was no extremist rhetoric.
That I can't speak to.
But if it was in the Hendon reports, you would agree with it.
Yes, I mean, it was Windsor's responsibility to be reviewing the Hendon reports in regards to activity in their area.
Okay, well, it's OPP 401688. I won't bring it up. Let me just move on. Can we pull up OPP 403038? Can you tell us who Karen Johnson was or is?
Well, the document.
I'm just asking while we're waiting for
Oh,
the
okay.
document.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'm not familiar with that name.
Well, we have an email here, and when it comes up, I suspect it will show an email from Karen Johnson to a number of people, including you and Commissioner Creek.
Mhm.
And can we just scroll down a little bit, please? Okay, this is not the document I'm looking for. Let me ask you a question, though.
Okay.
Would you agree with me that there were a total of 44 arrests in Windsor during this enforcement phase?
Yeah, I do believe that was, again, the arrests were the responsibility of Windsor Police Service.
Right, and from what I recall, and you can just tell me if this is accurate or not, there were 88 charges approximately, and almost all of those were, about 44 were mischief and about 44 were breaching a court order.
I believe so.
And none of those are violent offenses.
Pardon?
Those 2 offenses are not violent offenses.
Right.
Thank you.
They can be. Everybody has, there's a potential of violence in any offense, really.
But if somebody was to commit a violent offense, they would typically be charged with something like assault or assault with a weapon.
Yes,
or assault
perhaps.
causing
It all
bodily
depends
harm.
on the reasonable and probable grounds.
Right, kidnapping,
exist.
forcible confinement,
Right.
murder, none of that. I'm just about to wrap up here. I just want to ask a question about maintaining the roads, because you told my friend that maintaining the roads was a priority, and you said to your officers that clearing the bridge is one thing, but maintaining the road is another thing. And I understand you were able to maintain the road. You're speaking about here on Church Road.
Yes,
Is that right? And you were able to maintain it by installing jersey barriers along the side of the road from the bridge to the 401.
correct. Not exactly right to the 401, but yes,
Approximately.
yes.
And that's
Other-
a distance of 3 kilometers, I think.
Okay, that could be. I'm
Okay.
sorry, I'm not sure about the distances. We used other ways as well, the cement barriers along with officers deployed to the certain traffic stops too.
Right, and you had a traffic plan that you employed when you were doing that, right?
Correct.
And that traffic plan, I won't bring it up. I think I'm out of time,
Okay.
or very close to it. It was dated February 13th, 2022.
Yes.
You have a couple of minutes.
Oh, I do?
You're not near your time. I'll look at you when when you're close to it.
Well, I'll wrap up anyway and try and get some goodwill. Superintendent Earley, I take it it's obvious that if the traffic plan is dated February 13th, 2022, it was not contemplating the use of emergent powers conferred by the Emergencies Act.
No.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Good afternoon, Superintendent Earley.
Good afternoon.
I have a few topics I'd like to canvass with you today.
Okay.
I am Jennifer King. I'm counsel to the City of Windsor. First, I'd like to speak to you about your role in Windsor before Deputy Commissioner Chris Harkins appointed you to serve as OPP's Critical Incident Commander in Windsor. This morning, you told my friend, Commission Counsel, that OPP PLT was deployed to Windsor on February the 8th, following a conversation you had with now Deputy Chief Crowley Earley on February the 8th. I think it was 2 a.m.
Yes.
Yes. It is my understanding from the OPP's institutional report, and perhaps I'll stop there. Have you had an opportunity to review OPP's institutional report?
Yes.
Okay. So I understand from OPP's institutional report, and for the record, it is OPP IR 701. I don't think we have to bring it up, Mr. Clerk. But at page 27, it says that 4 OPP PLT officers were deployed on February the 7th to assist the WPS. This is reflected in some of the documents, and I could show them to you if it could help you confirm for us and for the commissioner the date that OPP PLT were deployed.
I know it was in between those 2 days. As you can see, I lost track of time sometimes, or when the date changed because I was up till all hours.
Yes.
But I know that PLT was deployed.
Okay. Well, why don't we look at, perhaps Mr. Clerk, you could bring up OPP 404580 and scroll to page 67. Superintendent Earley, Commissioner Creek produced texts with Deputy Solicitor General D. Tomaso that have been produced to the Commission. Commissioner Creek was kept apprised of the operations in Windsor, right?
Yes.
Yes. And so these are his texts with Deputy Solicitor General D. Tomaso. And if you go to page 67, at the bottom of the page, Mr. Clerk. The times on this, so we have to go back, I believe it's 5 hours. Around noon on February the 7th, Commissioner Creek texted the Deputy Solicitor General, OPP PLT engaged. Do you see that?
Yes.
And would he have gotten that information from you? This is February 7th, before you were appointed, correct?
So I don't know if he received it from myself or from the chief, or perhaps Acting Superintendent Marcel Baudin.
Okay. There are other documents that refer to PLT being engaged by February the 7th. Does this assist you in confirming for the commissioner the date that OPP PLT were engaged?
I know that the discussion was had that they would go and attend and assist.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it makes sense to you that would have been February the 7th based on
Yes.
this. Okay, thank you. You spoke with my friend, Mr. Au, about Mayor Dilkin's public announcement that you said you watched on February the 9th.
Yeah, I don't remember watching it, but I was certainly aware of it.
Okay, so do you remember whether or not you heard about it or whether you saw it yourself?
I had heard about it.
And it was on February the 9th?
Yes.
Okay. You were not yet appointed?
No.
No? The mayor and Chief Mizuno, former Chief Mizuno of the Windsor Police Service, held a press conference at noon on February the 9th. I don't have to bring it up, but there's documents about that press conference. Does it make sense to you this was something that you would have heard around
Yes.
middle of the day?
Yes.
Okay. So this was a joint media briefing delivered by Mayor Dilkins and Chief Mizuno. Do you recall that?
I do recall.
Okay. It was Mayor Dilkins' evidence yesterday that his public comments were reviewed by the chief of police or her staff so that there were no surprises when Windsor delivered a message. Did you hear him say that yesterday?
No, I did not hear him say
Okay.
that.
Other than the direction that you gave, that you discussed earlier, that requests for resources should not be made publicly, you were not engaged in communications, were you?
With the mayor
No,
with-
sorry, media communications.
that came from the city, or sorry, I'm not sure.
That came from the city or WPS. I understand from your statement or your witness summary that WPS continued to have responsibility for media releases and messages, right?
They worked alongside of our media officers, our OPP media officers, and everything was brought to the command table for review.
Okay, and you had no concerns with media releases or messaging after you arrived in Windsor?
No.
Have a couple of brief questions about the injunction and the continuation of the injunction. Earlier today, you described the injunction as a tool or an
Yes.
option for police.
Yes.
Can you confirm you never raised any concerns with the city of Windsor about seeking the injunction?
I did not raise concerns. No.
And you raised no concerns about the continuation of the injunction?
No.
You spoke with my friend Commission Counsel about the traffic plan, and this has been discussed in your cross-examination as well. I just wanted to confirm that the purpose of the traffic plan was to ensure the flow of traffic from Highway 401 to the Ambassador Bridge, correct?
It was to ensure that a protest did not occur again. Yes, but yes, to keep the flow safe.
Keep the flow safe and keep the flow of traffic over the Ambassador Bridge
Yes.
clear, yes? Okay. And the concrete barriers were installed on your direction?
Yes.
And this was to better manage future risk of vehicles being used for blockades, right?
Exactly.
Excellent. Those are all my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions by former Chief Slowly's counsel?
Thank you, Commissioner. Superintendent Earley, Tom Curry for the former chief in Ottawa.
Hello.
A couple of things, just if I could sort one thing out. The issue that my friend Ms. King was just asking you about concerning the media here or not here in Windsor, when you were in Windsor, about resources, recall that issue.
Yes.
And my friend Mr. Au asked you about this. Do you recall that by the time you were here in Windsor as the critical incident commander, that a statement had been made in a media interview by the mayor that named the number of officers that the city had requested, City of Windsor or Windsor Police Service, I suppose, had requested, being 100?
No, I was not aware that
Okay.
that was publicized.
Okay, so Commissioner, I raised this with the witness yesterday, the mayor yesterday, and he recalled something about that. My friend Ms. King and I have discussed this. Rather than show the media pieces and so on, I think it's accepted that on the 8th of February, the mayor, in an interview with, I think it was CTV News, named that number. So I just want to, and my friend Ms. King can just confirm that so.
So Jennifer King, counsel for Windsor, yes, we admit that that statement was made in an interview with CTV.
Thank you. Now, Superintendent Earley, These issues that you dealt with in Windsor, this incident, was the largest, presumably the largest critical incident you have managed in your career. Is that true?
Yes, it was one of.
Well, is it the largest though?
Yes.
Yeah, because you mobilized, if I understand from your institutional report or the services institutional report, there were in the end 410 members of your police service who were deployed in Windsor. True?
Yes, over the times. that I was
Yes,
there.
and it would have peaked at a certain number and then dissipated as the demobilization went on. But in the
Correct.
max, 410. Yes,
Yes,
largest number that you've been in command of,
yes,
and among the largest in the province's history in terms of deployment of OPP service officers. True.
I would think so. I'm not sure.
And yet it was probably. Well, did you know how many were deployed in Ottawa?
No, I did not know numbers.
Your relationship with the events in Ottawa, can I speak about that for a moment? You had no direct involvement in the Ottawa incident. Is that true?
That's correct.
You had some points of contact, as you've discussed with Mr. Rouleau, about the letter, for example, but otherwise, those two incidents were managed separately by incident commanders in both locations. True?
Yes,
Okay. And ultimately, the strategic command is shared. It's common. True?
shared with,
Well, Ottawa and Windsor,
yes,
critical incident commanders share a common command structure, reporting eventually to deputy
Correct.
commissioners and commissioners. Yes?
yes, correct.
And so it is for the deputy commissioner or the commissioner ultimately to set the strategic objectives and priorities for the service
Yes,
in both Windsor and Ottawa.
yes.
And so when my friend all of the lawyers have probably asked you about this, but when you came to this, first of all, in your role as a superintendent in the region, you learned that there were convoys in the area heading to eventually to Essex County and to Windsor, correct?
There were convoys that I discussed earlier, sir. Is that what
Yes.
you're referring to? Those convoys actually stayed local in their respective municipalities.
Okay. And so your service was engaged in providing safe passage and just managing whatever comes from a slow roll, as it's been described, through your region, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And on the 6th of February, we know that the Hendon report alerted police services to the possibility that now on the 7th, there would be a blockade of the Ambassador Bridge. Recall?
I don't recall reading that
Okay.
specific report.
Someone in your command or below
Yes.
you in the chain of command responsible for intelligence would have that.
Yes.
And did the OPP under your region take any steps to intercept those convoys on their way to the Ambassador Bridge?
No, we did not have the information to indicate where they were coming from,
Right.
or what kind of vehicles or who would be involved.
Got it. So whatever intelligence came to you in your region through the Hendon reports was not sufficiently clear to be able to take steps, for example, to intercept a convoy for the reasons you've just given.
Right.
Okay. Now, eventually, after the Ambassador Bridge was blocked and then cleared, I think one of my colleagues asked you about the interception of a convoy that was heading to try to engage in another blockade, and the OPP did stop that convoy. Is that true?
Yes.
And you would have done that because by then, of course, you'd had the experience of the Ambassador Bridge blockade. You had the experience of the Ottawa blockade, or occupation as it's been described. And now you had actionable intelligence to say, including, I suppose, the Emergencies Act, to stop convoy protesters from engaging in further blockades. True?
Correct.
Okay. Now, a couple of things, if I could, about your engagement as the critical incident commander that you've told us about today. The first things first, the issue about the importance of this, of clearing this particular protest on the Ambassador Bridge. You've spoken about that. just for just to get your help on this, from your statement that you have read to us or has been filed, there is a reference on page 2, and I have the name of this, or they have the number, and I'm going to leave that for a second. I will offer a reward to anyone who can tell me the name of that or the number of that statement. Mr. Al. WTS. Yes, 22. Thank you, 22. Thank you, Mr. Registrar. Page 2 when we get there. Paragraph 3. You've seen this before. Upon, thank you. So this is a simple thing, but during a February 10th, 8:30 a.m. call, middle of the paragraph, do you see it? Deputy Commissioner Harkins, Commissioners Harkins and DeMarco again advised Superintendent Earley that Windsor was the priority and that it was urgent to resolve the blockade. That's true, isn't it?
Yes.
And it was obvious in terms of setting the strategic direction, that is the role for not just Commissioner Creek, but also the deputy commissioners to say what are the priorities,
Yes.
right? And in respect of the priorities, the rank order of these priorities, when they spoke to you about it being the priority, it was understood that it was the priority for the Ontario Provincial Police Service. Correct?
I understood it to be my priority. So it was my priority that I needed to focus on.
Yes, of course
Yes.
it became your priority because you were the critical incident commander. But when they say it is the priority, you understood it was the priority for the service. True?
I understood that it was a priority and I would get whatever resources I needed.
Yes, that followed, and that's important. But it was when they spoke to you at 8:30 in the morning on the 10th and said it was the priority, it's the priority for the service.
I can't speak to that. You'd have to ask them.
Okay, well, we won't get a chance to do that. But you understood that whatever else it was going to be, that task was being handed to you.
Yes.
And when they said at the top of that statement, and we have your notes, of course, but I'm just in the interest of time. Upon Superintendent Earley's appointment, Deputy Commissioner Harkins and Deputy Commissioner DeMarco communicated to her that Windsor was a priority and that she would receive whatever resources she needed, you needed.
Yes.
You understood that.
Yes.
And so prior to your ever picking up a pen and writing in your notes the mission statement,
Yes.
you knew that whatever resources you needed, you had.
Yes.
And in fact, they had already begun to roll out prior to your drafting the mission statement.
Correct.
Now, of course, the resources of which we're speaking were a number of different things, but in the main, this you understood this was going to require POU resources, right?
Yes.
And they came from municipal services and as well from the hub that drew on OPP's resources, correct?
Correct.
Can I just show you, please, OPP 4543. This is from your, this should be from your notebook with the scribe. And if we could go, please, to, I think it should be the first page initially. So this should be 2,200 hours on February the 9th, yeah? Telephone conference with Hamilton Police Service and Windsor Police Service, Waterloo Regional Police Service to discuss POU support, and it's set out. And those are the calls that you placed in order to generate these resources. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then at 7:15 a.m., if we could just scroll down. This should be page 7. So now we're 7:15 on the, I suppose, the 10th. Yeah, Jamie Sheridan called to advise that he and his Waterloo POU team would be leaving for Windsor at approximately 1,100 hours. They were rolling.
That's correct.
And then at 8:30 on page 8, please. 8, just at the bottom, there it is. Telephone conference with Deputy Harkins. Just scroll down, if we could please a little bit. And DeMarco. Deputies advised whatever is needed for plan will be available. Province focus is Windsor. And that's, again, that goes to the point that I was making earlier. The provincial focus is Windsor for obvious reasons. The Ambassador Bridge is vitally important, right?
Right, those were, yeah, from the teleconference.
When you write down, or the scribe rather writes down, province focus is Windsor, those are the words spoken by one or both of the commissioners, deputies.
Yeah, it's in the context of the conversation.
Got it. Harkins speaking with RCMP today and will forward POU command. RCMP can send POU team of 150 people. Advise deputies, Amy Ferguson, perhaps?
Angela Ferguson.
Angela, thank you. Short form for Angela. Will be POU commander for OPP. Waterloo Regional Police Service will arrive approximately 1300 this afternoon. Harkins advised there is an urgency to get this resolved. Did he need to explain to you why that was urgent, or did you understand the importance of the Ambassador Bridge?
I understood.
Of course, by then it was in the popular press as well that this blockade was causing enormous disruption.
Yes, and I had also had conversations with Deputy Chief Crowley at this time and had more of a situational awareness.
Understood. Now, and then you wrote out your mission statement at 0900. Can I see that at page 9, please? Now, these mission statements, just, there it is. Is that your handwriting or the scribe?
Scribe.
Okay, so you dictated this on, maybe in the car, I don't know.
Yes.
The OPP and our policing partners, and it carries on, I won't read it all. The mission statement in Windsor is very similar to the mission statement that was used in Ottawa. Have you ever seen that one?
No, I have not.
Are the mission statements, I mean, I don't want to diminish the importance of mission statements. I like mission statements too. They're very important. But these are very generic, general statements that are used in a number of different OPP operations. Is that fair?
Yeah.
The elements are very simple.
The elements are similar, yes.
Right.
But each situation would dictate the final mission.
Right. So
statement.
safe flow of traffic, for example, is the thing that makes this Windsor specific.
Yes.
This one looks awfully much like the OPP mission statement for Caledonia, doesn't it?
I haven't seen that one.
Did you go
It's
to
been a
Caledonia?
while.
Were you involved in Caledonia?
I wasn't on the front line, but as a strategic commander, I was involved somewhat.
And do you recall the mission statement?
I don't.
Do you agree with me that it would, I don't want to pull it up, but do you agree with me that the mission statement for a protest like Caledonia would have similar elements?
They would have similar elements.
The only thing that's missing is free flowing traffic where because Caledonia it involved an occupation of a different kind, right?
Correct.
And do you agree that that one was a very difficult demonstration to try to resolve and was not really ever resolved by a policing solution?
It was a challenge, yes.
And do you agree it wasn't resolved by a policing solution?
I'd have to look at my notes, or I don't
Okay.
recall. I wasn't involved
Sure.
on the
What was
rest.
you were a strategic commander there?
For some of it,
Okay.
yes.
Put it this way, those protesters were never removed by a POU action, right?
Correct.
Eventually, I think the province reached a financial settlement and acquired the land over which the protest was being held.
Correct.
Okay. And then a couple of other things, if I can. Ottawa and Windsor, very different situations, correct?
Yes.
Ottawa, larger, more complex, more challenging,
Larger, yes.
more complex?
Each incident had its complexities.
Yes,
and
but of course,
challenges.
I'm asking if you can rank them. If you can't, just tell me. But isn't it obvious that Ottawa is a more complex problem even than the one in Windsor?
I would say that it had different challenges than the incident in Windsor.
Okay.
And much larger, yes, I will agree to that.
Can I get from you that the different challenges of which you're speaking are many more challenges?
I wasn't in Ottawa, so it's hard for me to
Okay.
speak to that, sir.
Fair enough. Now, the incident command system and autonomy. Today, you made a change to the statement that was filed. And Commissioner, I'm going to borrow, not borrow, well, it is a loan, I suppose. I gather that my colleagues from Ottawa are not going to use their time or perhaps all of their time. So if I could just have a couple of their minutes Thank you. I'll be quick as I can be.
Have they been offered?
Yes.
They have. We're prepared to cede our 10
Thank you.
minutes, Commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you. So Superintendent, I'll just be brief with a few other things. Today you made a change to the statement. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And did my friend Mr. Al raise that with you this morning before you came here?
No, I raised it when I reviewed my statement
Okay, when did you review it? Just today?
within the last couple days.
Okay. Had you reviewed it before when it was sent to you, or was it, did they send it to you after they took it in September?
Yes, they did.
And
I
you
didn't,
read it, but didn't
yeah, and I
notice
didn't
that?
catch it then. No.
Okay. The reason I ask is because yesterday I asked Deputy Crowley about whether he knew about that aspect, and I wondered if that's what prompted this. Did you see that yesterday?
I watched his testimony.
Okay, good. Is that what prompted you to catch this?
No, absolutely not. I caught it prior to that.
Okay. And the line that you wanted to take out or did take out was she informed them, commissioners, or the team rather, that the change in direction came from Commissioner Creek and Deputy Commissioner Harkins. And you would say, instead of that line, more accurately, you made the change after your conversation with Commissioner Harkins, Deputy Harkins rather, and Commissioner Creek.
That's correct.
Now they have the two senior commands, Deputy Commissioner Harkins and Superintendent Commissioner Creek, have overall strategic command, right?
Correct.
And so they set the strategic direction that the critical incident commander implements.
Yes.
So there's nothing wrong. Am I right? There's nothing wrong with Commissioner Creek and Deputy Commissioner Harkins telling you that you should not delay your operation while a letter goes to the protesters in Ottawa, but to get on with the operation in Windsor. That would not be overstepping their authority, would it?
I see it as overstepping. The operational control of the incident was mine. That decision had to be made by me.
Yes, but of course so what happened in the sequence, and this is important because my friends, I predict, are going to say that what you did in Windsor informs what should have happened in Ottawa. So this is important for reasons that you may not appreciate, but let me just ask you. If I understand it, what happened in Windsor is that a protester, Mr. Neufeld,
Correct.
came to a PLT officer and said, "We'll all leave if you give us a letter from the government."
Yes.
And so you mobilize the government to write a letter, and the Solicitor General writes a letter to say, "We'll meet with you if you denounce your unlawful actions," and everybody goes home.
Yes.
And that letter gets to Mr. Neufeld.
Yes.
And of course, what does he do with it?
It's shared with everybody, but it did not produce the reaction we were hoping for.
Do we know anything about Mr. Neufeld?
I don't.
Did you at the time, or did you leave it to PLT?
I left it to PLT.
Okay.
I'm sure the information would be
Right.
available in my notes, but
Okay, fair enough. I couldn't find it, but I'll admit there are a lot of records. And at the same time, you said, well, we can't give Mr. Neufeld a letter from the provincial government, from a minister of the Crown, without provoking, possibly, a reaction from the Ottawa protesters who aren't getting a letter from the Solicitor General.
I did not say it in that way, but I made sure that since a letter from the government was being issued to the protest in Windsor, that people were aware across the province that was happening.
Got it. And you said, stop the presses. Let's not take action until we give a letter to Ottawa, to the Ottawa protest.
There was discussion in regards to that, yes.
And then the commissioner, well, first of all, the deputy commissioner rang you, correct?
Yes.
And expressed the view that that was not the strategy he wished to follow.
It was suggested that I reevaluate because I was not aware of the details of what was happening in Ottawa as he was and as the commissioner was.
Yes. In other words, they've got strategic command.
Yes.
And they, and may I just please go back to that statement, 22, yeah? WTS 22, please, page 13. I'll just be a second with this. Thank you. During a 6:47 p.m. call, and we have the scribe notes, but I'll do it this way. On the same date, Deputy Commissioner Harkins told Superintendent Earley not to pause enforcement out of concern about the potential impact on the Ottawa protesters. That's true?
That's true. I shared with him that I had decided to pause it based on that. And then
Yeah.
he shared with me insight in regards to what was going on in Ottawa. And that if that was the main reason, not to pause enforcement based on that.
Got it. And so he called you at that time.
I don't recall if he called me or I was updating him.
Well, so if we just scroll up a little bit, I think he called you because, stop, Superintendent Earley advised her command table at 6:17 on the 11th. She had
Yes.
decided to pause the enforcement action.
Yes.
Scroll down. During a 6:47 call, Deputy Harkins told you not to pause enforcement. So do you now recall that word got to him and he had a different view?
I don't recall if I called him or he called me, to be honest.
Okay.
I'd have to.
Well, if you called him, it was to check in with him, was it?
It was to bring in an update.
Okay. And when you did, it was that you were pausing.
It was, yeah, it was a
And Commissioner,
discussion of my decision.
thank you. Deputy Commissioner Harkins said, don't pause.
We discussed my reasons for wanting to pause. And he said if it was solely based on Ottawa, that you should not, not to worry about it, to remain focused on Windsor.
Thank you.
And that's
And
when
and at the bottom, you pointed out the risk.
Yes,
You advised of the risk that police enforcement could have impacts on Ottawa and lead to an increase in aggression and violence by protesters in Ottawa, correct?
no, though the aggression and the violence by protesters was in regards to the response to the operational plan that I was going to move forward with in Windsor.
But what does that have to do with, I'm not following that. Isn't it Ottawa that you were concerned with? Because look at the last sentence. You advised Deputy Commissioner Harkins of the risk that police enforcement action could have impacts on Ottawa and lead to an increase in aggression and violence by protesters. Mustn't those protesters be the ones in Ottawa?
It would be protesters wherever across the province. And so that's why we were discussing it.
Okay. But it includes Ottawa at least.
Yes.
Deputy Commissioner Harkins confirms that he's aware, and then a few minutes later, you have a call now with Commissioner Carrique and
And
the
deputy, yes.
And am I right that the deputy got Commissioner Carrique on because he wanted to emphasize the message to you that he was giving, which is you should go ahead and clear the Ambassador Bridge?
They supported me moving forward with the plan.
Yeah, well, when you say support, you see, Superintendent, what they supported was a different decision than the one you had taken to the command table. You wanted to pause,
Yes.
and they said, don't pause.
They provided me with information that made me change my mind that the pause was not necessary, that we were ready to go, and reminded me that Windsor was my priority.
I mean, I know that can sound like it's semantics, but it's not really semantics because it's not information they provided to you. It's direction they provided to you. Isn't it?
It was a discussion. I did not find that it was directive. It was a discussion that we had about my reasons for pausing.
They simply took a different view than you about the importance of not giving a letter to the Ottawa protesters, right?
No, the letter was going to be given regardless.
Well, okay, then pausing but you wanted to give the letter to Ottawa and then let it go and do its work, right?
That was what my first option was, and that's what I was considering.
And so they said, here's our judgment as strategic commanders, you're a go, clear the Ambassador Bridge. you
Yes,
did.
that was part of the discussion.
Got it. Now, then finally, the PLT, we spoke about this briefly, but the PLT was not able to make yards in this protest. It was a failure of the ability to negotiate with this group of disparate protesters, right?
I wouldn't call any work of the provincial liaison team a failure. Their effort was there, but it did not produce the results that we were hoping.
Right. And well, there are only two ways down this mountain. Either those protesters were going to leave because you asked them to leave and negotiated their withdrawal, including by giving a letter from the Solicitor General of the province.
Correct.
Or you were going to have to muscle them out with a POU operation, right?
We used an operational plan from POU, yes.
Last question then, please, just on the issue of strategic command. Could I show you, please, WTS 39? This is the witness statement from the commissioner. And I just need your help again, because it may be important to sorting out the roles and responsibilities of strategic commanders and incident commanders. Page 8, please. Under the heading Incident Command System, the commissioner said this, and I don't know whether you've seen this. Fourth line down, while some incident commanders, do you see it?
Yes.
May feel as though they have complete autonomy. This is not the case. The chief or commissioner remains responsible to provide adequate and effective police services, is accountable to the board under the Police Services Act in the case of a municipal police service, and is entitled to set strategic direction or give lawful orders. However, incident commanders should have operational autonomy to carry out strategic objectives set by senior command. And that's accurate.
Yes.
And so what occurred between you and Deputy Commissioner Harkins and Commissioner Creek was simply that. Is that
Yes.
fair?
Fair.
Okay. Commissioner, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, well, you and City of Ottawa are overdrawn, but we'll see when we get to Ottawa. The Windsor Police Service.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Superintendent.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tom McCrae. I'm here for the Windsor Police Service. I only have a couple of questions.
Okay.
I believe you told one of my friends earlier today that Windsor Police Service was responsible for the arrests that were made.
Yes, it's their
those-
jurisdiction.
And I take it that they were also responsible for developing the arrest plans. Is that correct?
They worked with me, like every other plan,
Yeah.
to create the arrest plan.
And the prisoner transportation plans too?
Yes, we worked alongside of each other to create those plans.
Thank you. There's an organization that I've learned about called the Ontario Women in Law Enforcement. Are you aware of them?
Yes.
And I understand that you were awarded, together with members of both the OPP and Windsor Police Service, with the Teamwork Award this past June. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I also understand that it was Deputy Chief Crowley who put you up for that award. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Those are my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
City of Ottawa.
We ceded our time, so we have no questions, Commissioner. Thank you.
Ottawa Police Service.
Good afternoon, Superintendent. I'm Jessica Barrow, and I'm counsel for the Ottawa Police Service.
Hello.
I just wanted to clarify one quick thing with you that came out of your conversation with Mr. Curry, and that's the change that you made this morning to your witness statement.
Yes.
So just to make sure I have it correct, what you indicated this morning was that you had a conversation with Commissioner Creek as well as the Deputy Commissioner
Yes.
in relation to whether to stand down the Windsor operation.
Yes.
And as a result of that conversation, you ultimately decided to revert course and continue with the Windsor operation.
Correct.
And just so that I understand it, the reason for that was because you obtained new information in the course of that conversation, correct?
Correct.
And you couldn't otherwise have had that information previously because you were in charge of the Windsor operation.
That's correct.
And you had limited information, or I think line of sight into that operation in Ottawa.
That's correct.
And so it was less a question of being directive and more about sharing information with you that you couldn't otherwise have had prior to that meeting.
That's correct.
And so as a result of that meeting, you decided that the risks you initially were concerned about were not concerns after all, and you could proceed with your operation.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Next, the Ottawa Coalition of Residents and Businesses.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Emily Tamman for the Ottawa Coalition. We don't have any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. The convoy organizers.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg for Freedom Corbin protesters. We have no questions for Superintendent Earley. Thank you.
Thank you. National Police Federation.
Hello, this is Lauren Pierce from the National Police Federation. We also have no questions.
The province of Alberta.
Good afternoon. This is Stephanie Bose for the province of Alberta. We have no further questions.
Okay, the Ontario Provincial Police.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have no questions.
Any re-examination?
No, thank you.
Okay, well, that was obviously very clear evidence. Nobody seems to want to cross-examine you, or limited, I should say. Well, thank you very much for attending. You're free to go, and we thank you for your evidence.
Thank you.
So, given the speedy way in which we went through this, I think we'll take an hour and 9 minutes for lunch today. So we'll come back at 2 o'clock.
The commission is in recess until 2 o'clock. La commission est levée
Thank you very
jusqu'à
and
14 heures.
congratulations.
Oh, thank
It's
Get an extra long lunch, do we? Working hard? Oh, look at that hair. Look at that hair. Sorry to all of those that are new. I'm looking like a freak today. All right, cool. All right. Well, there you go. There's the morning. There's that witness. She is done. Dana Earley, Superintendent. All done. First thing I want to announce is we're on Discord now. We're streaming right now. So if you find my channel or server or whatever they're called on Discord, thanks to Railroaded, we're there now. Go ahead and join us there. Become friends there. Let's chat there. Let's get Discord going. Thank you to everybody who helped me with that. Right. All right. So I got like 50 starred messages to go through. I don't know if I have a guest or not today. Let me go check my messages. I may or may not. Nope. Too much snow. All right. Very good. Too much snow for that guest. All right. Well, didn't get any better. Didn't get any worse. It kind of stayed the same. Tom tried to put some words into her mouth there. 3 times he asked her, when you say we, you mean the group, not you. And 3 times she said no, she meant her. She meant her was in charge. I don't know why that mattered to him so much, but he was really trying hard on that one. You liking it so far, this particular witness? Well, so far she's done now. No revelations. They're very scared of children. And, you know, she really didn't come in harsh on the WPS. And why didn't the convoy ask any questions? There was a couple that you could have asked. Maybe around the actions happening sooner, or clarifying the 13th. It was clear, not the 14th, as you'll see in the stars. Government of Canada kind of did a lawyer trick there to try and trick people. We'll get to that message in a minute. All right, here we go. So Bright Wheel, welcome, bud. So you're not allowed to protest because you parked your car illegal. They're doing everything they can to try and use unlawful and quasi-criminal provincial stuff, traffic stuff. Come on, people. Big stretch, right, Bright? Big stretch. She certainly likes her lingo. I have no idea what she is saying. Yeah, WPS, PPS, OPP, RCMP, and then they got their own lingos too. Yeah, for sure. And when witnesses do that, what they're trying to do is they don't care about demystifying. They actually want to cause more confusion. And a lot of times people will kind of just submit to an expert when they start doing that, and then take everything they say as truth. That's when you should actually heighten your senses and pay close attention to what they're talking about, because it's probably a lot of BS, and then you can say WTF on a lot of it. Because that's what they do. They get all techie, they get all lingo-y, and that's just to confuse the audience, really. It happens. A good lawyer will get them to backtrack and break it down a bit more and explain some more. And had a hectic day at work yesterday, was listening, but could not chat. Hey, to everybody that keeps us in their ear at work and whatnot, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I'm glad you're listening. And thank you for coming back to the chat when you can, Bright. It's awesome. All right, Dave, this has nothing to do with the EA. What do they think? We are stupid? Yes and yes. Yes, this has nothing to do with the EA, and yes, they think we're stupid. 50% of people are below average. That's the definition of average. 50% above average. You know, that means there's a lot of people who don't pay attention, not interested, and get on with their day. And maybe that's who they're appealing to, because those are, you know, tidbit little nuggets of info and CBC people. So maybe it's just for them there, Dave. Hey, Goose. Journalist, three weeks of this is going to be a long haul. Yeah, I think we're on like 2 weeks of grinding it, and then the last week should get exciting again because we got all the ministers, including JT and Freeland. As long as there's no COVID going around the office, maybe we should get them all. But yeah, the next 2 weeks is going to be a bit of a grind, because what they're going to do is grind the narrative so much. You're going to hear what you heard today and yesterday repeated multiple times, except for maybe Alberta. Alberta will be next. So we're going to hear from Coots in Alberta. There's no OPP involved there. And I'm actually quite curious on how that narrative is going to roll out of Alberta. It'll be interesting to see for sure if Alberta is supporting the narrative that they believed it was a national emergency too, or if they're going to be far more level-headed and explain how, other than the guns showing up at the end, there was no real major concern for anything there. And even the gun, we can talk about that one a bit later, the guns. Has anyone been catching committee around the EA? James, thanks for highlighting this again. And maybe they put it all on the same time period on purpose, so it's hard for us to watch both. James, please keep me abreast on some of that. I haven't been watching it too much, but my response to you is I haven't been able to keep up with it, but they're still running with the narrative there. To hear that OPP commissioner said national security for sure, absolutely, means they're just saying what they want to hear there. And I don't really think we're going to get much out of this inquiry. We're going to have to do another one, and at least have another one in the 45th, but ideally with a bunch of independents also at the table, so that you can get some real questions and real answers out of it. I don't think any inquiry in this current House 44th committee inquiry investigation is going to be a good one or honest. And I don't mean honest as in they're going to try and lie. I just mean they're not going to put their honest effort into it, because they got to expose themselves. What do you expect? Thanks, Railroaded. I'm glad I caught your link. Share for here the other night. Yeah, welcome, Blue Love Bug 93, friend of Railroad. It's a friend of ours. Hong Kong. Welcome. Hey, Wayne. Thanks. It's nice to see you again, bud. I think we missed you yesterday, so I hope you're feeling great and better. And thanks for joining us today. It has been an intense 3 weeks so far, and the next, see what will come for the next. Yeah. And while really I didn't know how to function in that weather. Really, it's minus 20 Celsius would do you in, Wayne? I get it. I've been to UK a lot. You're pretty mild there. The weather's pretty mild compared to what we have in Canada. So I used to live in Winnipeg. So Winnipeg would get, minus 40 would happen there, Wayne, and then close to positive 40. At least minus 35 and minus 30 or plus 35 would definitely happen every year. So Winnipeg had a 70-degree range in what you can expect for temperature there. Alberta, northern Alberta, central Alberta is not quite as hot. We haven't had anything as hot as Winnipeg, but certainly as cold. And today was one of those days, minus 20. But here's the thing, Wayne, and I'll tell you a story, and anybody in Winnipeg or in the prairies or anybody in a cold area will know this. We had a real big cold snap for a while in Winnipeg. Like 2 weeks, it was routinely dropping to minus 40, to minus 35, minus 40. It was routinely doing that. And if you're a kid, you know about the whole trick about spitting on a bus shelter freezes instant. It's kind of neat. But Wayne, when it suddenly went to minus 20, it was a heat wave. It was a heat wave. It totally felt warm outside. Still minus 20. We felt like t-shirts. It really was that warm after having minus 40 for so long. It felt tremendous walking outside in minus 20. Not many people will be able to say that and actually truly mean it. But if you're in Winnipeg and Saskatchewan and Alberta, you know what I mean. The sun shining -20 can be balmy. It really can be. Hey, Wayne. Thanks, bud. Dave, they did not want the plan to go forward in Windsor because they needed that for the EA, and it did not like what she said or they did. Yeah, did you hear that part? There was talk about slowing down and waiting, and why? Like, she's not part of those conversations. But yeah, Dave, good catch. At no point would a national security issue have two things that we heard this morning. One, the ability to pause and wait, and two, to go to sleep and wake up in the morning. What would that book look like on Canada, the War of 2022? What would that look like? Everybody went to bed, got up at 9. This is so not an emergency. Hey, Dave. She just said it. The letter had no effect, and they did not give up. They wanted to bust heads. Yeah, there's some brutal talk. Even it sounds like Ford stick a wire brush up there. Was that a quote from Ford talking to Premier JT? Yeah, I want that copy of that document. I know that you put it into our research part of the Discord server now. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that document. That document had some pretty astonishing statements from both sides in there. I got a sticker sent to me in Discord. I'm a somebody now. Thanks, RR. Agree with how traditionally to negotiate, but never this insane. Yeah, so that in the previous break, the morning break, we were talking about negotiating and how it should be done properly. And I guess Terry caught that part and agreed. We don't do negotiations proper anymore. That over the top and then be happy with the middle type of negotiation is pretty standard. And I think this came up because we were talking about how extreme they were going to go with the demands. But anyway, all good. Negotiate. Get your way through it. It's totally possible. Eleanor, I got a sticker from you too. Hey, Eleanor, if you're the Eleanor from the email yesterday and you're now in Discord, happy to make you a mod and get you involved and assist with that. There's a way to put the stream in that maybe we can talk about. But Eleanor, if that's you, connect with RR. Yeah, RR. Yeah, RR. If you know Eleanor, connect. I would love Eleanor to get more involved. She offered her time, which is great. Thank you, everybody. Hey, Joe, welcome. Good day, peeps. -18 and sun is shining. Yep, sun is out for me too. We're charging. The batteries are getting a charge. We're running on solar power, so no generator hiccups today. Let's keep it that way. Good stuff. Sunny days are here. Hey, Blue Love Bug. Thank you. It's been great meeting you. Oh, cool. I've followed Stunt Dummy since the convoy. Thanks to Railroaded. I joined you all the other night. Yeah, thank you, Railroad, for spreading the word. Blue Love Bug spreading the word. Bring your friends. We're not like all the others. A little bit calmer, a little bit more legal, a little bit more rational. Not saying the other ones aren't. I'm just the other ones certainly have a lot other excitement involved in their streams and stuff. And for some people, that works great. Here, we're just trying to navigate through this mess the best we can and keep a level head about it. Because then strategically, 4D chess, we're doing, I think, a lot better when it comes to thinking this through. So thank you very much for sticking around there, Blue Love Bug. Hey, Dave, lots of chats from you today. Are these commission people trying to get the truth or just help the cops cover their butts? Hey, Dave, so the commission council, I'm finding them, they're pretty good at navigating in between. They're not really trying, in my opinion, to do much of a narrative, but sometimes it does seem like it with the questioning. And it could be they're trying to pull out those little nuggets that the other people spoke about, like how great everybody is, to see if there's cooperation here too. And they really should be re-asking a whole bunch of questions that we've heard from other people. So it may sound like placating a bit, but I can't really accuse them of taking a side yet. Okay. Especially, they kind of have two lawyers who are doing a lot of work. And Kim, I think his name was Kim or Lee. He's really good at navigating right down the middle. Hey, John. This OPP uses the word we consistently, an indication she had little to do with the actual policing operation. Weird how you caught it here that she was doing that, and then later she was doing more me's and we's. And even Tom Curry tried to get her to go back to the we like she was doing here. And you're right, John. Usually that's an indicator of a follower, not so much a leader, because they are using the group more than standing on their own 2 feet. So good catch there. Later, she does stand up to Tom when he tries to say it was like the we is us. And she's like, no, the we in this one was me. So maybe she's selective on the we me's. Hey, Clay. How you doing, bud? It's a weird contrast hearing the heavy use of we after she's already said all her plans. Yeah, see how she goes back and forth. So you caught, Clay, how she was using the me's, and then it goes to the we's as I think it was John or Terry just caught, and then back to the me's later when Tom Curry comes up. I like consistency in people. Stick to one perspective and run with it. Okay. Hey, John. More from John. The government lawyer should do her job and refocus the witness to what did you do? Okay, so I'll take the second half in a second. It's not the government lawyer. That's the committee council. I guess you can call them government because, yeah, they are paid and all that kind of stuff. But I don't think they are federal employees or anything like that. I'm not sure. But it's best to kind of look at them as the committee council, because Government Account Canada also has another group of lawyers there who, as you saw, are far more vigorous on trying to put that narrative down, where invisible boogeymans and potential problems are rampant and need response. Cute. Another one from John. Absolutely. They are all team players, not public servants. Yeah, you're noticing that too, John. Yeah, they're a group, they're a club, they're brotherhood, right? The police. They don't really see themselves as public servants. They see them as public heroes almost, right? They know better. The public doesn't. We need to do things like remove an artery for the locals in order to take care of the business and the through traffic of the trucks, things like that. That's not local service or public service. So maybe they think of themselves as public heroes, some of them. And is it a culture that's rampant in that organization, policing? And how would be a centralized one be any better for us? I kind of like the diversity of local police officers. I kind of like that. I kind of like them being little islands that work together. That's where I'm at for that one. I prefer them to be more independent than go centralized. And you can imagine the next inquiry, if something goes wrong with that, they're going to blame the centralization of being the confusion. There was like a single message when there was a lot of different stuff coming in, and Central didn't collect it all and didn't. That's where we're going to be headed with this. Are they setting us up that if there ever was a force that came in, a rogue state, that we would just be done? Like, are they setting us up to fail for that? Maybe. I'm not saying intentionally, but some of this talk wouldn't make us stronger. I don't think it would make us stronger. I think the idea of having multiple police forces working independent is also a good way to take on any national that actually truly happened. Traffic congestion is not a reason for Emergency Measures Act, David. Yeah, for sure. For sure. The fact that there's even violence wouldn't be it, David. You know that. You know that. No existing laws. That's the standard. And also, I looked at the Canadian Constitution Foundation for a video. They haven't done a video in a week. They didn't do a single video for the convoy. Maybe they're doing something bigger, because I know that they are on the side of freedom and they're working hard. But we'll keep an eye out for another video from her. Christine, you're doing a great job. Let's do some more. They should not be allowed to add any more than what they said in their statements. Okay, so Dave, what you're responding to here, I believe at the time I started this, was, would you like to add anything else to your testimony? Question at the very end. Very, very normal, very standard, very useful, actually, because sometimes the lawyers can't get everything out, and sometimes the witness does have more to say. And we saw that utilized quite well with the convoy organizers, and James Bauer and even Daniel Bufford did a good job on using that little piece at the end. And then Chris Deering for sure did. Sometimes we'll get more out of them than you want to hear, but it also works both ways. So pretty common, and we do want to hear everything, don't we? Even if they're going to spit truth or spit lies. We want to hear them both, because if it's truth, great, we'll be able to use that for later. And if it's lies, great, we'll be able to come back to that later. So let them talk, as far as I'm concerned there, Dave. The more the merrier. How exactly are dynamics violent? Yeah, I didn't like that term at all. The dynamics were violent? It was a dynamic violence? Violent dynamics? Something along those lines? How was dynamic violent? They are so misusing the word. And this is also where I did want Brendan to go up. I did want Brendan to say to this police officer, under CSIS section 2 point whatever, what's the definition of violence? Get her to say, yeah, okay, well, that's not the definition we were using here. When you say there's violence on the bridge, is this the violence you're talking about, or some other version of violence? Really would have liked to seen you up there, Brendan, and re-emphasize that as often as you can, especially if the witness just casually said violence. Brendan, take the 10 minutes, go up there, send Bathsheba, I get her name right. Bathsheba. Yeah, Bathsheba. Send her up. Just keep repeating that question over and over again. Also keep repeating was there a tyrannical, like the list that you did on your opening statement of all the different things the EEA. If you don't have anything else to say, Brendan, just do that. Just go up there and get another witness to say there was no attack on the government according to the definition of the EEA. If that's all you got for a witness, do that. And I don't care if we hear that 40 more times. Do that, because I think we need to get reminded after every witness that this is what we're here for, Brendan. So if you got nothing else, at least go for that. And if they use the word violence, get them to restate the CSIS violence definition again. It may seem repetitive, but they're also doing it repetitive, Brendan. They're repetitively putting in the false violence narrative in. So you need to repetitively attack it and defend it and get rid of it. So please don't do another no questions from the convoy again. At least go up there, no matter who the witness is. Get them to give the true definition of violence, and then give a chance for everybody to understand that they're using a new definition of violence. At least that, please. Okay. Dave, there's going to be law against taking kids to demos. Yeah, I know. We went back and forth about that's not a charter thing. And you're 100% right, Dave. That's probably what they want. They want a whole bunch of things that are charter violations. If you heard Tom Chump a while ago, he was asking for a trigger in the Police Services Act under Article 9, which is taking over the local police force. But he wanted a trigger that made it non-voluntary to the local police force. Okay. They want a lot of things that are not going to be cool with a lot of people. We'll see where they go with that. But yeah, you're right. Yeah, they want to do a whole whack of things. No trucks allowed. No farm equipment. Boy, they really harp on this farm equipment like we're talking about massive pieces of equipment that doesn't have wheels or something. They talk about farm equipment like it's the new army. It's weird. But I guess if you're in a city and you see a big Holbein tractor, it could be intimidating to you, I guess. But yeah, we went from trucks being weapons with ex-councillor Fleury to now farm equipment in Windsor being such a dramatic change in the types of protests they see. Come on. You guys are being so sensitive on purpose. I don't think you actually feel that way at all. Hi, Dave. The charter. Oh, yeah. So, Dave, we covered this. Yeah. Sorry about starting that one. Oh, yeah. And then just like all good, almost a civil war, everyone goes home to sleep at home. So we heard this in Ottawa as well. They would stop the protesting, stop the fighting. I mean, the police would stop. They would go back to bed and then come back at 9 a.m. They would put up barriers. Nobody crashed or did anything to those barriers overnight. And then here in Windsor, we're doing the same thing. So the way they're painting this picture, and we even heard the word civil war come up yesterday. If we were so close to civil war, why are people going to bed? Why are the children only hanging out certain times? Why are you acting surprised that no children are there at 4 a.m.? Come on. You know how silly you sound? Do you know how silly you sound, Government of Canada, for that one, man? No children at 4 a.m.? Why would that be? She's asking. Well, they're asleep. You're silly. Right, Jason called for darkness. Yeah, Ellen, you got it. None of this matters at all. All that matters is the bridge was cleared by 9:12 a.m. Friday 13th. We saw the document. Completely cleared, no obstruction, all blockades gone. This date comes important, doesn't it? It comes to be very important. Hey, Dave. No, I know the charter. Oh, yes. Okay. Yeah, Dave. We did clarify that. And yeah, I wasn't trying to say you didn't know that the charter. I was saying good luck to them for trying to implement the rule you thought they were going to bring in. It wasn't challenging your understanding of the charter. I was saying good luck to them to violate it or attempt to violate it. Yeah. See, Dave. There we go. That one's completely done now. Shouldn't public safety be her? Oof. Typo there. Number one concern, not the road. Incredible question. And who was it? Was it the Government of Canada or right after that? Might have been Peter Slowly, Tom Curry. I actually asked a question. Was your number one concern the flow of traffic or something like that? The traffic. It was related to the road and the traffic. And then she said, yes, my number one concern was doing that. Public safety is your number one concern, first and foremost, always. So I know you're trying to be cute by saying my number one concern was my mission, but that's not. You're a public servant, protect and serve. Your number one mission is the public safety. Don't forget that, Officer Dana. Don't forget that. Are you discussing jurisdiction of the 400 series? No, John, there was a joke there going around because somebody wanted to make a connection between Ottawa and Windsor. And I said, oh, you both have a 400 highway. There's a connection. Case closed. EA is necessary. I was going that way with the joke. Not a good joke, but that's what I was going with that. Because they're trying to tie it all together. Right? They're talking about convoy organizers being involved, and then that got blown away. Then it was convoy people are going back and forth, and that got blown away. And then they were saying that the police officers were going back and forth. And that got blown away even. And then we still heard, I think it might be a star later, that they had plenty of resources in Windsor. Tom Curry got them to admit that. Plenty of resources, everything they needed. Call and get. They had no resource issues. I think Tom Curry kind of forgot about the main narrative on whether or not even Slowly had all the resources available to him. So I'm not sure why Tom is the one trying to paint a picture of unlimited resources available to the police. Oh, and the National Police, I got the list here. Disappointed in her again. National Police Federation. Once again, you missed your chance to step up, spend 5 minutes clarifying the reputation of the police in this. Not sure why you're not doing that. Isn't that why you're there? Yeah, there we go, John. I was making the joke. It was just a joke. Trying to connect it to. Not very good at the joke sometimes. So, Dave, if they had threats, then there must be evidence. So, yeah, 100%, Dave. All the way through this, especially the Windsor one. 100% through this. And hey, there's no buddy representing Windsor residents and businesses, much like Tom Champ. Why is that, Tom? Why don't the residents of Windsor have any complaints? You can make a complaint out of anything, Tom. So surprised you're not down there too. But yeah, 100%, Dave. Where's this immovable crowd that you needed everybody for? Where's this violence and this everything that the police have said? Where are the photos? Where's the video? It's incredible that it's not coming forward. Or is it, Dave? Is it because there is no compelling video to fit the narrative? That would be exactly my guess on this one. Because the pictures we did see and the video we did see is not showing what they're talking about. Quite the opposite. So many threats, but 100%, Dave. You just give me one picture. Give me one picture of a violent. Give me one video of somebody being cuffed because they're being violent. Give me one picture of the police being overwhelmed. None of that happened. Never existed. Exactly, Dave. They don't even have a photo. You got it, bud. And also they keep saying there's a potential for violence over and over and over and over and over again. But there's also a potential for peace. Every situation, it should be the default. The assumption is there's a potential for peace here until we actually see more than just indicators, but we actually see action. That grumpy guy with that jacket might be the biggest cuddly bear you've ever met. You don't know. But the potential for peace is also there, Government of Canada. There's also a potential for change. There's also a potential for democracy. There's a potential for a lot of things that are not on the table. You only want to focus on one. Yeah, you just showed your cards. Peaceful until proven otherwise. That is innocent until proven guilty, right, Clay? Fundamental natural law, justice, innocent until proven guilty. Would that also not be peaceful until proven violent? Be the same philosophy. Clearly, when you get to an authoritative dictatorship in your mind, you don't care about innocent until proven guilty because you're the judge, jury, and prosecutor. You've already made that decision. So due diligence isn't, due procedure isn't something that you're very keen on. And it comes out in everything they say. Potential for everything bad is all they want to talk about. Potential for great too. The potential for excellent protests that had no violence and the message got clearly articulated. Potential for all of that too. Wow. Honk Army loves you, Jason. Railroad. Love you. Love you and the whole group, the Army, even the watchers, even the witnesses, even the spectators, even the critics. Love you all, because this is what makes up one heck of a community where we are very keen on making sure that we get to the bottom of things and pay attention to the real world. So thank you, Railroaded. Love you too. Hey, Clay. That's awesome. Honk, honk. Got the horn there. You guys are great. Can't wait to meet some of you in real life. There we go. Government's quote at the end of her chatty testimony question period. On the 13th or 14th was when the bridge was cleared. Threw in there on the or 14th. It wasn't the 14th. It wasn't. In fact, you should have said 13th, 14th, or 15th, because 15th would have been far closer to the need for an EA if any of that was true. It was cleared on the 13th, 9:12 a.m. The report was clear, definitive, no damage, no fighting. It was easily cleared. Okay? Stop it, Canada. You're embarrassing yourself by trying to twist actual facts right on the record. Embarrassing. James, that statement about strategic relates to the committee hearing where Carrick insisted that strategically the truckers were a threat to national security. Yeah, but he hasn't defined or told us how he feels that way. He did talk about economic when he was here at the inquiry. And he did say things along the lines like, economically, it becomes a national security issue. Okay, Mr. Currick, Officer Currick, Commissioner Currick, I'd like to see your MBA. Give me some economic training, something. And then once you've got that, based on what? So what information are you getting that justifies your thinking? Based on what? What report came out of the government of Canada in 3 days that scared everybody completely? Right? Based on what? I know Freeland's going to be telling you the entire world was shaking her head at Canada, and economically that was going to be a big problem. And Mr. Kirk, maybe that's what you believed. Maybe that's the spoon feeding that you received and you believe. I hope one day, because you had such high integrity, that you actually sit down and take a look at that a little bit further and then correct yourself for jumping in so quickly on any narrative that you have no idea what you're talking about. Shame on that. Good job on running your team, but shame on following a narrative that you don't understand. Maybe that will be the big lesson for you, Mr. Kirk, or Commissioner. She seems not too happy with his tone and direction of his questioning thoughts. Yeah, so Terry, you're talking about Tom. So Tom came in a little bit harsher and then softened up a bit. I wasn't sure where he was going with any of it. I don't know why Tom was even talking to her, but he was. He did more talking to her than the Freedom Convoy. The Freedom Convoy should have spoken to her a bit, get some of her definitions of violence and requirement of the EA on the record. It's a feeling I get as well, Dave. Yeah, I think you guys are going back and forth on that one. Oh, sorry, he's putting words in her mouth. He did. He even said that we thing 3 times. He directly asked if she meant we or you. And she kept saying, well, the me. I don't know why that was so important to him. It's not going to change anything there, Peter. Oh, sorry, it's Peter slowly. Tom, going to change anything, Tom? My protest is bigger than yours, ours. There was some weird questioning going on about not necessarily the biggest protest in Windsor, but the biggest one she's been part of or command of or assigned to. He used that wording specifically in order to narrow down so that she can only focus in on the ones that she has experience on. But he's using that as a narrative for all of Windsor. And no, this was a tiny, tiny protest compared to a lot of the things we've seen before. They cleared it quickly, according to them. And Terry, hey Dave, I think Curry just figured out he has to break the tension with her. Yeah, so at the end there, he was kind of doing that. He wasn't on her case as much. Yeah, that's Tom's style, I guess. I like this line from Clay. The left hand in Ottawa didn't know what the right hand was doing in Windsor. And should they? Should they even care? They're just two different events. The only thing that's really common about them is Canadians and protesting. It's about all that's common there. So it's funny. The left hand's not doing. And then who's in the center? What's Coots? What's Coot? Big toe? There's a disconnect there too. And then making sure slowly does not escape. Okay, Terry. Yeah, I think maybe that's what Tom was doing there. But why was he pushing the resources were like unlimited for Windsor? I don't know. I don't know what Tom's thinking there. And sometimes lawyers go up and they don't even know what they're doing. They're just getting some questions out and kind of working the situation a little bit. But even sometimes they don't know what they're doing. All right. See how effective he is with his abrasive style. Yeah, not as abrasive as David W, though, or David M from OPS. Yeah, he can be abrasive. And I didn't see Champ there at all. Wow, his default is Chump. I didn't see Paul Champ there anymore. His seat was empty. When they said we have no questions, he wasn't there. Now, it could have been because he had no questions and he took off early for lunch or whatnot. But I haven't seen him today. So if you've seen him and spot him in a video, let me know. I haven't seen him today. Not like I miss him or anything, but I haven't seen him. All right. And a little message to Wayne, Prairie, and Stunt. Railroaded might have to jump off a couple of times today. So if you see sex bots, go ahead and deal with them. All right. So here we are. I'll just go through the rest now because we got a long lunch hour. This fella is going to bury himself, actually. Going to bury himself eventually. Who, Tom? I think Tom's doing a good job. Not sure what he was up there. Hey, RR. You're a gentleman and a scholar. Cheers. I'm not sure what comment brought that on, but love you too. Glad you guys are enjoying something a little bit more calm. If you want yelling, you can Loudon Crowder and half a dozen other ones. If you want fast chatty, there's Ben. Not very much Canadian there. If you want in-depth legal crazy hair, there's Viva, but he's outside of Canada now, doing his thing. JJ McCullough's pretty cool. But I'm not sure who else is out there because I do seek it as well. So I'm very thankful that my chat is helping me learn more things too. Because I don't find a stream that I would be appealed to. There's a lot of good information, but I don't know, maybe I'm a little sensitive. I don't need to be yelled at all day long. I want to learn the information. FYI, that's me. Yeah, broadcasting live on Discord right now. I see a lot of Discord messages and stickers and stuff. I'll get used to all that, but I learned how to put the stream on, so we'll keep that going. Warts and all. And hey, that's kind of my channel, right? Warts and all. I'm not perfect. It goes down, it goes black. I leave the microphone on, we get a reverb. I have my phone with audio because I was trying to stay with the stream while I was remote or running around. And then it's feeding the microphone. So thank you all for running with me, warts and all. That could be the name of the channel, warts and all. And good job, RR. Yeah, just rocking it. I first said 3 weeks and RR said 3 minutes. We're up in 3 minutes. Good job. She is a star. She is a star and a very good human being too. And Juice, you're a lucky dude. I just found out yesterday. Juice and RR. Good little couple there. You don't be giving up your stars. Ha! No, you earned them. You earned them, RR. You earned a bunch of stars. Sharing is caring. Yep. And thank you all for your help. Amazing people around here just volunteering their help. Thank you. I do love you all, and I do appreciate it. Every little bit helps. Thank you. Join his research team. Yeah, please do. And because we want to keep the research going, and this is a great way to do it. A lot of people are comfortable with Discord. That's great. We're just going to start expanding on that one now too. All right. Morgan, there's a new name. Let's see what this is. Night, I'm on. All right. I think he works for the police. He's using the lingo, and that all means something to them. Hey, Morgan. Nice to meet you. Hey, Jeff. Facebook. Still no evidence. They needed the War Measures Act, and calling it by any other name is so lame. Absolutely. They took the word war out. Emergencies Act. War out. Hey, Jeff, I think you're seeing what was going on here. Maybe this was longer term plan. Soften us up. Have some more rules. But you're right. And this is something that Donald Best and Joe Rampart do a lot of. War Measures Act. Let's remember where it came from. It says my invite is invalid. We'll send you another one, Ellen. I think you might be recycling an invite. Maybe one got posted for someone else or something. I don't know if the invites are good for more than one person, but we'll get you one too. Hunk Army loves you. Yeah, Blue Love Bug. Welcome. Ellen, try this. Yeah, so you'll probably need to get your own. We'll figure it out there, Ellen. I see that's coming. Bright Wheel just made it in, so link must have worked. Let me know what's happening. I can help. Okay. Nope. You'll get there. So you guys are so wonderfully in touch and sane. Kind of our thing, isn't it, Eleanor? And welcome, Eleanor. So yes, you're here. I think you're now Discord now. Your offer from the email yesterday is great. And Eleanor, if you stick around tonight, me railroaded. And anybody else that wants to try and get involved in helping me stream this outside of my little space here, stick around at the end. We're going to kind of talk about how we can coordinate someone else doing the stream and just popping it up on the screen for me. That way it keeps it up when I go down. But Eleanor, so much appreciative of your email. Thank you. And yeah, we'll go through the Discord side of things and get things going with you. And thank you for your offer. Are you on a PC or phone? Maybe you need to download app if phone. Possibly. I'm sure you'll figure it out and work it out. For those interested, voting machines being reported as being down in midterms. Oh, really? Already, Terry. Dominion, of course. Yeah, all right. Important for Canadians because they started using machines here since the Trudeau snap election. But also, Terry, our federal election system is a little bit different than what they do in the States. We still do hand counting. I think Dominion was a part of some other elections in Canada. I don't know about the federal one yet. Always a concern. This is why I want paper, not digital. And this is why I want hands, not machines. For this reason here. Thanks for the info, Terry. Yeah, absolutely. Please keep that coming, and I'll report it. The Democrats have Soros' own Dominion on speed dial. Yeah, Soros is all over the place, is he not? The lead story on Global this hour is the readout of the Trudeau-Ford phone conversation, and Trudeau telling Ford he shouldn't need anything more than he had to clear the Windsor. Yeah, that was a very interesting one. Even the Wire brush up their comment. But yeah, we want that document. It's not in the database yet. We're keeping an eye on it. My little research team is going to be keep pinging that server until we get it. And if I get it first, I'll be sending it to Discord. Look at that, another Discord. It does a weird sound in my ear, so I'm getting used to it. In touch and saying, yeah, can be a thin line some days for sure, especially if it's -20 in the trailer first thing in the morning. It was a little cold. With the current state of affairs with Canadian leaders lately. God. Yeah, railroaded. You're in touch. You got it. Corrupt leaders resign. They'll never will. They won't go and say, all right, that was me. That hashtag was for me. All right, I'm going to resign. Imagine that. Farm equipment is a big deal if we look around the world at who and what is protesting being protested. James, I think that might be the foundation they're laying, because there is talk about updating the Highway Traffic Act, because farm equipment was not covered in it. And that was one thing they learned this time around, was farm equipment was not covered in the Highway Traffic Act the way they needed it to. So they're going to be making adjustments around that. And yeah, we're going to have fertilizer, we're going to have water, and we're going to have land. That will be the next one. Those are the three issues, James, that they're attacking farmers with. The fertilizer one, we barely made a peep in Canada about. I think we're still worried about bank accounts being frozen or something, but we didn't actually follow through with anything on the fertilizer one. And by the way, the incredibly conservative on a federal level, Alberta, not pushing at all on that, that upset me, because I reached out to Agriculture Canada and I reached out to the scientist, and it's all on my Twitter. You can take a look at it. And I asked him basic questions about why the need for the 30% reduction. We just want the information so we can be abreast of it. His response was they don't have that information available. It would take them a long time to get it. And his recommendation was for me to go on Google and search outside of Canada for the information that he's pointing me to. What I learned from that wasn't so much how he was dismissing me. It was I was the first one that asked for that. Not John Burrow, the shadow agriculture minister for the Conservative Party, not my MP, Gerald Socorro, not any Conservative member asked for a clarification around the fertilizer issue. Nobody asked the Government of Canada for that report or that breakdown until I did. And then the response I got when I asked for it was, it's not enough time. The request for comments closing in weeks and not enough time. So where were the Conservative Party on that one? Alberta's blue as blue can get with one little orange. Where were any of you on that one? It's so quiet. And I do want to highlight something about Gerald Socorro himself, my guy. He does follow me on Facebook now. He did around that time. He started following me on that around that time, around the fertilizer stuff. And then the day after that the request for comment closed was the first time he posted anything about the fertilizer issue. And that was the day after the request for comment closed. And that was also when I was saying to him, hey, where are you and John Burrow on this? And then he posts, the Liberals are attacking farmers with this fertilizer issue. And then nothing. He didn't do anything else after that. So a little too late, guys. Both of you could have reached out and said, hey, we need this information. And you guys could have been the catalyst that reached out and started that way before little old me did. Sorry for that little rant. I'm a little annoyed with my Blues on the Alberta federal level because not one of them stood up for the farmers during that, and they only showed up after the request for comment closed. So thanks, guys. Doesn't mean we're going to follow through with what this recommendation is. Farmers are smarter than that. But when it comes to leadership and it comes to representation, come on, Gerald. You should have been way better than that. Why didn't you just at least squawk about it? What do you got to lose? Sorry, I kind of went off there. Something that was on my mind, and it bothers me that we don't have real opposition in this country. The system's designed that way. It should be worked that way. I'll try again. Okay, looks like Ellen, you guys might be getting it. I guess it wanted a cell phone. Okay, I'm on computer. I'll put it on cell phone a little bit later, but cool. Dwayne, welcome back. Only potential for violence I heard was the threats made by the union to push vehicles into the water and break heads. No kidding, right? No kidding. There's a lot of elitism out there and a whole bunch of different places where they think they can just do that. Like if they said they needed the EA because the union was doing stuff like this, I'd be a little bit more on your side, team. But no, not at all. Hey, Travis, welcome from Calgary. Nice to meet you, Travis. Welcome. Facebook, just so you know, Travis, the stream will shut off at the 8-hour mark. And we usually do about 10 hours or just shy of 10 hours or just shy of 12 hours. It's somewhere in there. So if you're on Facebook and enjoying this, which you are, it will shut off at 8-hour mark. So please come and join us on Rumble or YouTube or Twitter. All three of those will be streaming it all the way to the end. About 5 minutes to water. Oh, your well's almost done. Did you put the hand pump in too? Let us know. Got her, Ellen. Congrats on the water. Yeah, look at this. This is this group. When you're off grid and you're dealing with wells and life in the rural areas, these are the things that make us excited. One of my wife's most exciting moments recently was our septic system went in. That's, yeah, we were very pleased to have it for this winter because it really made it tough to move things around in winter when you're dealing with just a 50-gallon tote type of thing. Enough on that one, but we got it septic. Deloitte, or we were our void machines. Yeah, Deloitte is what we have in Canada, I think, as the auditor for that. I think you're talking about that. And they're all connected. No hand pump yet. All right. All right. Well, I think you lifted it. You elevated it up a bit. Boy, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in Discord going on here. You want to have some fun? How much time we got left? We got some time. You guys want to join me in Discord? Let's go look at it. Let's go see what's going on here. Share screen. I think a window will do it. Discord. Look at that. Discord. My first time in it. So don't laugh at me if I don't know what I'm doing. I'm going to move it. There's so much going on. Oh, look at this. Is that the general chat? Perfect. I can set this up each day. Look at this. Come join us in Discord. I'm very new to it. So come join us here. Railroaded. But he pushes bandwidth. Yeah, I might be railroaded. I might be. And railroaded, if you can do the share screen in here like I did, we can stop mine and then you can do it. I can see Eleanor and there's a few people here. Or Eleanor, if you want to do it, I can stop my share of the screen and then you can share it. Let me know if you're doing that and I'll stop mine. Old MySpace 5. Yeah, I remember those days. RC. I remember those days too. Big days. You remember BBSs? How back do you guys go? Bulletin board systems? We used that a lot in back in the day. I still remember getting every week or so the phone number list and seeing who's new and what was a quota to join and stuff. Boy, those were some fun days. All right, well, that's Discord. That happened while we were watching everything. Thanks to all the people. Bright Wheel's in there too now. I just saw a message. Look at that. Just playing. Trudeau honk. Cool. All right. Well, I'm looking forward to getting in here some more and taking a closer look at this, folks. So thank you, RR. Thank you, Eleanor. Thank you, LNCJR. I know you're one of my Twitter people. I don't remember your name right now. Look at that. Canadian news, world news. Thank you all. Okay, so if you're going to get into Discord, ask for the invite. We'll get this thing growing. Thank you. We love you, Bright, for sure. For sure, Railroaded. We do love Bright. We love Stunt. We love the whole group. All right, so we'll stop sharing that. Oh, look at my hat. And look at my wings. Still haven't decided I'm going to cut them off yet. You remember, James? Bulletin board systems? Oh, having to dial up and get a connection, and then you had to give quota, so you would upload, so you can just download. It was a fun, interesting time. One of the big bulletin boards in Winnipeg was like ex-cops or something like that. And they had a process to go through to be approved. But James, you'll appreciate this. I'm going to say about 15 years ago. So yeah, mid-2000s. So somewhere in 2005, 2006, I found a old teletype BBS terminal at a garage sale. And it worked. I took it home and it worked. It powered up and it just wanted a phone number to dial out. And of course, it was like 2005, 2006. There was like nothing available. Quick web search. I found the library in Winnipeg still had the BBS up. So long distance and all, I didn't mind. I went and called and I think it freaked them out because there was an administrator on the other end and quickly got into the chat. I was like, wow, I haven't had anybody in here for a long time. And then within about 5 minutes, he went through all the processes to give me like full admin and give me all the rights to everything. And if you were in the BBS days, in the early days, that would have been an honor to finally get to, like a server admin level. Now they just hand it out like candy because nobody's there anymore. Unfortunately, that was my one and only time connecting there because it lost its novelty pretty quickly because there's very little you can do now that you can't do online. So it was fun. But James, those were fun days. Text adventure games. Yeah, there was one about drug dealing. What was that one called? Because it was actually good. It taught you economics and it taught you trade. There was one. You had to get on the subway, go somewhere else. It was fun. We don't do that anymore, do we? Hey, James. Cool. I think we're showing our ages a bit, right? The BBS was a lot of fun. And that's where I got my first email address from. And that was back when email was wide and open. You could just use a protocol to send messages. Not today. People spammed and took advantage of those open systems, so we don't have them anymore. Railroaded, you loving this chat? We got a little bit of an extra long lunch hour, so we can keep chatting. And yeah, the drug dealing game that taught you economics and trade. Yeah, there was one. Oh man, somebody out there knows this. It was very popular in the BBS front scene, and it was just a text based. You know what? Give me a sec. BBS text game drug dealer. Drug Wars. There it is. Yep, Drug Wars. That's what it was. Drug Wars game on BBS. Yep. It was an economic game, Railroaded, because you had to buy low, sell high. You had to move around to markets, and you had to upgrade your weapons and things like that for protection. And as silly as it sounds, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned in those type of games. It was quite popular. James, I'm only 42, 3 years younger than I am. I'm 45, bud. And that's right, Railroaded Drug Wars. Yep, that's the name of it. It was everywhere. That would be the one game that everybody was playing back then. It was fun. It was fun. There's a lot of games like that on old Nintendo where you would be it was more economics than it is video game. There was one about shipping, pirates and stuff like that. Anyways, I spent a lot of time around games like that, business related ones, because I found that interesting. It served me well later. Yeah, there it is. Yeah. Hey, let's go look at it together. It was a fun little text game. Some of you are laughing that, yeah, sure enough. Yeah, I'm just seeing if there's any screens. No, you brought up the wiki. There's no screen. But yeah, I remember lewds were cheap and then they were expensive. And yeah, anyways, back to this. All right, so looks like this afternoon, the next witness is going to be a business owner. Okay. And actually, let me search this database, see if we got any more documents. 26 documents. Uh-oh. Is this here now? 7 meeting. Sorry, I'm just looking at the evidence. I'm seeing if that document made its way in there yet. Doesn't look like it. RR. I think it was 2845. We got 2837. Anyways, we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, a business owner, Paul Rouleau. So it looks like he's a cabinet maker. So he's the next witness. Be very keen on how important he is. Is this going to be part of the narrative that he was worried that he'd have to fire people, or he did have to fire people, or are we going to hear about how horrible it was for him? He's a small business owner, not a big business owner, so I'm not sure how his impact. Maybe he's going to be like the BIA that we heard from Ottawa. We had 2 BIA people talking about businesses there. Maybe he's going to be the BIA representative for Windsor. Maybe that's what his role is. I'm not sure yet. But kind of like Ottawa, we got the city, we got the police, we got the OPP, and then we got business and residents kind of setting the stage. So maybe that's what this guy's more like, Paul. We'll meet you soon, bud. Okay. And where do we go from here, folks? I don't think anybody on this channel, in the chat, on Discord, on Rumble, actually think that the government had the right to do it, nor have they established it here. What do you think? Terry, what do you think? No EA? James? Where are you at with that one? Can you guys even get to the point where the EA was necessary? Can you even imagine it? Can you try and get there? Never had the right. Yeah. RR. This is clear as day now. Overreach. And that's what they do. This is kind of what they do. Obviously, political goose. No need or right. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. So other than waiting for the next election, maybe hoping the NDP break the partnership at some point, what do we do? I know some of you are frustrated and want to go to the street and yell. It's one thing to do. But what do we do? Politically traumatized. Railroad, there is a term that's going to come out of this, which is going to fall in the same category as domestic abuse. Okay? Domestic abuse is a certain category. It's horrible. Loved ones doing it to each other. Trust, bonds, parent, child, all that stuff. It makes for a very different dynamic when it comes to abuse and violence. Government doing this to people is going to fall into that category. I don't know what the name of it is. There might already be a name for it. But this was a type of domestic abuse. And Students Against Mandates, I interviewed them a while ago, and they had the same perspective that this was a type of government abuse on its people. It had the hallmarks of domestic violence, repetitive, you brought it on yourself, if only you listened type of behavior and attitude. Maybe that's something we're going to have to explore in the future, because that's what I think we witnessed here. The name calling, the constant propaganda through the media, this is all abuse. All types of abuse. And there's a whole bunch of people now that have to undo that abuse, kind of come out of the dark and lift themselves up. And hopefully we're there for them. Hong Kong. Yeah, so Goose, revolution. Revolution. So as we said yesterday, there's really, revolution is when the people go against the government and replace them. Civil war is when people on people, could be backed by government, it could be backed by governments, could be backed by states and provinces, but civil war is people on people, revolution is people on government, and coup is army via people via the army on government. So we've got the revolution at the ballot boxes, Goose. But practically, realistically, what other revolutions do we have? This is not France. Practically, realistically, what other revolutions do we got? We now saw what would happen if EA was used. So you can rest assured that would be the quick trigger. But Goose, I think at this point we need our opposition to wake up like yesterday, get loud, and also attack the NDP for breaking the rules, and even levy bribery charges, because the deal with the NDP and the Liberal Party is officially under criminal code a bribery of officials. Whenever you sell your vote, that hasn't happened yet, that's bribery of an official. It's in the criminal code. Where's my opposition? Where's the opposition? Push hard. But Goose, I'm not saying no to anything you're thinking. Dwayne, if Trudeau actually said to Ford that he has what he needs without the EA to clear the protest, that's a death nail to the government's narrative. Yes. And why isn't Ford taking the stand? He doesn't want to talk about any of this. Interesting, right? 100%. We've also seen all over the place. The plans were done, things were done before the EA. Come on, Pierre, you got to do something. You got enough here to say that Justin was lying on the 14th when he said that the blockades were in place still. You have enough right there, Pierre. Go and attack him like crazy on that one. Play it over and over and over again. He kept saying they're blocked, and then have the OPP, have Windsor, have WPS, have them all saying cleared by the 13th. Just keep doing that. It's annoying that you're not, to be honest with you. Legal protests are taking place in the capital city because where else do you confront the leaders? May the odds be forever in your favor. Eleanor, you know this. And they've been talking about, like, especially Ottawa. Ottawa says, we're the capital. We've got the government, the number one taxpayer, the number one employer. We love it. Don't come here and complain to them. Don't worry, Eleanor. We don't have to listen to any of that recommendation and this weird talk. There's a lot of countries around the world that set up protest zones, which are so ineffective that you're just causing even more rife to grow. I think, Eleanor, they got some growing up to do, and legal protests. We should do it again. Yep. Anyone else who's ever gone through mental health therapy for trauma sees it 100% RR. This is domestic. This is a form of domestic violence for sure. Psychological, emotional, spiritual. You're going after health and fear, and you're making us attack other family members. This has got all the hallmarks of a very abusive, controlling relationship. Very. It's a type of abuse. There's even another type that I want to poke my eyes on at some point, and that's litigation abuse. That's using the court system to abuse people. I know what that's like. That's another type. And that one is it's heartbreaking on how little recourse you have for litigation abuse. Sorry, there's something about Alberta there. And lives it, it's triggers for those who have it. It's a shame. I agree. A revolution ripple in Alberta. And I'm not surprised that Bridget, a survivor of domestic abuse, was the light for this, because she recognized that kind of abuse the same way, felt the same way. Attacking her face with a mask instead of a fist or a hand. She had all of those. And yes, I don't think she was wrong on feeling the same feelings. I think this is what we had gone through. We are in a toxic relationship with our gov on nearly every. Yes, James. Yes, it's time to break up with them. I think it's time to break up with them and get a new one. I just can't get that election here fast enough, can we? But I'll be there. I'll be on the ballot. And I'm going to do everything I can to get my name out there, get people to recognize the mission, get supported for it, and then follow through with it, and then do another term of it, because we may need to do 2 of them. Practically, we buckled up. We were dealing with tyranny. There is no legal or civil system response available with tyranny. That's so true, Goose. I know it feels that way, but please understand, I think we're a couple steps away from that, but it's certainly smelling and feeling like it, and we're trending there. We're not quite there yet. But if this inquiry goes bad, or if that event, if the truckers actually revolted and tried to do anything along those lines, then we definitely would be there right now, Goose. And I kind of think maybe that was the 1, 2, 3 step process they were looking for. 100% James, from the municipal through the province, all the way to the feds. Railroaded knows. Yeah, and even when you get to some of the right help, ombudsmans and stuff like that, and it goes in your favor, even then, very little power. It's a recommendation, right? RR. You can't directly call anyone a liar in House of Commons. Yeah, that's a neat one. In fact, I think Singh got in trouble for dancing that line and then calling someone racist, or at least applying, or you get some trouble for that. But you don't have to say liar. You can just attack the truth that they're giving you, ask them for the proof, counter it. It's a debate. You don't have to get to the liar level, but to show them a liar. But I would have so many complaints, James, in the House. They wouldn't stick and they wouldn't get rid of me, but there would be a lot of petty complaints against me, because they would find me very difficult. A convoy was our last attempt to gauge a civil process. We should understand now exactly what type of entity we're dealing with. 2 arms. James, I can't support you on that one. I can't support you on that one. I don't think that's where we're at. I think if things went worse in February, maybe, but I don't think we're there, James. And I think it's kind of difficult to make those kind of calls at this stage, because all of those calls right there will be shut down and pointed to as the threats that caused the reaction. You don't even have to have arms. Just talking like that will be enough for them to C11 or put you in an investigation or other things. So, and look, and that's kind of what they did by design, right? Us even talking about violence as one of the options that can be considered, not even to the point where you're doing it, is so taboo and off that it's difficult, Goose. But I don't think that's the way Canada would work. I don't think Canada would do that, to be honest with you. About 80% are so weak that they wouldn't do that, Goose. I think our best bet right now is for Alberta and other provinces to just say thanks, but no thanks to the federal government, start living independently. And if the federal government decides to come knocking and show up on the doorstep, stand on guard for thee. No problem, Goose. Don't know if you know this, but there are no rats in Alberta. Did you know that? Look it up. Rats haven't made their way to Alberta yet. We're going to keep it that way. And I actually mean the rodent. They're not here. Look it up. And we're going to keep it that way, Goose. So if they come here, you and I can talk, but I don't think you would go there with it. Not at this stage. We're not there. It won't happen. So buckle up. Things are going to get a lot worse and weirder. Biblical. Grab the popcorn and find a high hill. Whew. Those be fighting words, Goose. We're watching, we're paying attention, and we're not scared. And we won't back down. And we know that truth and good is on our side. So, flush. She's in business. Go, Ellen. Water back. Good job. And thanks for sharing with us. It's great. And yes, flush the swamp. One by one. And the swamp are the unelected officials. CAOs, directors. Some of them are good people, but some of them have been there for a little bit too long, and some of them don't have enough accountability. Okay, so I'm just going to get the stream ready because the screen just changed on me. It was an extra long lunch hour, so I hope you guys enjoyed. A little bit more banter and babble than normal. They are guilty of corruption. Imagine what kinds leave. Imagine what kind of lives we would live if we could force the ones to resign and no public purse if found guilty of corruption. Well, hopefully it's the other way around, railroaded. We still believe in due process. And I don't think just an allegation of corruption should be enough, but proof of it, a process for sure. And this is one thing I've been calling for that I think we are missing. And that is some oversight of government. Sorry, distracted. Oversight on government, even the unelected ones. There's ethics commissions,
Order
but not
allowed?
much. Okay, looks like we're back. Okay, well, enjoy the afternoon. Time for lunch for me. Hot dogs. Chat with you guys soon as we get this banner
The
going.
commission is reconvened. La commission reprend.
Okay, enjoy.
Yes, Alison McMahon, Commission Counsel. And our next witness is Paul Rouleau.
Mr. Lashid, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
I'd like to affirm.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Paul, Paul, Winfield, Winfield, Leschide, Leschhied.
Do you solemnly affirm that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
And Commissioner, Mr. Rouleau's counsel is appearing virtually and would like to briefly address the commission.
Okay, yes, go ahead. Oh,
My name is
go ahead.
my name is Lonnie Rillard, and I appear for Paul Rouleau. And I'd just like to confirm prior to the proceeding with the witness that the protections of Section 9 of the Ontario Evidence Act and Section 5 of the Evidence Act of Canada are invoked for the witness.
Okay, thank you. Just for the record, Mr. Lashid is under subpoena, and I will deem that the witness has objected to answer each and every question on the ground that his answers may tend to incriminate or may tend to establish his liability to a civil proceeding at the instance of the Crown or of any other person, and if but for the acts invoked, the witness would, or this act, the witness would therefore have to been excused from answering the questions. Then, although the witness is by reason of this act or the federal and provincial act compelled to answer, the answers so given shall not be used or admissible in evidence against him in any criminal trial or any other criminal proceeding against him thereafter taking place, other than a prosecution for perjury in the giving of that evidence or for the giving of contradictory evidence. So is that adequate then?
Yes, thank you, sir.
Okay, with that introduction, I think we can proceed with the examination. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lashid, you were interviewed by Commission Counsel on October 4th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Registrar, if we could please pull up WTS 6049. Mr. Lashid, is that a summary of the interview?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review this summary?
Yep.
And do you have any corrections to it?
No.
Okay, then we'll ask that it be entered as an exhibit. Mr. Lashid, you live in McGregor, Ontario, is that right?
Oh, correct.
And that's about 15 kilometers from downtown Windsor?
15 to 20 kilometers from downtown Windsor, yeah.
Okay. And what do you do for a living?
I co-own a contracting business that serves the greater Windsor, Essex County area.
Okay, and have you been a lifelong resident of the Essex County area?
I've lived in the Essex County area for the better part of the last 44 years, other than the time I spent at university and briefly in Alberta for as a commercial helicopter pilot.
And can you please tell the commissioner about how you became involved with protests against COVID-19 public health mandates?
I would just say, like many other Canadians, I've grown a little wary with the I guess the direction of our basic fundamental rights and freedoms kind of being transformed into privileges that can be granted or revoked based upon our personal compliance with whatever the latest mandate or bylaw that's being passed down by our federal, provincial, or municipal leaders. It led me to be a little concerned as a father of 3 young children, the direction that this country is heading in. And so I participated in several peaceful, lawful protests so that people's voices could be heard with these same concerns.
And can you tell us about those protests?
I mean, we had various fundraisers for people that have been negatively impacted or had job losses or had their businesses somewhat run into the ground or not being able to make ends meet. We've had various freedom rallies at the flag, I guess that you would call it, at the downtown Windsor area of Riverside and Olette Avenue.
And are those the sort of weekly rallies that would take place starting in
I wouldn't say I was
September
there for the
2020?
weekly rallies. There have been weekly rallies, and I did my part to offer whatever assistance or support that I could at several of these events over the last couple of years.
Okay. And how would you typically hear about protests that you would attend or fundraisers or rallies?
I mean, I've made a lot of friends and that would attend some of these rallies in the area that have similar concerns that I do. So, you know, through text message, periodic meetups where people might be discussing what they would like to do or what actions maybe they would like to take next.
And would you post about it on social media or sort of did you join any groups related to?
More just like personal interactions with friends that were involved in the same sort of things.
Okay, so you weren't part of any sort of formal organizations?
I wouldn't say that there was very many formal organizations. It was kind of a loose organization with people coming and going, and that would be about it.
And a loose organization in the sense of just you have this network of friends who?
I mean, like I said, it would be some people that were involved with this maybe prior to me getting involved, and then I would meet certain people over the course of these events, and that would be about it.
Okay, and did you help plan any of these rallies or?
I mean, I offered support where I could. I thought I was a calming influence on a lot of these events when perhaps maybe things got contentious or you know, offer support in terms of setting things up. You know, we would have a sound stage perhaps, and, you know, I would offer support in moving things from point A to point B or hauling things from somewhere to wherever the venue happened to be at.
Okay. And I understand that in January 2022 and continuing into early February, there were slow roll protests on Huron Church Avenue. Is that right?
Yes.
And were you aware of those?
I was aware of those, yes.
Did you participate in them?
No, I did not.
Like attend them in any way or anything like that?
No.
Okay. And were you at that time following what was happening in Ottawa with the Freedom Convoy?
Yes.
Okay. And how were you monitoring that? Was it through social media, through traditional media?
Mostly social media. And then, I had a couple friends that were heading up there at various points during the Ottawa demonstrations.
Okay. And we'll come back to that. But you didn't participate in any of the events in Ottawa, did you?
No.
So the blockade of the Ambassador Bridge starts on February 7th, as I understand it. In the days leading up to that, were you aware that there might be a protest in that area?
No.
So we've heard evidence over the last day and a half that there were social media posts about a slow roll and potential blockade, but that was not something that you saw?
I knew that there were slow rolls going on. Was there rumors about this event or that event going on? There's all kinds of things being shared across social media, but I was not aware of any organization for an event that was going to start on February 7th.
Was a blockade of the Ambassador Bridge something that you had heard rumors about?
Very loosely. You might have heard somebody suggest, oh, well, that would be an interesting idea, but nothing that would ever have been something that I was involved in discussing.
Okay. And you attended the blockade for the first time on the evening of February 7th, is that right?
Correct.
And around what time would you have arrived?
I would estimate around 9 p.m.
And for the rest of the week, would you typically attend around the same time?
Yeah, I would usually go after my young children were put to bed, and I would head down from between the hours of 8 and 9 until maybe 12 to 1 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And so on that first evening, on February 7th, where were the protesters located?
So where I went was at the intersection of Gerardo and Huron Church Avenue, which is approximately a half kilometer south of the egress point of the Ambassador Bridge southbound on Huron Church.
Okay. And Mr. Registrar, could we please pull up the map of Windsor just so that we can see where that is? And so, as I understand it, the egress point, as you referred to it, is north of College on Huron Church. Is that right?
Correct.
So would that be in the vicinity of that purple icon?
Yeah, somewhere between the purple and maybe just a little bit south of that.
Okay. And Gerardo, that's
So Gerardo would be, if you see the second cross street, I see you, there's a little where it says Dot Avenue beside it, and you see like an intersection there.
Mhm.
That would be where the intersection of Gerardo and Huron Church would be.
And that's about halfway between College and Tecumseh?
Correct.
And so when you arrived at the protest that night, were vehicles blocking the intersection?
There was probably 3 to 4 pickup trucks blocking or straddling both sides of Huron Church Avenue, north and southbound at that intersection.
And so were they driving down Gerardo? I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher that street name. Or were they driving down Huron Church?
So they weren't driving when I got there. They were just kind of straddled across, like perpendicular to Huron Church Avenue, so that they were impeding the traffic at Gerardo and Huron Church.
And approximately how many vehicles were blocking the intersection?
I would say 3 to 4.
And did you participate in that blockade?
No, I parked much further away on a side street.
And so then you walked in?
Yes.
And were most people in their cars or were they on foot?
They would be on foot. Other than those 3 to 4 cars that were involved there, everybody else would be on foot.
Roughly how many other protesters were?
When I got there, maybe 40, 50. somewhere in that range.
They were standing in the intersection, on the sidewalks.
On the sidewalks, some in the intersection of that area.
And were there police present?
Yes.
What were they doing?
So there would have been police vehicles at the intersection near, I guess on the east side of that road where the Assumption High School area is.
Mhm. And had they set up blockades anywhere?
So I didn't discover that until after I left that evening, and then I had seen that there was Windsor police vehicles at several of the intersections surrounding the general area.
And that's on February the 7th?
Yes.
And yesterday we saw evidence that protesters had started setting up a camp on the first night and had told police that they were staying put and not moving. Is that something that you observed?
I didn't observe that at the Gerardo intersection, which is the only spot that I really walked.
Okay, so you weren't at College Street, for example?
Not on February 7th. No.
And you didn't sort of walk by there when you
Well,
were?
my impressions at Gerardo was that there was semi-trucks backed up on both north and southbound lanes for as far as my eyes could see. So I had no reason to really walk along all of the other semi-trucks on the road that were just sitting there idling.
And was your impression that they were backed up because of the blockade at Gerardo?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what time did you leave the protest on that first night?
I would estimate 1 o'clock in the morning.
Did you expect that the protesters would stay overnight?
When I left, there was probably a dozen or so protesters left there, and I had assumed that that would be a one-off type of event and it would be over by the next morning or later that night.
So while you were there, you hadn't discussed with anybody that they might stay there overnight?
I think I might have asked, like, is anybody planning to stay here beyond the evening? Because the numbers had dwindled as in the 3 or 4 hours that I was there. And I had just assumed by 1 o'clock in the morning, when it was kind of apparent that there was more police presence in the area than there were protesters, that this wasn't going to go on for any length of time.
Okay. And you attended the protest again the next night, is that right?
I mean, I remember asking a friend the next morning, is anything still going on at the Ambassador Bridge or Huron Church area? And he said, yeah, it's still going on, which I was very surprised of. And so, yeah, I went down the second evening about the same time.
And was that friend somebody who had stayed overnight at the protest?
No.
Did you know any of the people who were in the trucks blocking the intersection that night?
I had never seen any of the people in the 3 or 4 pickup trucks or SUVs that were there that night prior or since.
And so on the second night, the protest is more centrally located at College Street. Were the lanes all blocked in every direction on, was Huron Church blocked in both directions?
So on that second night, the protests seemed to be centrally located at the southbound egress point from the Ambassador Bridge. So those lanes would have been blocked. Northbound, I believe there was maybe 1 or 2 protest vehicles on the northbound area, but the entire perimeter, I guess, of the College Huron Church intersection was cordoned off by police vehicles.
So all 4 points of the intersection were blocked off by police vehicles?
I would say 3 of the 4 inner parts, and then the southbound Huron Church just south of College Avenue, that was where more of the protest vehicles that didn't fit on, say, the north side where the egress area is from Ambassador Bridge, they had started to park on that south section of the southbound lanes of Huron Church south of College Avenue.
And approximately how many protesters were there that night?
People or vehicles?
Both.
I would say perhaps 40 vehicles, a few large semi-trucks, and probably between 100, 150 protesters. Again, the numbers fluctuated over the times that I was there, usually dwindling as the evenings got later.
And did the crowd dynamic change as things got later?
I would say from my interactions with other people, the crowd dynamic might have changed from the daytime to the evening times. But from the times I would get there at 9 till 1 o'clock, which was my average times that I would have been there, dynamic would have stayed the same, just the numbers probably would have dropped off as people left to go home.
And could you describe what the atmosphere was like when you attended the protests?
I mean, there would be music, the national anthem would be sung, you know, periodically. There would be food being shared amongst anybody and everybody that was wanted to be part of that. Generally just a peaceful gathering of people that were there for various reasons.
And did you talk to other protesters about their reasons for being there?
Not really specifically. It's probably largely assumed the reasons. I mean, I think I spoke to a few of the truck drivers who expressed their reasons for being there was more in line with the fact that they were about to face losing their ability to cross the international border without compliance with the mandates to cross and drive their trucks to and from the United States.
But there were personal vehicles there as well, and individuals who weren't truck drivers?
Exactly.
And do they have different goals?
I don't think I really spoke in depth with some of the strangers that I was meeting for the first time about why they were there. I think it was just assumed to me that they were there celebrating or expressing their peaceful right to protest.
And on the Tuesday, what was the police presence like?
Well, it certainly had grown. Definitely seemed to be a little bit more organized than on the first night when things were a little bit more new. They generally seem to be, from the ones that I was able to interact with or witness other people interacting with, very friendly and cordial with the protesters that were there.
Did you interact with any of the police officers?
Not more than to be a party and perhaps talks that they were having with other people, other than to offer hellos or greetings to some of the officers that might have been in the areas where I was.
Okay. And were they telling you anything about your right to be there or encouraging you to leave, anything like that?
On that second night, certainly there was a lot of, I shouldn't say a lot, there were some police officers that would suggest we support your right to be here, or we're happy that, maybe not the word happy, we're in support with what you're doing here, and everything seems to be peaceful. That'd be about it.
So they weren't advising you that you had to leave or be arrested?
No.
Okay. And were there more barricades on this night than there had been the previous night, or was it pretty consistent?
I mean, the previous night, I wouldn't suggest that I didn't remember seeing barricades. I would say that there was police cruisers at intersections, and I guess if that represents a barricade, that would be what I would say on night number one. And then night number two, they would have some of those construction, like the orange construction wooden barricades at some of the intersections in the area.
Okay. And I understand from your interview summary that some protester vehicles were able to come and go from the protest area.
On that second night, yes.
Okay. And how did that work if there were the wooden barriers and cruisers stationed along the intersections?
So I remember noticing between somewhere around midnight and maybe 12:30, a couple trucks that semi-trucks or large size trucks had entered or had to go around the Tecumseh Road Huron Church intersection to go down some of the residential streets that would be west of Huron Church. And you could hear the horns. And they entered, I believe, at College Avenue and Huron Church, where there would have been a police cruiser and orange barricades. And upon them arriving at the intersection, I saw the police officers get out of the vehicles, remove the barricades, and allow the trucks to enter into that intersection, and then basically direct them to park on the southbound lanes of Huron Church Avenue, south of College Avenue.
And did you see any other cooperation between the police and protesters?
I mean, generally, I think on that second night, there was an ability for vehicles to leave later on in the evening if they were not planning to remain parked on Huron Church Avenue that night. I'm not exactly sure where they were facilitated to come and go. I know there's a couple intersections there that would allow you to exit to the west of Huron Church, and perhaps they were, the cruisers maybe would have allowed some of those trucks or passenger vehicles to exit at that point. Don't remember actually witnessing how they were getting out.
So something that you were aware of, but
I just remember, I guess I'm deducing this from the fact that there was different vehicles there, say on night 2 from the subsequent nights, and I could only assume that they had to have been able to leave on their own accord with police cooperation.
okay. Mr. Commissioner, I just want to say for the record, the map that I referred to earlier is doc ID COM 50930, and that's a screenshot of the same map that was shown to you yesterday, and a link for which was circulated to the parties yesterday. Just wanted to clarify that point. Now, on Wednesday night, were protesters still at College?
Yes.
And were there also additional protest sites?
I had heard that there was some protesters that wanted to perhaps blockade the Wyandotte entrance to the Ambassador Bridge. I never went over there to see it. I know that there were some protesters that perhaps wanted to be involved with blocking the Tecumseh Road and Huron Church intersections. But I never really walked to the Wyandotte area to see what was really going on.
Okay, and just referring back to the map, Wyandotte is where there's a entry into the Ambassador Bridge, port of entry.
It would be like the ancillary entry, whereas the main entry would be northbound Huron Church into the Ambassador Bridge area.
And was that, to your knowledge, was that intersection completely blocked?
The northbound entrance to the Ambassador Bridge?
The Wyandotte.
Oh, the Wyandotte one. Again, I didn't go there. I just remember hearing some protesters say it's blocked, and then you'd hear it's not blocked, and then it's been given up to in negotiations for emergency use vehicles to come and go. But again, I never saw it with my own eyes to be able to say when it was blocked, when it was not blocked.
Were you aware of who was engaging in negotiations over things like emergency lanes?
I would have been hearing this third hand from somebody that maybe would have heard those negotiations prior to my arrival.
Okay. And so at this point, was any traffic able to enter or exit the bridge?
To the best of my knowledge, the northbound entrance to the Ambassador Bridge was always open, and I believe it was being used by law enforcement or perhaps CBSA to come and go, because that's a very large, like 2 or 3 lane entrance point to the bridge. And it was secured from night number 2 until the end of the demonstration by law enforcement. And it was never really impeded by protesters, although because Huron Church was basically blocked by or secured at Tecumseh Road by Windsor Police Services or other law enforcement, that you couldn't get to that northbound area as a vehicle. No vehicle could really get into that area.
Were there also vehicles or protesters, excuse me, at the Tecumseh Road intersection?
Periodically, I believe I would see some, but it was a very small contingent that was at that intersection.
Okay. And what was the crowd like relative to the previous nights?
And this is on the Wednesday we're talking?
Yes.
Largely the same as the previous night. Perhaps a little bit larger maybe in the number of people that were there, but the same sort of things going on: national anthems, food, more or less a cordial atmosphere amongst everybody that was there.
Sort of a party-like atmosphere, or?
Yeah, but I mean, it would die down from being a party as the evening got later and colder.
And were people drinking alcohol?
I never saw that.
You didn't see anyone drinking, okay. Or using drugs?
I didn't see that.
And what was the police presence like on Wednesday night?
So it started to become more apparent that it looked like they were preparing, I believe, seeing police vehicles that didn't look recognizable to me as Windsor Police Service vehicles there. I remember seeing around midnight or 1 o'clock, like a green pickup truck with several, what I could only estimate would be like SWAT team type members dressed up in the back of a truck, kind of coming out of that northbound entrance area into the Ambassador Bridge. And they would come and, I don't know, either do whatever that was that they were practicing to do, or if they were trying to gather information, and then they would leave.
And it looked to you like they were not Windsor police officers?
It didn't look to me like a vehicle I had ever recognized as a Windsor police vehicle. And I believe it was like a green, like F-250 or F-350 style vehicle.
So moving to Thursday night, in your witness statement, you said that the police started to encourage protesters to leave the area. Is that correct?
I would say that was on Friday, I think, is when I would gather that I started to hear some of those suggestions.
Okay, it was on Friday. And was that was a change in messaging from what you'd heard previously from police?
Yeah, I would say so.
And how did the protesters react to that message?
I think most of the protesters was still were of the opinion that they were not going to leave until some level of achievement had been made for the purposes of their demonstration.
And what would some level of achievement be?
Perhaps maybe a discussion with somebody that they were seeking to have a conversation with. I guess I could only speak for hearing some of the drivers of the larger trucks that were going to be faced with losing the ability to perform their job if they weren't going to comply with a mandate. And so that was their, in my estimation, reason for being there.
Did it feel like the protesters were united on that point, or did people have different motivations? And
I would
different
say
goals?
some of the protesters, and certainly the ones that were in the profession of driving heavy trucks. But again, I'd be assuming what every person's reason that wasn't a truck driver was there, why they were there.
But there wasn't sort of a formal list of demands that you were aware of?
There was nothing like that.
And before Friday night, did you believe that the protest was lawful and you could remain there without fear of arrest?
Correct, yep.
And on Friday, did that change?
I mean, I was not aware of the details of the injunction. I had heard that it was being discussed. I showed up on that night the same way I had done the previous 4 nights to be part of a peaceful demonstration and observe with my own 2 eyes what was happening in the backyard of my own community that I've been a part of.
What did you understand about the injunction that night?
Not very much, to be honest.
Okay, but you knew it had been granted?
I wasn't sure when perhaps it had been granted. I just knew that it was in talks. That was about the extent of it.
If I could please pull up WPS, I believe it's 7049. And it'll be page 16. So this is an affidavit that was filed in the injunction proceedings. And on page 16, there is a message to demonstrators, which I understand was distributed by the Windsor Police Service on February 11th. And you can see on the screen that it says, the Windsor Police Service wants to make demonstrators clearly aware that it is a criminal offense to obstruct, interrupt, or interfere with the lawful use, enjoyment, or operation of property. The offense itself is known to mischief of property. The unlawful act of blocking streets at and near the Ambassador Bridge is resulting in people being denied the lawful use, enjoyment, and operation of their property and causing businesses to close down. We are providing notice that anyone blocking streets or assisting others in the blocking of streets may be committing a criminal offense and must immediately cease further unlawful activity, or you may face charges. You could be arrested if you are a party to the offense or assisting others in the direct or indirect commission of this offense. Is this something that you saw while you were at the protests?
No,
Did you see it at any point?
no.
Is it consistent with what you were being told by the Windsor Police Service that night?
No, I was never told any of what you just read off there.
So you weren't aware that you might be charged with mischief, for example?
No.
Okay. I understand that Friday was the last day that you attended the protest. Is that right?
Correct.
And why was that?
I think I just got the sense on that Friday that they were going to put an end to this protest. And the following Saturday, again, I was only able to go at these later times in the evening after I'd worked all day and again, put my children to bed at night. And on that Saturday, it was kind of clear that things were escalating to the point that this was going to come to an end, and there was no reason for me to head down to there.
And on the Friday, Ontario declared a state of emergency. Were you aware of that?
Again, I might have heard it on the radio.
Did that influence your decision to leave the protest?
No, again, I was just there I was there to witness what was happening, so that I could know what was actually going on down at the Ambassador Bridge demonstration, because I figured that was probably the only way I was going to know really what was happening, is to witness it with my own two eyes.
And that brings up the issue of media coverage, which is something that you spoke about in your interview summary. Did you feel that the media coverage of the protest was generally accurate?
I would say that there was a lot of perhaps exaggeration of what was happening at the demonstration in Windsor. It was certainly being painted as something that I didn't witness for the 5 days that I was there, which was simply a peaceful protest of people that wanted to have their voices heard.
And how was it being painted?
I mean, I remember seeing videos or clips on the mainstream media showing trucks like backed up across the Ambassador Bridge beyond that first night, which I mean, I think they cleared the Ambassador Bridge within 12 hours or so on that first night. So that was never going on the rest of the week. There was only like 4 to 6 semi-trucks that were involved in impeding or blockading traffic on that southbound Huron Church area. And it certainly made, the coverage certainly seemed to make it sound like it was much larger in scale and scope than that.
And was there any information about the effect of the blockade that you felt was inaccurate in terms of the kind of economic impact on?
Again, I don't know what the actual economic impact is, because that's not something I study or really learn or know about.
So it was just sort of the images that you were seeing didn't reflect what you were.
I mean, and not just what I'm seeing in Windsor, but I mean, I kind of observed the same sort of misrepresentation from what I would hear from friends that were in Ottawa versus what was actually being shown on television in regards to the nature of the demonstrations that were going on.
Okay. So I'm going to go briefly back to the state of emergency that was declared on February 11th, effective on the 12th, midnight of the 12th. If we could go back to WPS 7049, please. And page 19. This is another flyer that I understand was distributed on the 11th. Is this something that you saw?
No.
Okay. Now, I'd like to ask you about sort of the organization of the protest and the leadership, which is something I know we've already touched on a little bit. But your evidence earlier was that you weren't aware of any formal plan around the protest. Am I getting that right?
Yep, that's correct.
And so you don't know who started it or how they disseminated the message to go to Huron Church and
No.
Trudeau? Okay. So to the best of your knowledge, it just came together kind of organically.
That would have been my assumption, yes.
And did you observe anyone who appeared to be sort of speaking on behalf of protesters to police?
No.
So as far as you were aware, police were sort of just interacting with
There were
protesters?
certain groups that the police would be talking with, but not like one central group that it seemed like they would be engaging with on a routine basis.
So when you say that there were groups that they would be engaging with, do you just mean that on a given day, you might see them talking to a particular group of people, but the next day you'd see them talking to someone else?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, so there was no consistency in who was.
No, it was a leaderless movement that I didn't see one focal point that was being discussing things with law enforcement on a routine basis.
And did you have a sense that the protest would have ended at some point if the police hadn't intervened, or was it the police intervention that brought it to an end?
I could only speculate. I mean, the police brought it to an end. How things would have unfolded if that didn't happen, I don't know.
But at that point on Friday, when you left, there was no sort of sense that everyone was going to start packing up and leaving.
No, I didn't get that sense.
Now, something that you mentioned earlier was that some people at the protest felt that they wanted to talk to somebody in government. Is that right?
I wouldn't say that would, I guess that would be an assumption that I made, that, you know, they wanted to have their voices heard because they had largely been silenced and they probably felt they had no other option as to who could they talk to regarding the mandates that were coming that would force them or cause them to be able to lose their ability to do their jobs crossing the international border.
And so, and I know that this is something that you had mentioned in your interview summary as well, is that you felt like politicians were refusing to kind of engage with the protesters and hear them out. Is that true?
Yeah, I never saw any politicians came to engage with anybody there.
So as apart from the protesters generally, for you personally, was it a goal to have a politician come and speak to you or acknowledge the protest?
No, I wouldn't say that I went there with any goals.
Okay. Could we please pull up ONT 50858? This, if you could scroll down a bit. Keep going a little bit more. Thank you. This is a letter from the Solicitor General of Ontario, Sylvia Jones, to the Commissioner of the Ontario Provincial Police, which is dated February 11th. And it states, this letter is being sent regarding the protest activity occurring in Windsor and restricting access to the Ambassador Bridge, which must end. The Government of Ontario is proposing that a meeting occur within an agreeable time period between a select group of protest leadership and representatives of the province to allow their issues to be heard. To move forward with our offer to schedule a meeting, all protesters must leave the protest site immediately, denounce all unlawful activity, and encourage a period of quiet. This means no unlawful, unpeaceful, unsafe protest activity can occur between the time of acceptance of this offer until the meeting takes place. Have you ever seen this letter before?
No.
So it's not something that you was shared with you on the 11th?
No.
Was the offer set out in this letter something that you think you would have been interested in, or?
Me personally, no.
Why is that?
I mean, I was there to observe what was happening and to support other people that were there for their particular reasons to conduct themselves in a peaceful, lawful protest.
And so you don't think that other protesters would have wanted to accept this offer of a,
I can't say that other protesters, there's probably other protesters that may have accepted this offer, but I can only speak for myself.
okay. Were you in contact with anyone involved in the Ottawa protests?
Yeah, I had some friends that had gone up to Ottawa, and I would interact with them or ask them how things were wherever they were at.
And were these friends from Windsor, Essex County area?
Yep.
Okay. Were they involved in the leadership of the
No,
Ottawa protests? They were just protesters.
they were just
Joining the
they were
movement?
just people that wanted to go up and support in whatever ways they could from our region.
And did you, were you in touch with anyone who was in the leadership of the Ottawa protests?
I guess you'd have to define what do you mean by leadership of the Ottawa protests?
For example, this commission has heard from Chris Barber,
No.
Pat King.
I think I had a brief exchange just to ask if there was any sort of connection between what was happening in Windsor and what was happening in Ottawa. And I got a categorical no response to that.
Okay. And when you say you asked if there was any sort of connection, was this, were you asking for support, or was this,
No.
is there an existing?
There was so many rumors throughout the entire week of, oh, there's convoys coming down to Windsor and hundreds of vehicles coming down to Windsor. And I was just trying to figure out like what perhaps is actually going on here and what might be going on here in Windsor.
Can you tell us about the rumors that you were hearing about the connections?
Just that there was constant rumors of more trucks are on their way from this location or that location.
And so besides Pat King, were you in touch with somebody like Tamara Leach?
No,
James Bowder?
no,
Any other person who's sort of identified as a figure of a leadership figure within the
no,
convoy movement?
no.
Okay. Was disrupting cross-border trade one of the reasons that protesters decided to blockade the bridge specifically?
Again, I can only speculate at the reasons why other people decided to choose that location.
Did you think that that was a reason that the bridge was a good location for
Certainly,
protest?
it's certainly a strategic reason, a spot where you could garner some attention that might allow you to have your voices heard if that was the intention.
Now, we heard evidence yesterday about children present at the protest. Is that something that you saw?
After 9 o'clock at night, no, I didn't see anybody that would be considered a child. I mean, there might have been some teenagers there, but no, it was usually an adult crowd when I would arrive.
Okay. Did you ever hear anyone suggest that children could be used as human shields?
No.
And after the blockade ended, after the weekend where the police cleared out the protest on the 12th and 13th, were you aware of any discussion about doing another protest at the bridge?
No, I never heard about that.
So you never heard of the slogan, "Taking back the bridge," while the police were kind of busy in Ottawa?
No,
On social media? Never saw that?
no,
And there was no discussion of reestablishing the blockade after the injunction expired?
not that I was aware of.
Is there anything that I haven't asked you that you think is important for the commissioner to know?
I think you've covered everything in my statement there.
Those are my questions.
Thank you. Okay, first, the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Lashid, Cynthia Lau, one of the counsel for the Government of Canada. Mr. Lashid, you had testified that you co-own a contracting business. You are the owner of a custom cabinetry business in Ontario, correct?
Correct.
And that has been in operation for 12 years as far as your co-ownership, is that right?
Correct.
And you offer services for designing, building, installing kitchens and cabinetry, bathrooms, and custom living spaces, correct?
Correct.
You would agree with me that your business uses higher quality materials, would you not?
Sure.
And some of
Can I
those
ask the
materials
relevancy
are,
of this line of questioning, please?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, may I please ask the relevancy of this line of questioning?
You certainly can ask. What's the relevance of his business and the quality of the materials?
this is a background information pertaining to the overall business and economics of the Ambassador Bridge in the Windsor area.
So it's exploring on the business area. That okay?
Sure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Go ahead.
And some of these supplies are imported from outside of Canada. Would you agree with me?
Sure.
And some of these supplies are also imported through the Ambassador Bridge port of entry. Would you agree with that?
Correct.
You would also agree with me that maintaining a healthy supply chain has a significant impact on your revenues, would you not?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
And you would agree with me that an interruption in the supply chain impacts other businesses aside from your own.
Correct.
And it would also impact the automobile industry.
I would assume so, yes.
You had testified that you've been a resident of Essex County for approximately 44 years.
Correct.
And you also testified that it's a strategic spot to garner attention, to have your voice heard.
Correct.
You are aware of the importance of the Ambassador Bridge for the effective, efficient, free flow of trade and goods into and out of Canada and the US. Fair to say?
Sure.
And you're also aware that the Ambassador Bridge is a vital commercial land border crossing, are you not?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that traffic disruptions will affect Canada's economy and supply chain.
Yes.
Before February 7th, there was a slow roll in the area of Ambassador Bridge for a couple of weeks, as I understand it. Is that your understanding?
Again, I didn't participate in any of the slow rolls, but I was aware that they were going on at certain times.
Right. And I take it that based upon your evidence, you were following what was happening in Ottawa, mostly through social media,
Yes.
and a blockade was ultimately set up at Ambassador Bridge on February 7th.
Again, my only understanding is the blockade was set up at Gerardo and Huron Church on February 7th.
Right. And you were present there on that date.
Yes.
Do you also understand that the blockade was inspired by the events in Ottawa?
I can only assume that.
And the vehicles that were parked on Huron Church Road, which is the main entrance and exit to the Ambassador Bridge. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had testified that on the first evening, February 7th, you parked your vehicle on Gerardo and Huron Church, and then you walked in from the side street onto Huron Church. Is that right?
I did not park my vehicle at Huron Church in Gerardo. I would have been on a side street far west from that intersection.
All right. So I understand that you were at the site of the blockade from February 7th to the 11th each evening, approximately 8 to 9 p.m. till about midnight or 1 o'clock. Is that
That's correct.
correct? And for the other evenings, I'm talking about the 8th to the 11th, were you parked on Huron Church?
No.
You were parked on the side street?
Be side streets or perhaps like the strip mall plaza up near Tecumseh Road, east of the intersection at Huron Church.
Right. And then you would attend Huron Church by way of walking, and you would be one of the pedestrians on the street. Is that fair to say?
I would usually walk down the sidewalk on Huron Church Avenue towards the college intersection.
And then would you situate yourself on the street as a pedestrian at some point during the evenings?
I would just intermingle with some of the people that perhaps I recognize that would be in the general area
The general area of the street.
of, yes, of Huron Church and College Avenue.
During the time of the protests, you were communicating with other protesters by way of chat applications and text messages, as I understand it. Is that correct?
Correct.
And throughout these exchanges, you were communicating relevant information about the status of the protests. Is that fair to say?
Relevant information, I would just say general information.
Okay. So general information, for example, about planning,
No.
general information about developments,
Yes. Just of what I was seeing.
observations that were
Yes,
happening on the ground.
observations, that's best.
Would you agree with me that there was no one person or group in charge of the protesters?
I agree, yeah.
And you'd further acknowledge that you had described it as a leaderless movement. There was a diverse group of protesters. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
There was no one directing the protests,
No,
and there was no agreement on strategy,
not that I was aware of.
and there was no agreement on which intersections to block. As I understood it, you said that some of the protesters you had overheard wanted to block Wyandotte Street to Ambassador Bridge. Others wanted to block Tecumseh and Huron, but ultimately there was no agreement.
Correct.
And you would be making assumptions about the goals of the protesters. Is that fair to say?
That's fair, yeah.
The last day that you were at the protest site was February 11th, 2022.
Correct.
And I understand from your interview summary that at that point, you saw that law enforcement was building up and they were encouraging people to leave. Is that a fair description?
Yep. I would say law enforcement was building up prior to that Friday, though.
But by February 11th, it had increased in that building up of their presence and their involvement at the site. Is that fair to say?
Absolutely, yes.
And things were escalating, in fact.
Escalating by what do you mean, in regards to the protesters or?
It was escalating insofar as the encouragement for people to leave, and that there was a perception that the law enforcement was pending. Fair to say?
There was definitely a perception, and I had overheard a couple law enforcement officers suggest that maybe you've made your point. It's time to go home now.
And you did go home. In fact, you didn't return on February 12th, correct?
I did not, no.
You would agree with me that a potential unlawful protest did not deter all of the protesters from returning after February 11th, correct?
Correct. Correct, yeah.
Because they didn't have a leader to direct them whom they followed.
Again, that would be an assumption as to why they decided to be there beyond then.
And it was also your belief that on February 12th, there would be skirmishes or mass arrests, correct?
Can you repeat how you asked that question?
Sure. On February 12th, you had anticipated, as I understand from your interview summary, that there would be skirmishes or mass arrests?
It became apparent. I mean, you saw the militarized police vehicle staged there, and it kind of looked like there was going to be an abrupt end put to this protest.
And some of your friends were actually present at the site of Huron Church on February 12th, correct?
They were there. I'm not exactly sure where.
Okay, and they told you what was happening on the ground floor?
I would have heard it from third-hand information after the fact.
And some of that third-hand information that you heard was that there were individuals who were shouting slurs at police?
I had heard that was going on, yes.
You would agree with me that that could increase the level of aggression of the crowd?
Again, that'd be an assumption.
And police, as I understand it, were giving protesters the option to leave the blockade area.
Say that again, they were, they weren't.
Police were
Yes.
giving protesters the option to leave,
I believe so.
but they didn't all leave, did they?
Again, I was not there that day.
Well, did you hear from your friends? Did all the protesters?
Again, I would have been watching it on social media like anybody else to see what was actually happening on that February 12th.
Okay, so based upon what you saw, you knew that not everyone had left.
Correct.
Starting February 7th, I put to you that no other vehicles, except for emergency vehicles, could get through the Huron Church area due to the blockade.
Oh, well, I mean, certainly vehicles came and went from that intersection that I was witnessing on those that second night.
Well, the Windsor witnesses would say to the contrary. As I understand it, you were motivated to attend the protest because you were skeptical of mainstream media, correct?
That was one of the reasons, correct?
What was the other reason?
I mean, as a small business owner that has largely not been economically impacted over the last couple of years, I wanted to show support for several of my other fellow business owners who either lost businesses or were barely able to make ends meet, who wanted to have their voices heard, that had largely not had that opportunity or had been silenced over the previous year regarding these mandates that were adversely affecting their ability to conduct business.
And I put it to you that the small business owners would include people who relied upon the supply chain being viable coming through the Ambassador Bridge port of entry.
I can't speak as to how that would have affected other business owners.
And you wanted a firsthand account of what was happening?
That's correct.
You had testified, as I understand it, that you never saw trucks backed up across Ambassador Bridge beyond the first night.
That's correct.
So that would be February 7th, correct?
Yes.
And as I understand it, among other things, you do not believe that the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge overall has been accurately portrayed.
Somewhat, yeah.
I'd like to turn to a video, pb.can.401800_REL_0001. And I'm going to turn you to video footage from the WDIV of February 8th. Mr. Clerk, could you please turn up that video for me at timestamp 1:14?
This is going to be pretty well the end. You're now up at the limit of your time, so you're going to have to be brief.
Okay.
Also developing tonight, protesters against Canada's vaccine mandate forcing the Ambassador Bridge to close.
That group disrupted travel going into Canada, creating a huge backup on our local freeways, especially on I-75. The protests all started about 10 days ago in Ottawa, with truckers calling themselves the Freedom Convoy. The group opposes a recent mandate requiring drivers entering Canada to be fully vaccinated or face testing and quarantine requirements.
Tim Pamplin near the Ambassador Bridge tonight with the latest. Tim.
The backups on 75 to the Ambassador Bridge started around about 3 o'clock this afternoon.
And as day turns to night, the situation hasn't changed any. Thousands of truckers now stranded on Detroit roads with nowhere to go.
We got to grin and bear it, right? You know, there's just, can't get upset. I'm not the only guy stuck out here, but fortunately I do have a sleeper cab, and I feel for many of these drivers that don't have that option.
From Sky 4, you could see the protesters on the Canadian side in downtown Windsor blocking the road and essentially shutting down the busiest border crossing in North America. And with the bridge shut down, the backup started piling up here along 75 in the service drive. In this rig, Nave's carrying a load of breakfast cereal destined for Toronto.
It doesn't make sense to disturb the rest of the public, right? So they shouldn't be blocking the borders, or they shouldn't be blocking the roads.
I'm triple vaccinated. I'm pro-vaccine, but I'm anti-mandate. It's time that the mandates were over. It's time that people could travel freely across the border, both sides.
Pause, please. Mr. Lashid, you would agree with me that this is an accurate video clip of the impacts caused by the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge, would you not?
I would agree that there is, like the last part of your statement, that there was an impact of the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge.
Mr. Commissioner, may I just show one-minute video?
Okay, but that'll have to be it.
Thank you very much for your indulgence. I'd like to turn to pb.can.40/rel.301 and timestamp 327. This is a video of the February 10th Blue Water Bridge area.
Into night 3 of the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge, with protesters preventing all traffic from entering Canada. And tonight, that protest over Canada's vaccine mandate is now having an impact on the auto industry.
So-called Freedom Convoy forced the shutdown of a Ford plant in Windsor and caused General Motors, the plant in Delta Township, to cancel its second production shift Wednesday. The longer the blockade goes, the bigger the impact, with the Ambassador Bridge carrying 25% of all trade between the U.S. and Canada.
With travel still partially shut down there, the Blue Water Bridge in Port Huron has been overwhelmed. Tim Pamplin is there with the night cam.
Going into day 4 of the blockade at the border, forcing thousands of semis up 94 and 69 to the Blue Water Bridge. It's ill-equipped to handle so much truck traffic, and the backups continue growing.
Thank you very much. So I would put to you that you would agree that these are accurate. This is an accurate video clip of the impact caused by the blockade at Blue Water Bridge, which is 1 hour and 12 minutes away from Ambassador.
Again, I wasn't there to see what was going on, and I can only assume that Blue Water would have been far busier because they were not able to cross at the Ambassador Bridge.
Thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner, for the time.
Okay, thank you. Next is the Windsor Police Service.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lashid. My name is Tom McRae, and I am here for the Windsor Police Service. First, I think you told my friend for Canada that you parked at a strip mall off Tecumseh. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have permission from the owner of that strip mall to park there?
No.
Thank you. I understand from your evidence, I think to, again, my friend from Canada, that you used chat applications in your discussions with your friends.
Sure.
During this. What chat applications did you use?
Just regular text messaging or Telegram. Perhaps there's others, but that would be to the best of my recollection.
How did you communicate with Mr. King in Ottawa?
One of those two, I would assume.
Thank you. Did you have those messages available to you at the time you were interviewed by Commission Counsel at the beginning of October?
They would have been on my phone, yes.
Were you asked to give copies of those communications?
No.
Have you produced any documents within this commission hearing?
No.
Besides your statement?
Sure, no.
Thank you. I understand that at one point you said you were not, I want to get your evidence fairly put, you had no goals in attending other than, I'm putting together your answers, seeing what was happening because you didn't trust conventional media and to support your friends. Is that fair?
That's correct.
All right. And you didn't support conventional media. Does that mean you did not observe conventional media?
Just through clips or third-party information that I would have received. I certainly would have seen clips or heard on the radio, perhaps their assessment of what was happening there.
Thank you. And on the radio or through these clips, did you learn about the injunction that was obtained by the City of Windsor on the 11th?
No.
So at no time did you learn about the injunction that the City of Windsor
I just
obtained?
overheard discussions that there was talks of an injunction on that towards the end of that week.
Okay, so you don't know and you did not check to see whether or not that injunction was issued?
No.
You said you had friends whom you were supporting by your attending at the bridge site. Were any of these friends in the auto industry, employed in the auto industry?
No, not specifically.
Did you learn through your review on social media or otherwise of the views of people in the automobile industry?
Just repeat that question again.
Well, my friend from Canada showed you a video clip, the second one, which suggested that there were automobile shutdowns, the Ford plant, I think, and another plant, one in some township in Michigan. It's clear, I put to you, sir, that the automobile industry in particular was being affected by the shutdown of the Ambassador Bridge. Do you accept that?
That would be an assumption. I mean, I'm not involved in the automotive industry, but it would be a viable conclusion.
Okay, so you don't know, but you don't disagree. Is that fair?
That's correct.
All right. Did you discuss the impact of the shutdown of any of these auto manufacturing facilities with anyone who is employed at any of these automobile manufacturing facilities?
No.
Were you concerned at all with the impact of the shutdown of the Ambassador Bridge on any of these people employed at these facilities?
Again, I was there to support friends that I know have been negatively impacted over the last couple of years in various professions regarding these mandates that were being put in place.
And at the time of this blockade of the Ambassador Bridge, there had been a shutdown with a province-wide shutdown a month or so earlier. Is that correct?
I don't, you'd have to get more specific for me to answer.
All right, I'll move on. Excuse me, Mr. Commissioner. If we could go to your witness statement, and I will get the number wrong. It is WTS
49.
49. Thank you. Could we pull that up, please, Mr. Clerk? Could you go, please, sir, to the bottom of page 5 of that statement? And I'm focusing now, Mr. Leysheet, on the events of Saturday, February 12th, 2022. Just to make it clear to the commission, you did not attend on that day.
That's correct.
And I think your evidence was, and it is in the statement, that you were concerned that there would be skirmishes or mass arrests.
I just would say that it looked like there was going to be an abrupt end put to the demonstrations that were going on all week. And like I stated before, I was only ever available or had an option to attend late in the evenings. And it was pretty apparent that it was being put to an end, and I wasn't going to go back in the evening on Saturday to be a part of that.
And you were of that view, even though your evidence earlier, as I understand it, was you didn't know that the police were warning that these protesters were engaged in criminal activity, nor did you know about the injunction. Is that fair?
I just made my assessment based on the overall stance that the police had taken towards the end of the week, that things were going to be put to an end, and the rumors that I had heard swirling that, you know, there was paddy wagons or police vehicles staged to be able to conduct mass arrests.
The second last paragraph of your statement, which is before you, sir, says, some of Mr. Lechade's friends were present at the protest. So you're getting this second or third hand, is that
Correct? Yep.
They told him that some individuals were shouting slurs at the police.
Yes.
Did they disclose to you the nature of the slurs that were being shouted at the police?
It was more the context that they weren't sure of the particular individuals that were shouting these slurs at the police, because I didn't know any of them and neither did they. And I guess the context was more regarding the nature or the purpose of why these slurs were being used, and that would be the extent of it.
His friends, meaning your friends,
Yep.
believe that these were agents provocateurs.
That would have been their assessment that it was a possibility.
Sorry, so when we say agent provocateur, are we talking about false flag operations in the language of Alex Jones?
Again, this is just what I'm hearing third hand from friends that were saying that they observed this particular activity.
Yeah, but what was the motivation of these alleged agents provocateurs?
I was not alleging these. I was just hearing this third hand information.
Were they trying to provoke the police into action in order to create a problem that would just grow and grow? Or were they provoking people in order?
Sir, I think we can all speculate as to what people were thinking here, but if we could stick to the strict dialogue that's within my witness's knowledge, please.
I object to that objection, Mr. Commissioner. For some reason, the commission put this in the witness statement. It is fair cross-examination fodder. The commission is asking that, or the commission counsel are asking, pardon me, that the commission take this as evidence. And if it's second or third hearsay, well, I guess that goes to wait. But it doesn't mean I cannot cross-examine on it.
Well, you can ask him about it, but there's only so much he can say, so
I hear you, but I'm just trying to get as far as we can go with what he can say.
Well,
thank you.
Let's take it one question at a time.
All right, I'll take a step back. Sir, your friends told you that these agents provocateurs were trying to antagonize the police into using violence?
I think the context might be that the protest was peaceful for the entire week, and there was no reason for any of the people that I knew or any of my friends describing people that they knew there to engage in violence. That was never the intention of anybody there. So it just seemed perhaps out of the ordinary, or it didn't fit with the general stance of the protesters for the entire week that I was there, or the 5 nights that I was there.
Do you have any insight as to why this stance changed at this time?
Again, this would be the speculation that perhaps there was people that wanted to have some sort of a violent end to this 5 or 6 day demonstration.
And by people, do you mean the protesters?
Again, this would be my speculation, hearing from them whether it was protesters or if it was in fact agent provocateurs that you've gone over here that wanted to have some sort of a violent clash with police. Because for the entire week I was there, there was no violence being directed towards the police. And so it just seemed, from my friends that I had discussed this with, it didn't fit in line with the goals or reasons for any of the people I knew that were there.
Did you disclose the identity of these friends to Commission Counsel during your interview?
No.
Have they been, do you know if they've been interviewed by Commission Counsel or?
I have no idea.
How did you come to be interviewed by Commission Counsel?
I think we had a gathering of anybody that was a witness to the Ambassador Bridge demonstration in order to offer a written statement of their own witness testimony of what they saw for the 5 or 6 days, or however many days any of those people were there.
Okay. When did that happen? Do you recall?
sometime in the summertime, I believe, late summer perhaps.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next is the City of Windsor.
Jennifer King, Council for the City of Windsor. We have no questions.
Thank you. The Citizens for Freedom, JCCF.
Antoine Daye for Citizens for Freedom. We'll cede our time to counsel for Mr. Lachey.
Cede to whom?
His lawyer.
Okay, thank you. City of Ottawa.
Ann Tardif for the City of Ottawa. We have no questions. Thank you.
Council for former Chief Slowly.
Nicholas DeStefano for former Chief Slowly. We have no questions. Thanks.
OPP.
Commissioner, this is Janine Cabersi for the OPP. I have no questions for Mr. Lachey. Thank you.
Convoy Organizers.
Good afternoon, Eva Chipik for the convoy protesters, and we have no questions for this witness.
Okay, so it's for Mr. Lachey's counsel. Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Lachey, it's my understanding that you began attending protests when some of these mandates were laid down by the government. Do you know approximately when that was?
When I began attending or when the mandates began?
When you started attending protests?
I believe it'd be in 2021.
Okay, and how many approximately, can you tell me some details about the protests that you went to in the Windsor area?
Several of the rallies at the Great Canadian Flag at the end of Olette Avenue and Riverside Drive. One of the rallies in front of the health unit on Olette Avenue, and various fundraisers that were being held to support people who had suffered economic consequences during the past couple of years.
And would you say that the theme of these protests was usually the same?
I mean, some of the fundraisers might have been geared towards something specific, but generally it was to create awareness or give other people the opportunity to have their voices heard or gather with other people that maybe were sympathetic to some of the adverse effects that they had been experiencing over that last couple of years.
And can you just expand on that? What are some of the things that people were protesting about or gathering about?
Well, certainly, I have friends in, professions of nursing or firefighting that had lost their jobs to these mandates. Several small business owners who have been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy because they were no longer able to conduct business due to the mandates that had been passed down from federal or provincial politicians.
So almost similar to trade stopping on the bridge then, some people were claiming that their economic well-being had been cut off because of the mandates?
Certainly, I would be there to support individuals that I knew who were negatively impacted over the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm. So there's a financial element to it as well for some of these people.
Oh, absolutely. There's a grave financial impact to several people that I know in small businesses and other lines of work.
Now, I noticed that Windsor hosted some protests, if you want to call them that, gatherings, and they had some high media profiles there. I understand that Chris Sky was there on August 28, 2021. Approximately how many people attended that, do you think? Just your approximate.
I'd guess somewhere between maybe 1,500 to 2,000 perhaps.
Was it well publicized?
From the standpoint of like social media, or are we talking legacy media?
Let's social media, because it wouldn't be on the mainstream, correct?
Correct. Yeah, it would be shared around the various social media platforms.
Okay. And is that the same way that the protest on, I believe it was September 18th, 2021, there are about 1,000 silent first responders. Was that the same type of deal? Was it promoted the same way?
Yep. Yeah, I would say it was promoted on social media. It was at the same place, and there would likely be 1,000 or so other protesters or gatherers to support the silent protests that the EMS and Windsor Fire Department were conducting.
So if I was not from Windsor and I was just taking a walk that day touring the town, if I went by, say, the Chris Sky protest, or I went past the 1,000 protesters for the first responders, would I pick up what it was about?
If you stuck around, I guess, to listen to the various speakers that would be giving their speeches those particular days.
Okay. So do you believe that the mayor was aware that these speeches were going on when Chris Sky was in town, or when the 1,000 protesters came out to support the first responders?
I'm not sure where you're going with this, the mayor, whether he knew about the Chris Sky.
Yeah,
maybe
sorry.
If I could be helped to understand how this is going to help the commission.
I'm trying to establish the level of communication between the mayor and these protests over time, such to the point that it culminated in the bridge being blocked.
Not sure that helps the commission, but go ahead.
Okay. So let me go with a more direct line here. Did the mayor ever come out to any of the protests that you were present at to try to understand why people were gathering?
No.
Okay. And did the protesters ever reach out, to your knowledge, to the mayor to communicate and say, this is why we're unhappy?
I'd be speculating, but yeah, I believe there was some people who had written emails or made social media posts to the mayor, Drew Dilkins of Windsor at the time.
Okay, and that would be in line then with the municipal policy on complaints. So then the protesters did bring the complaint to the mayor.
Sorry, are you giving evidence about what the municipal, I mean, I don't know there's any evidence about.
No,
the
I'm trying to
complaint process.
understand, if the protesters had reached out to the mayor to clearly communicate what their ambition was through the protests.
Yeah, and he
if
said
was aware of that.
and he said he was speculating, and then you said
Okay.
something about the complaint process, which is what I was curious about. I don't believe there's
Sorry.
evidence about that.
No, just to make sure the protesters acted fairly in trying to resolve the complaint first with the mayor, with the town, before they set up their protests.
It might help
So-
if you establish they're the same protesters that were doing it, which may
Okay.
well be, but I don't know.
Mhm. So the group that was participating in these protests, the three that we had discussed, there was Chris Sky, the silent responders, and then by the flag. Were those all the same group? Were they just kind of growing? Was it the community of Windsor?
I mean, there was various groups that were helping to organize these events and bring in different speakers. But yeah, largely the same people that were organizing or having these gatherings.
Okay, so I'm going to take you forward now to the night of February 7th, which is, I believe, the first night of the blockade at the Ambassador Bridge.
Correct.
Correct?
Yep.
Okay. So when you say that this was a group that was, growing through time and there were familiar faces there, did you recognize any of the people that initially blocked the road where you were?
No, I had
To
never.
the Ambassador Bridge?
No, I had never seen them before.
Okay. And what would you say, were there emergency lanes that were left open?
Throughout the week or on this particular February 7th?
Just on this one night, were there emergency lanes when the blockade was originally put down?
So the original blockade that I was witness to was at Gerardo, where the vehicles had straddled here on Church. I don't know that I would say particular lanes were open. I can attest that I saw one truck driver who had suggested to some protesters that he was diabetic and he needed to move through the traffic in order to get his medication or whatever it was that he needed. And the protesters moved their vehicles to allow him to pass through the southbound Huron Church area.
Okay. During the first night of the protest, did you see the police put down any jersey barriers, like the concrete barriers, or obstruct any lanes?
There was no jersey barriers on that first night, no.
Okay. And did they obstruct or close down any lanes?
They definitely secured several areas around the perimeter with police vehicles.
Okay. And what would you say that the ratio was between police and protesters the first night?
By the end of the evening, there was, in my estimations, substantially more police personnel there than there was protesters.
So granted that, you know, according to previous council's questions, there were auto plant shutdowns. This is the busiest border crossing in North America. It's a vital crossing of the border, and it controls the trade for millions of dollars in our country back and forth. Do you think the police were capable of shutting this down on night number one?
I believe if they would have chosen, if that was their objective on night number one, certainly the few vehicles at Gerardo and the dozen or so protesters that would have been there when I left, I believe they could have shut that down if that was the intention.
Okay, thank you. And when you were at the bridge, and I'm just going to speak generally about that week, the days that you were there, of course, what kind of an environment was it? How'd you feel there?
It was just a peaceful gathering, music, food being shared, very cordial.
And you said you weren't there during the daytime, so that's fine. But when you were there in the evening, did you see any families or?
Not in the evening times, no.
How did you know that families were there in the daytime?
I mean, I had other friends that had either gone during the daytimes or shared pictures and videos of you know, children playing soccer or you know, having a festive atmosphere with children and families during the daytime hours.
So if you were there in the evening when the children weren't there, did you ever witness anybody trying to use or threatening to use a child as a human shield?
No, I didn't see that.
And did you witness any acts of vandalism, looting, or disorderly conduct by the protesters?
No, quite the contrary.
Did you see any illegal weapons?
No.
Did you see any registered weapons?
No.
Did you witness any acts of violence?
No.
Was there ever a time that you felt unsafe while you were at the bridge?
Never.
Did you feel like you were being surveilled or watched?
I mean, it was pretty clear with there was drones that were circulating overhead, and some of the law enforcement personnel there would have cameras or smartphones, I guess, scanning around the area to gather their own intelligence, I can imagine.
Mm-hmm. Were you one of the people impacted with your bank account? Was your bank account frozen?
So I lost access to my bank account on February 18th.
Okay, tell me about that. What happened exactly?
So I just I had gone to my bank to deposit a check from my business that I had written to myself, and upon trying to use the ATM, I got an error message or a message that was not going to allow me access into my bank account. I tried a second ATM machine and got the same error message. I tried my online banking when I got home via my computer and continued to get messages that were not allowing me to access my own bank account.
And when did that change? How long did it last for?
So I was able to access my account, I believe, on the following Tuesday, which would be after the Family Day holiday weekend.
So is that a period of about 5 days then?
So Friday, 4 days, give or take.
4 days?
Yep.
Okay. Did you ever find out why?
No.
Okay, thank you. And just a follow-up question from a previous council. Do you need to ask permission to park at a mall in Ontario in the parking lot?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to go and revisit some earlier testimony from Inspector Dana Earley. And this was testimony, I believe it was earlier today, or was it yesterday? And we've been talking about an exclusion zone, or essentially an area that was controlled by the police. Are you familiar with that area?
Yes.
Okay. And let's just define it. What did they mean by that? Just so we can get that on the record. What was the exclusion zone or the controlled area?
I believe the controlled area was at the southern border where Tecumseh Road and Huron Church Avenue intersect.
Okay. And could we please play a video? And the code on it is CFF 6X014. And it's a multimedia file.
Excuse me, Commissioner. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's Janine Cabersi, Counsel for the OPP. Now seeing that it is CFF 14, this was a video that was provided to us over the lunch break. We only had an opportunity to view it once Mr. Lashid had already started his evidence. We have no context for it. We see in his witness summary that he indicates that he did not attend the protest starting on the February 12th with the action. So I just wonder how it is that this witness has any connection to this video or can speak to it. So that's a concern, and
Okay,
I'd like
Commissioner.
your views on.
Okay, well, maybe you can help us on why this video is being played for this witness.
Because I'd like to define where the exclusion zone was and how the crowd was behaving, how the police were interacting.
Well,
And actually,
I'm sorry.
I did receive 2,000 pages of disclosure about 24 hours ago. So this was the one thing that we asked that be submitted. I did provide it to council.
Okay, maybe you could start by asking him how he knew what the exclusion zone was and go into that, but not sure showing a video is going to assist. What's the date of this video? And we don't know who took it. And it's obviously during a period he wasn't there. So I'm not sure how that can all be done.
Well, I think it's identifiable to this incident, and I believe it provides geographical information that perhaps could contradict previous testimony.
Well, I'm not sure. Do we know when this video was taken? And
I believe it was,
and so when was it taken?
I believe it was taken on the 13th.
Okay, and you could start by asking him if he was there on the 13th when this video was taken.
He was not, no.
Well, I think the video should have been put to someone who could speak to it.
The video, the thing is that there was double the evidence sent out the other night. So we went through it all, and this was the response to the 2,000 pages I received, because it puts the exclusion zone into context and it contradicts previous testimony.
Yeah, but you're counsel to this witness.
Yeah.
You're not a party. So I'm having
No.
some trouble with this. So I'm sorry. If you can ask him how he knows the exclusion
Yeah.
zone, and he can explain what it is, but I'm not going to allow the video to go to this person.
Okay. Tell us about the perimeter, when you did a perimeter walk around. What tell me what you saw. The police earlier, I'm going to clarify this first. The police earlier had stated that they were clearing certain areas and there were areas that were under their control. And the question I have, and the reason I want this video forward, is because I want to know, is the corner, the southeast corner of Tecumseh and Huron Church Road part of the exclusion area to your knowledge?
To my knowledge, the exclusion zone ended at the intersection of Huron Church and Tecumseh Road East.
Okay. And did you see police, and was there any footage that you're aware of that showed violence outside, where the police were tackling people outside the exclusion zone?
Again, I wasn't there. I wasn't there on the days of Saturday and Sunday when the police were putting an end to the demonstration.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
But I believe there was videos of these arrests taking place in areas in the general vicinity.
Okay. And to your knowledge then, the southeast corner where the gas station is, I believe it's a Shell, that is not included in the area they said was under control?
No, I believe they were controlling up to Tecumseh Road and pushing protesters onto the other side of Tecumseh Road outside of the exclusion zone.
Okay. Those are my questions, sir.
Any re-examination?
No, there's no re-examination. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand. You say you know the exclusion zone. How do you know that?
I would be saying I know it based on previous testimony that's been given yesterday, perhaps.
So you don't know, you just listened to the testimony yesterday.
I guess the exclusion zone was never something that I was told when I was there at the event. I'm just basing it on where I saw the police have their barricades set up in the general area around the entire demonstration.
Okay, so you didn't really know, you're just speculating.
It would have been something I would have discovered after the demonstration was over.
From listening to the testimony here?
From listening to the testimony here and perhaps videos on social media that occurred after I was no longer participating in attending the demonstration.
There were social medias educating you on the exclusion zones?
I think that when you saw like video assessment of the end on the Saturday and Sunday, they were basically showing where protesters were being pushed out of the area that was going to be secured for them to be able to reopen Huron Church Avenue to truck traffic onto the bridge.
Okay. And then just a question, you were there for a few days, the evenings rather. Is it news to you, or did you only find out today that there were plants shutting down and people getting laid off because of the bridge?
No, I knew that there was negative impacts to businesses in the Windsor and greater areas beyond Windsor as a result of the blockage at the Ambassador Bridge.
And that didn't concern you?
I mean, I've been concerned over the past couple of years of the impacts that were happening to our businesses from a whole bunch of different, for a whole bunch of different reasons.
So more impact was not a concern to you?
I mean, I'm concerned for anybody's businesses that are negatively impacted, but to gauge whether one is more severe than another, that wasn't something that I really
Okay.
considered.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. You're free to go.
Thank you.
I think we'll take the morning break now. Thank you, Council, for your assistance. So we'll take the morning break, or the afternoon break. I keep saying the morning break, I'm sorry. Obviously, I only work half days. So we'll come back in 15 minutes.
The commission is in recess for 15 minutes. La commission est levée pour 15 minutes.
Afternoon break. Afternoon break. He keeps saying morning break. Afternoon break. Whew, I think we're all getting tired as he is. He looks tired. I look tired. what is day 19? It almost feels like a hostage situation now. Hair is growing out. He's looking tired. I'm looking tired. How are you all looking? Are you getting tired? Right. So surprise witness for me, because I didn't know why he was there. I thought maybe he was going to represent small business like the BIAs did. No, he wasn't. He was there as a protester, also small business owner. Did you see how they tried to make leaders out of him? A couple of you picked that up too. They're really gung-ho about leaders, people that they should be able to talk to or maybe chop the heads off of. Boy, they really like leaders, don't they? Came up quite a bit. All right, so we're going to go through this one pretty quickly. I got a lot of starred ones. I think we're going to be seeing another witness next, and it looks like it might be Alberta. A counselor from Alberta might be next. So we might be done with Windsor now. We'll see. All right, railroaded. Andy Lee, exchange between Trudeau and Ford. Yeah, found that too. I retweeted it. You find my Twitter, you can find it there. And on our Discord, we have a copy of those two now. Thank you, RR. That's a very interesting exchange with Ford and PM. Read it. Jeff, welcome from Facebook. Why is her popping on the wrong side? So bad. So bad. And here's something, Jeff. Why did nobody tell her? There's so many people in that room. Maybe nobody cared to. Nobody wants to talk to her. I don't know. But yeah, you picked that up. A few people picked that up. Hey, railroaded. What you don't know is staggering. YouTube is doing that to all of us. Yeah, so I was going to ask. Your messages are going bye-bye? Really? Is that something? Oh no. Certainly nothing on our side, railroaded. You know that. You're a mod. But that's very weird. Are we getting attention? And why would anything be deleted? I know that on Twitter, quite a few responses to some of my tweets will be hidden under the inappropriate content. Click here. And then you click there and it's nothing inappropriate at all. Like nothing. So I know that. The AI kind of tweaking. I don't know. But I'm really sorry if anything's being deleted for any of you. Thank you for your patience on reposting it. Nothing on our end. We'll have to keep an eye on that, won't we? He needs protections. This might be. Oh, yeah. So when this witness came out, the very first thing that came out was he was looking for those legal protections. So that was awesome. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, ooh, he's going to be talking for the other side, which is cool. And this was quite good. Yeah, I'm glad they called him. So right away, we were hearing protester side, and it was peaceful protesting and many protests and lots of good people. It was good testimony. 100% proving it was always just humans being humans, exercising the right to protest. Do we have a class now of people that don't think you should protest at all? And what about their protests? They had their whole bunch. So let's keep in mind we all need the democratic tool of protest. It is part of the system. It's necessary. All sides, all issues should have the right to protest. Doesn't always have to be in the street. That might be the escalation as the protest is not being heard. But your first protest could be sent an email, sent an FOI request, sent a second FOI request because they're beating around the bush, all the way down to in the street. It was all legit. All right. And Stunt, his little MO, right? He didn't trust the media. He couldn't trust what was going on, so he went and looked for himself. Sounds familiar, right, bud? A lot of red pilling happened that way because they didn't trust the media. They went and go to see it themselves, and then next thing you know, you're a stunt and you're a star. Hey, Eleanor. Cool. I would Stunt. Do you have like the best of, or do you have some moments where everybody says you got to watch that? Point me to it. Share it with me. Let's. I would like to see that. Eleanor, you're awesome. Hey, Goose. Sounds to me like this inquiry needs to be extended. We need to talk with some media figures. Goose, when this door closes, it's just the beginning. Okay, this is really just a data dump. We're getting a bunch of information out of the inquiry, so we're very excited about that. There's going to be more. There's going to be civil. There might even be criminal, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe even the OPP looked into a couple things. Maybe, I hope, but I don't think this is the end, Goose, and I don't think it will be extended unless, yeah, the list is just government after that. It's a pretty controlled narrative for the next 3 weeks. So don't expect surprises and witnesses coming out of the woodwork unless Ford changes his mind. Eleanor, best part of the whole thing because there were people on the front line documenting the truth. Stunt's coverage was uplifting and so real. I think that changed everything. Stunt and the other streamers changed everything. If that narrative didn't come out, if the truth didn't come out, if that video wasn't out there, even without violence on our side, we would have a very different inquiry because it would just be government narrative, very little proof on our side. So Stunt, Viva, the rest of you, Zot, Travel 69, Autowalks, all of you, thank you. Thank you. And thank you for giving us so many different varieties to look at and choose from. And you guys even kind of worked on making sure that we had coverage all the time, pretty much. The Shed, too. Streaming live from the Shed. Good job, guys. And by the way, the Shed, its final video, you got to see the police come in and, treat people's property with respect, right? Anyways, that was a sad moment on TV. Eleanor, was a red pill for many. Yeah, he certainly changed our lives with his footage. Thank you again, Stunt. You did change lives, bud. Clay, cabinetry surely is relevant. Yeah, and the Government of Canada questions really were annoying. He all of a sudden had to have economic, he's like an expert witness, subject matter expert, but for the economics and supply chains and all that. Blue Water Bridge, the tunnel, Sarnia, Huron, Port Huron, all other options. And the video that she showed, it actually said in the video that it was, I think we get it later on, that it was essentially blocked. Essentially blocked means not blocked. Okay? Essentially means almost. So not even in her little news story did it say blocked. It said essentially. It's still irrelevant, Clay, 100%. And, okay, so there's a whole bunch of questions where she was getting him to do the, hey, if this is an economic bridge and this is a very vital artery, this would hurt Canada, correct? And he said, yes. I actually would have said no to those. And here's why. Because I'm not a subject matter expert. And I would have actually said, well, no, there's other routes. There's ships. There's planes, there's rail, there's tunnel. I would have not said yes to that. I also would have said no. I don't believe that bridge is an economically vital to Canada. I would have said no to like all of her questions because you can. They're so subjective that you can say no or yes to it. Yes, I do think that you're right, or no, I don't think that you're right. I would have done a lot more no's than he did. Because it would have been still honest. It's not perjury. You can say, no, I don't think that bridge is important because there's tunnels and other bridges. Would have been just as fine to say that. I would have, but he's not an expert witness and he really wasn't trying to steer anything. So he didn't, do that. But yeah, when you ask really open-ended from a non-expert, you can get a bunch of yeses out of them. Don't think the commissioner makes him an expert. I don't think the commissioner would see him as an expert. So I don't think that would really work, other than she got a lot of yeses out of him. She's unfamiliar with the word grassroots. Who's the leader? Where's the leader? Who's orchestrating? How did you guys know? How was this done? Who's doing that? Why did you all do that? Why didn't you all do that? Who was making the decisions? Grassroots is 100% what we're smelling here and seeing here, because grassroots is right down to a single individual, to a few people that clusters in like minds, all the way to even leaders developing. Grassroots is not a centralized system at all, but this is how the government is thinking. Or are they going to say there was no way to communicate with these protesters because there was no leader, therefore we need the EA? Wow. No, that narrative, like, I don't know where the government's going with that, other than to show their own incompetence. And yeah, at one point, and I think Clay, yeah, here you go, Clay. You and I sniffed that one out. She was trying to make him say he was a leader. Were you coordinating what app? No, she didn't ask what apps. that came later. What apps was he using? But she was asking, who are you talking to? How did you know? She was trying to make him to admit that he was an organizer or leader. And I guess we find out why later, because his bank account was shut down, folks. That one upset me because, sorry, you were clear, Freeland, that you only shut down, well, you said 60 accounts of leaders and organizers. Specifically, you said that. This guy's not a leader nor an organizer. Don't even know why you picked him out of the lineup. I like that she's crossing off. Yeah, that was funny. She's going, choo, choo. And then even at one point, she got an answer he didn't like, and I think who started. She flipped several pages, Clay. She flipped several pages when she didn't get the answer she was looking for. So I wonder if those were all related to whether or not that first answer was the way she wanted, because she flipped several pages. See how they really like to try and have leaders. There we go. Yeah, and the same thing in Ottawa. They were trying to find a head, maybe to chop off the snake of, or to point the finger of uncooperative, and we had to use force. But you can see where they're going with this, folks. If you are a genuine grassroots effort, they think boots is the only way to deal with you. Mr. Glenn Mott's MP told the House of Commons committee that trade was actually up during the 24 days of the protest. I believe that because there was a lot of things that were actually being laxed, even though the truckers were getting mandated. There's other things that were laxing up. So yeah, I'm not surprised. And then what is Mr. Mott saying? Is it like Ottawa economics or just Canada in general? But no, look, we're starting to come out of the worst of the lockdowny passport vaccine stuff. We were starting to come out of the tail end of that when this was going on. So I'm not surprised, because I also know that there were BS numbers that were thrown around, 100%. And we also heard from this witness that it was blocked on the first day and then not again after that. And then we heard from the news that it was essentially blocked, but again, not after that. And then we saw pictures of intersections, but not the bridge. So I think the narrative is done. We also heard testimony that cops were walking around with cameras. We didn't get to see any of that video. That would have been easy to show if it was really what they were talking about. They can't handle the fact that ordinary folks were fed up and headed to the Capitol. There must be an organizer. See, yeah, Clay, you're getting it, but they want an organizer to chop the head off of, I guess, and then point to for incorporation. And if there's incorporation amongst leaders, then maybe you have to escalate. But again, there was none, and it was small and tiny and cleared quickly. And I hope Canada is waking up one by one on this. Well, there was some rudeness on the lawyer too. He was telling the truth. So this was a part where her story changed, and about being blocked to the intersection, whether or not traffic was able to get through. And he said, "Well, no, when I was there, I can see people go through." Because she started the question with, other than emergency vehicles that had no trouble, other traffic couldn't get through. Is that correct? You would agree with me? It's like, oh, actually, no, I was there and I saw traffic going through all the time. Well, the other people would disagree with you. The city and the WPS would disagree with you. Yeah, I'm sure they would too. But we do know the mayor wasn't standing at that intersection, nor was the night chief there either. But he was. So I'm sorry, you can point to two people who weren't there and say, well, their story doesn't match yours. But unfortunately, he's a better witness because he was there. And that was just rude. Lawyer rudeness and frustration. And Clay, this is when she did the multiple pages at this point. So she had a lot of questions around that. Blocking and probably around business and supply chain and supply lines. She really liked that line. Look how little she cares. Yeah, and he went into this one little, hey, small business, 2 years. We all suffered. It was really crappy. And then she went on as if none of that was there. And that speaks volume. We've seen other lawyers respond to the witnesses in human ways, but not a chance on this one. And yeah, Terry, you saw that too. Very cold-hearted. And also because she's also maybe not even listening to a darn thing he says, quite frankly. She may have completely missed the entire thing because all she's doing is looking down at her notes, coming up with the next question, trying to figure out how to leverage more out of him. So she may have completely not even heard him. But in either case, still came off really cold. Essentially shutting down. There we go. It's not shutting down. That was in her video showing from the news from the States. And they said essentially. They didn't say shut down. The end of the last video was interesting, the vax mandate. Yeah, and it almost seemed like she kind of forgot and we wanted to cut it off, right, Terry? She didn't like that either. But it kind of snuck in there because the news story was covering, at least somewhat unbiasedly, both sides of the Canadian issue there. I've been with my husband there in Windsor. It takes hours to pass, and truck line is, various reasons could be, and even backlog and backups could be. One of the shots they were showing as they're flying over the trucks, there was a stack of them at a traffic light with nobody in front of them. So it might have been just turning onto another road and a bit of a backup, but traffic is traffic. You have it all the time, not EA-able. Interesting comment, staggering, as there were huge lines upon, all the time. If you've ever crossed a border, that's a very busy one. And they keep saying that, right? They keep saying there's so much traffic through here, so much traffic, 25% of all trade. All right, there's going to be backups. Okay, we're doing lots of trade through there. Let's move on. Hey, Kelly. I think this might be your first message today. If you go to the traffic cam, the Blue Water Bridge looks pretty backed up right now, quite frequently. So translation here, folks. The auto industry workers are more important than truckers and everybody else, because all they kept talking about was how, well, do you have friends in the automotive working industry? Do you know people? Did you talk to people in the automotive? There's so many different types of people. He was talking about frontline, fire, nurses. He was talking about other people too. Is this what Canada is saying? Government of Canada is saying is auto industry workers are the Trump of all industries, and as long as they're okay, then Canada's okay. That's silly, Canada. I know auto industry workers are important, and the auto industry is important, and all this stuff is important. But as Paul said in the end, it's hard to gauge and stack who was hurt more by who and all of that. Thank you, Canada, for trying hard to make it seem like that's the most important industry and we should protect it at all costs, but nobody's buying that narrative. Wow, they snuck in Alex Jones, didn't they? He was talking about agent provocateurs, but using the French version of it. And then this lawyer was acting silly and talking about Black Flag. He went to Black Flag from it, which is not what it is. And then he says, like Alex Jones or something along those lines. Really? Canada, you're embarrassing me, man. Okay, I've got some noise. It might be a hot mic. Yeah, it might be a little early, so we'll keep an ear out. Yeah, they just shut it off. Alex Jones made an appearance in the Canada inquiry that had nothing to do with him. I thought that was kind of funny. Personally, I don't like listening to him. Lots of loud. Okay, this is kind of why I'm doing this too, to not be that kind of loud. But look, nothing wrong with that him existing and being out there. Why is his name making an appearance in our inquiry when it had nothing to do with him, other than to shock somebody? And there's another name where maybe the commissioner might look up or hear or understand. And then they said about provoking the police. So agent provocateurs, people who are trying to provoke. Yeah, okay, I get it. But you shouldn't be able to provoke the police. If a police officer is ever provoked, that means they lost control, which means they're no longer an officer, which means they're now a criminal. It really is that simple. That's the dotted line. There's no such thing as provoking a police officer. Now, in the abstract sense of the word, sure, yes, I understand what they mean. But in the professional sense of the word, it shouldn't be possible. If an officer is provoked, that means they become a criminal because you're now an assault, battery, more. So no such thing as provoking the police. You'd be provoking a criminal because they should only be responding to crimes. That's their job. So they should only be responding to an actual crime, not somebody provoking them with slurs or anything like that. It's weird how the government's really concerned about provoking the police, but yet not the protesters. The provoking of the protesters were happening the entire time. So I'm glad you understand what provoking means, but disregarding one complete group there. LN, as if agent provocateur wasn't a thing before this guy. Yeah, it's been around forever. It's been around forever. We even think we saw some on video during the convoy. I know Viva had one weird person who was being pointed out as one. Listen, they're a thing. They're the thing, of course. They're just there to cause chaos for some purpose, for some reason. Okay, we got some more sound again. Okay, folks, we're going to keep going. Oh, there we go. I turned it off. Terry, wow. In the language of Alex Jones, super biased and preconceived with his stance. He is getting real puffed up. Good response by Rouleau. So wants to paint aggressive Jan 6 scenario. Yeah, yeah, and he pushed back on some of the questioning too. I don't see how it's a point. And then objection to the objection, but then he had to pull back because he was losing that objection to the objection. What are the point? What's the relevancy? And then he acted, and you see this from some lawyers. The lawyer acted like he decided to step down from that, not that the judge ruled against him, but the judge ruled against him. Cowardly moves by some lawyers to act as if you still didn't lose when you did. So people other than auto workers and truckers, imagine that. Yeah, so this is where the testimony was listing off nurses and other people. So other people were affected by the mandates and everything that was going on. We shouldn't focus in on just one. As impacted as they may have been, can't focus on just one.
Order allowed.
Okay. This might be legit. Yeah. All right, there you go.
The commission
Likely a
has
new witness is
reconvened. The
coming up.
commission will
So let's find out who this is. Might be Alberta.
Van Hugenbos.
Afternoon.
Mr. Van Hugenbos, will you swear on a religious document or do you wish to affirm?
The Bible, please.
For the record, please state your full name and spell it out.
Marco Van Hugenbos, Marco Vanhuigenbos.
Do you swear that the evidence to be given by you to this commission shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
So for the record, Alexander Hine, Commission Counsel. Mr. Commissioner, the first thing I'd like to do is pass over to my friend Martin Regman, who is Mr. Van Hugenbos's lawyer, who has an objection to make.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Martin Raymond for the record. Mr. Van Hugenbos has recently been charged in relation to matters that he may be asked questions about in these proceedings, namely the events in Coutts, Alberta that took place between January 29th and February 15th of this year, 2022. On Friday, November 4th, 2022, Mr. Van Hugenbos elected to be tried by a jury of peers. Mr. Van Hugenbos was summoned to testify this afternoon. His testimony is compelled and subject to nationwide publication. Mr. Van Hugenbos invokes the protection afforded to him under the Canada Evidence Act, specifically Section 5.2, as well as the related provisions of the Alberta Evidence Act to protect his interests against any self-incrimination. He also benefits from and seeks the protection of Section 13 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms in his anticipated testimony. For the record, he objects to answer each and every question on the grounds that his answers may incriminate him or may or could be used to establish any liability in criminal or civil proceedings. He is compelled to provide answers, and we can proceed with the questions.
Thank you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Clerk, I'll start with asking you to pull up Mr. Van Hugenbos's statement of anticipated evidence, which is SAE 703. So this is the statement of anticipated evidence that we sent you a few months ago for your review, is that right?
Correct.
And have you had a chance to review this statement?
Yes.
And would you like to make any amendments to it?
No.
Thank you. So Mr. Van Hugenbos, you're originally from Holland, is that correct?
Correct.
And when did you move to Canada?
In April of 1996.
And I understand that you currently live in Fort McLeod in Alberta, is that right?
Correct.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm sales. I'm an owner in South Country Doors, and my role there is to run the business and as sales manager.
And so you were city councillor for Fort Macleod at the time of the Freedom Convoy protests in January and February 2022, is that right?
Correct, and I still am.
And so I understand that you participated in the protest activities that occurred in Coutts, Alberta, is that right?
Correct.
In your statement of anticipated evidence, you said that the protest commenced as a slow roll convoy on January 29th and that you joined on that day, is that right?
Yes.
What motivated you to join?
The provincial mandates, the prior years, and the federal border mandate as the cherry on the top that broke the camel's back in regards to the residents of Alberta and their views on COVID, and that there was so much frustration that we expressed that through slow rolls and similar activities.
When you say the border mandates, you mean the trucker vaccination requirements?
Correct.
Okay. And different slow rolls converged in Lethbridge, I understand, on January 29th, and you were planning on driving from there to Coutts, is that right?
Yes, there was a staging area at the Flying J, and smaller convoys or individual convoys came from all parts of southern Alberta and possibly further.
And so you met up with this convoy in Lethbridge in your own vehicle?
Yes,
That was a semi-truck, pickup truck?
that was a pickup truck.
And you also said in your statement of anticipated evidence that participants generally understood through social media posts that the plan was to converge on Highway 4 and then drive down to Coutts. And which social media posts were you specifically talking about?
I was aware of a social media page that was being shared on Facebook.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, if we could pull up ALB 401677. And so just by way of background, this is an email exchange dated January 26 between a CBSA official and a Government of Alberta official. So Mr. Clerk, if we just scroll down a little bit, that's a little bit more perfect. And so Mr. McCauley from the Government of Alberta says that the CBSA, to the CBSA official, that there is online activity regarding a January 29th convoy to Coutts associated with the broader trucker protests, understanding that that means the convoy to Ottawa. And he links a website entitled Freedom Fighter Nation and a Facebook group for the Lethbridge Freedom Central. Do you see that there?
Correct.
Did you come to learn about the convoy through either of these websites?
No, I was made aware of it through individuals I knew sharing it on Facebook. I was not aware of this. The first time I see Freedom Fighter Nation. But the Freedom Convoy and Freedom Lethbridge I might have seen it through that or through somebody sharing that information.
Great, and if we can just scroll down to page 2, I'm just going to show you a flyer, and this was shared by, I believe, Lethbridge Freedom Central. So when you were seeing some of your friends sharing on Facebook about this event, were you seeing this flyer?
No, this is the first time I've seen this one, but I imagine there was different versions out there.
Okay. And was it your understanding that the plan was just to slow roll down to Coutts from Lethbridge and then go home, or was the plan always to blockade the port of entry?
There was, the slow roll was definitely the focus, but I believe through the accumulation of, I believe the previous slide had 5,000 vehicles or whatever the amount was, we knew it would result in a logistical nightmare. And that may have been the intention, to create an inconvenience.
So when you say you knew when there were 5,000 vehicles, how were you aware that there were 5,000 vehicles on the highway?
Sorry, I go back to the previous slide. That was the report from CBSA and the RCMP that speaks to the amount. That I'm just going to use whatever that amount was.
Okay, and I think for the record, actually the CBSA in their institutional report said there were 1,000 vehicles.
Sorry, 1,000 vehicles.
Yeah, thank you. And we're going to stay on this document, Mr. Clerk, if we could just go down to page 3. So this is a flyer that was posted on one of the websites linked by the CBSA official. And it says, lock down Coots border, trucks and vehicles all over Alberta planning to head for Coots starting January 29th. Staying there until all mandates and restrictions are lifted. Do you see that?
I do.
It also says calling all semis, trucks, SUVs, cars, meeting point Flying J Lethbridge, which you referenced earlier, 5 a.m. Border shutdown on this day that Albertans hold the line to take back our given freedoms. Do not budge, do not move, do not surrender. Did you ever see this flyer?
This is the first time I've seen this.
So was it your personal intention to block the border and not give up until all the mandates and restrictions were lifted as is stated in this flyer?
It was never my intention to block the border. It was always our intention to create a inconvenience at the border in the afternoon of January the 29th.
But you would agree based on this flyer that it was some people's intention at least?
Based on this flyer, I could see that there were people who would have these intentions.
Okay, so you drove down to Coots on January 29th, and because you're the first the first witness to speak to Coots, and not everyone like us is from Alberta, we're just gonna pull up the Coots protest map, which is an interactive map. And I'm just going to show for the public and the commissioner's benefit, the route from Lethbridge down Highway 4 all the way to Coots. So do you see that there?
Correct.
And is this the route that you took?
Yes. Other than I wouldn't have started at A, I would have started in Fort McLeod.
Okay, right. But you converged in Lethbridge and then the general convoy drove down to Coots.
Yes.
Okay, so we expect to hear evidence from the mayor of Coots that he observed the RCMP escorting the convoy to the eventual location of the blockade, the intersection with Highway 500, 1.3 kilometers before the border crossing. Would you agree with that?
If that's what happened, I would agree with that. I was not at the front of the convoy, so I did not see the RCMP escort us.
Okay, so you're not aware that the RCMP was escorting the convoy at all?
I was aware of the presence of RCMP because they were there. You know, the traffic was heading south, and occasionally we'd see RCMP fly by or RCMP going north, or so the presence of RCMP was noted, but I was not aware we received an escort to the border.
Okay. And if Mr. Clerk, we could then click on Coots U-turn and unclick directions. Thank you. And then we'll just zoom into Coots, and this for the benefit of the public and the commissioner, just to see sort of what the Coots village and the port of entry look like. So I understand that some vehicles, when they got down to Coots, and if we could just zoom in a little bit more, made a U-turn at the point that's the blue point on the corner of Highway 500 and Highway 4. Is that right?
Correct. That is the intersection that you can access the hamlet or village of Coots, and being the last major intersection before the CBSA. And that's where the convoy was turned around to position it back northward.
Okay, so some vehicles did a U-turn and drove back out, but others, I understand, stayed in Coots and parked there. Is that right?
That intersection became very busy as the convoy neared Coots, coming around the corner here after the railroad tracks. In between the highways, there is a scale house. Like there's a commercial inspection facility.
And when you say a scale house, you mean to weigh trucks that are going through the port of entry? Is that
correct? And you know, trucks going south and trucks coming north.
Right.
They opened the scale, further slowing and restricting traffic, which in and of itself caused quite the backup. But after the scale, individuals could turn around and further up once they were back in Milk River or close to, they could rejoin the convoy and continue to loop back and forth. But there was also a staging area, not staging, it became a staging area of just people watching this event from in the ditches. You know, it was there was a lot of people in one location, so there was no designated area, but it was a lot of vehicles and a lot of trucks everywhere.
And the staging area that you referenced, is that sort of on or around the yellow point, which I understand designates where the protesters were predominantly located?
That would be the green point.
The green point. So that's the Smuggler's Saloon.
Correct. And behind the
Okay.
Smugglers is a very unofficial truck stop, but it's just a wide open gravel parking lot.
And for the benefit of everyone here, could you just describe where some of the semi-trucks that were part of the convoy ended up in relation to the yellow and green point? So between sort of where the I guess that's the northbound lane and the Smuggler's Saloon.
At what particular time?
When on January 29th, we're still on January 29th,
During the movement of traffic or after traffic
after
came?
traffic had arrived.
Well, there was, I believe the backup was halfway to Milk River on both sides. Like Saturday night, a lot of the 1,000 hadn't left. You know, these were semis and they stayed for the night due to the backup created by the border, or not the border, sorry, the intersection and everything around the intersection.
And so were there semis pickups sort of piled up right there that was causing this this traffic jam from Coots to Milk River?
Yes.
What did that look like?
It looked like semis and semis parked through the intersection, preventing the flow of traffic.
And where were you at this time?
I would say in the vicinity of the blue, the yellow, the green. I was in the area.
So you sort of parked your pickup truck and you were wandering on foot, or were you in your vehicle stopped?
My pickups were initially in the parking lot on the green, like behind the green dot.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward then to January 31st. So by January 31st, I understand that some vehicles had left Coots and either had returned home or gone further up Highway 4. And I'm getting this information from the CBSA's institutional report that said that there were 176 vehicles sort of left around that time. Does that accord with your recollection?
Yeah, possibly. Yeah.
Okay, so the rest of the 1,000 vehicles had pretty much gone home.
Correct. It was never the intention to remain.
Well, right, but we did establish earlier that it might have been some people's intentions to remain, some of those people making up the 176 vehicles that
Yes.
stayed behind, right? So, Mr. Clerk, if we could pull up PB NSC CAN 401473. And so this is an email from the Commissioner of the RCMP, Brenda Lucky, to the Minister of Public Safety, Marco Mendicino. The Deputy Minister of Public Safety at the time was Rob Stewart, and the President of the CBSA, who at the time was John Sowski.
Could you slow
Yes,
down
I
a bit for
apologize.
the interpreters?
Thank you, Commissioner. And the date here is January 31st. Do you see that?
Yes.
And if we just scroll down a little bit more. So at the bottom of the page, we see that point right there that says Highway 4. So that's the third point down under current status. So it says Highway 4 to and from the Canadian side of the border, crossing at Coots, Alberta, remains completely blocked. The blockade, primarily the semi-truck blocking the northbound lane with smaller truck reinforcements, is being controlled by splinter groups. The organizers of the Coots protests are distancing themselves from the splinter groups. She then says that the RCMP's Consultative Conflict Management Group, which is the RCMP's equivalent of a police liaison team, continues to engage protest participants. However, the engagement from the organizers has diminished and the splinter groups have not been receptive. Do you see that there?
Yes.
And so at this point, had you established yourself as a spokesperson for the protesters? This is on January 31st.
No,
Do you know who she's talking about when she says organizers?
I believe the individuals that would have built the posts, the two previous pages that organized the slow roll and invited people to participate in this protest.
The two previous pages, meaning that email that we saw with the two links to the website and the Facebook group. Is that what you mean?
Correct, yeah.
Okay, so Lethbridge Freedom Central and the other website. So at this point, I understand that you had communications with the police and specifically CCMG officers later on, and we'll get to that in a minute. But at this point on January 31st, had you had any contact with the RCMP's CCMG officers?
Not that I'm aware of, but it might have been in passing outside of any official goal. We were never hiding. The RCMP had full ability to walk through our midst and to drive around, and et cetera, et cetera. It wasn't we didn't blockade the RCMP from engaging with us.
Okay, but it wasn't as though you were engaging with the RCMP on behalf of the protesters.
No, there was very little structure being so organic of a protest. We all converged as individuals and possibly as groups, smaller groups from different municipalities to this location. And from there, it speaks to splinter groups, but there was no groups that were previously engaged in anything that were part of this. It was, when I say groups, it would be, 6 people came from the town of Coaldale and they're familiar with each other and they drove in a convoy together, so they're going to band with each other if they're all sitting with individuals they don't know, right? You stick to your own until you become familiar with each other.
Right, so because it was like an organic protest, a sort of a grassroots movement with different people from all over Alberta, when she says splinter groups, you also don't know what she's referring to.
So when I think splinter groups, I think we're talking more in different positions, different views on where we were at that time in regards to the border or the highway was blockaded by multiple trucks, not just one. They may have had the perception that if one truck moved, traffic could flow, but essentially it was a combination of vehicles that created the inconvenience at that intersection.
Okay, so let's then move to the next day, which is February 1st and also February 2nd. So at this point, had the RCMP set up checkpoints on Highway 4 as well as Highway 500, which is the highway that we saw earlier with the map?
I don't believe the checkpoints were set up at that time.
Okay. Do you know when the RCMP set up those checkpoints?
I believe they set up the checkpoints later in the day on February the 1st.
Okay, later in the day on February 1st.
Yes, traffic was able to free flow back and forth. People came, people left on the Sunday, which is the 30th, 31st.
Yeah.
Sorry, I believe they set up checkpoints on later in the day on the 31st, not the 1st.
Okay.
On the Monday.
Okay, so Mr. Clerk, I'll just ask that you zoom out on this map, just so that everyone can see when we say checkpoints, we're referring to the points in red. Mr. Van Hugenbos, does this accord with your recollection of where the checkpoints established by the RCMP were?
This is some, there was more. Every dirt road leading to Highway 4 would have had a checkpoint. So these may be the majority of the gravel roads, but there were more entrances and exits that were being monitored by the RCMP or stakeholders in this. So.
Okay, so there were some protesters still in Coots, and if we zoom in, Mr. Clerk, to the point at the top near Milk River, where there's a yellow and a red. So this is a checkpoint by the RCMP in red. Were you ever aware of this checkpoint?
So the red became so these checkpoints were all established when this red checkpoint on the highway was created, because the traffic, the most convenient way to Coots was on the highway going, the speed limit, 110 kilometers an hour. But if you were to hit that checkpoint, any Albertan from this area would take a side road and take 5 minutes and make their way to Coots through a back road, etc. That's when all the additional checkpoints in the previous slide were established. So the goal of this red checkpoint was to prevent the Coots blockade from being built up with more trucks and more protesters.
Okay, so it was your recollection that this was sort of one of the first or the main checkpoints that was established?
I believe they would have all been established at the same time. There would have been an RCMP objective to prevent the public from having easy access to Coots.
What about one of the main checkpoints?
It is definitely the main checkpoint.
It is the main
Yes.
checkpoint. Okay, thank you. And you just alluded to this, but this checkpoint had the effect of having sort of a buildup of traffic that led to a second location of protesters, which is identified by the yellow point. If you could please sort of walk us through how that happened and what that looked like from your perspective.
So, as previously mentioned, the slow roll and its possible intentions by different participants of the slow roll and protest resulted in the blockade. And once the weekend was over and it was still there, I wouldn't say it hit the news right away, but it became, through social media platforms, through alternative media, and possibly even through MSM, it became something newsworthy, and it attracted individuals. It attracted individuals. So these individuals would come to Coots and essentially bolster the ranks of the protesters, etc. It just grew and grew. The RCMP, their intentions was to prevent this. As a result, this Milk River blockade is what it's called, or Milk River protest was formed. And the amount of individuals that converged on this site was initially vehicles from the surrounding areas within an hour or two, parked in their trucks, parked in their cars, parked in their whatever they were using to get there, all pointing south, looking to get to Coots, with the RCMP in the way of their ability to do that. Very quickly, camp was set up, and it became something similar to Coots, but in support of Coots. It was always the intention to get to Coots, right? That was their goal.
Right. So there was a Milk River protest, Milk River blockade around that checkpoint, which is checkpoint 10 for the record. And there was a secondary location in Coots, but the idea is that the Milk River protesters were there because they wanted to get to Coots to join.
Correct.
Ranks with you. Okay, and you were personally located in Coots at this time, is that right?
I had the ability to, no, at that time, until this was established, I was in Coots, correct, yeah.
Okay. And so we're still on February 1st and 2nd. I understand, and you'll provide more clarity on this, that some protesters got around checkpoint 10 using either tractors or other vehicles to get to Coots, and this led to an enforcement effort by the RCMP. Could you please describe what that looked like, what that event was from your point of view? So
the events were, the enforcement effort commenced on the 1st, on Tuesday, in Coots. Being organic in nature, the trucks were on the highway on both lanes, going north and south, but in that particular area, the lanes were actually facing east and west. If you want to go back to that slide, I could explain that.
Sure, yeah, Mr. Clerk, we could go back down to Coots.
Right, so right around the commercial inspection site, you can see the highway here is actually east to west for all of a mile from the intersection, from the yellow bullet point till about the Welcome to Alberta sign. At that time, that highway, both lanes, both directions, was full of motorized vehicles, anything from tractor trailers to trucks to whatever was on the highway. And the RCMP staged close to the railroad with, I would say, 100 officers, and started to commence enforcement in the form of knocking on the vehicles. The truckers or the protesters were in their vehicles and asking them to leave or face arrest. So one by one, it was a pretty obvious decision for most. It was time to leave. They were able to work their way down one lane, truck by truck, without us giving us any ability to respond or do anything about it, right? We were watching it from our vehicles, and we seen the RCMP come closer. This was all being streamed on many social media platforms, Facebook, TikTok, I think Telegram, and others. So you have these individuals at the Milk River blockade who are looking to get to Coutts, who have been, and we're talking, it was a balmy weekend, 10 degrees in January, but Monday morning, the weather turned sour and it was -30 that first week. So you're talking about individuals who are looking to get to Coutts, who are camped out in their vehicles in extreme temperatures. They are seeing enforcement action, and a lot of these individuals were farmers, there was a lot of equipment there. These were neighbors, these were people we knew or were acquaintances to others at Coutts since the 29th. So they see this happening on their screens, and without us being aware, we've seen the video after, they proceeded to essentially hit the ditch or go around the police barricade, which was I believe it was parked on the pavement, and they had been civil in regards to obeying that blockade. But once they seen the RCMP enforcing in Coutts, obviously it starts with one or two and the rest followed, but most of that blockade was able to traverse that. Most of the supporters were able to traverse the blockade and make their way down the highway, both lanes, toward Coutts. And there was, I don't know if there's videos as evidence, but there was multiple videos shared of that event as well.
When you say the Milk River protesters could see the enforcement action that the RCMP was doing in Coutts, which prompted them to try and sort of go around the barricade to join up, you mean through social media, right?
Mhm.
They didn't have line of sight themselves. Okay.
No, there was no line of sight. It would have been, they came to our assistance is essentially the term.
And that's because the Milk River blockade was about 20 kilometers north of the Coutts port of entry. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, so I understand that then on February 2nd, this sort of all came to a head and there was a bit of a standoff, you could call it, between the protesters and the RCMP. Is that right?
Correct. So as I was in my truck driving around in this area of the highway that's heading east to west, just looking at the situation and thinking, this will be over in hours. And all of a sudden, we see through, and it was a blizzard. We see these trucks and these pickups and these tractors come through the blizzard from nowhere, and the protesters were able to coordinate a barricade instead of trucks on a highway that they could work 1, 2, 3. We were able to form a barricade, essentially fence to fence, ditch to ditch, which now gave us the ability, which gave us the ability to form a line and have a standoff with the RCMP.
And what did that look like?
It was a peaceful standoff. The RCMP and the protesters never came within, I would say, 50 meters of each other. So initially, when the equipment rolled in, the RCMP retreated because it was hectic. Tractors came in through the ditches on the highway, and out of nowhere, it was a surprise to them as much as it was to us. I imagine they may have heard about it as they blew the barricade in Milk River. They would have had 10 minutes more notice than we did through their official channels. But when it came in, they retreated back to the sheriff buses and a bit of the mobile command they had set up on the highway. And I would say 20 minutes later, they commenced a second effort with either the same amount or additional support. And on the first attempt, most people were in the saloon. It was cold, and a few people were just monitoring the situation. On the second attempt, the protesters came outside, and we stood in front of the equipment. We formed a line, and we sang "O Canada," and we just held it was a face-off. It was at a point where this was where we would all be arrested and systematically removed, or the alternative, which is what happened, and the RCMP retreated on their second attempt. And that's where the enforcement action stopped.
Right, and part of the resolution of this, I understand, is that two RCMP sergeants, I believe Sergeants Tulloch and Switzer, who are CCMG officers, came to the Smuggler Saloon to speak with the protesters and see if they could sort of negotiate a resolution. Is that right?
Correct. So Greg and Troy, sorry, that's their first names. I'll stick to that because there was two groups. So there was.
And just for clarity, when you say Greg and Troy, you mean Greg Tulloch and Troy Switzer?
Correct.
Right.
They had been, I believe they were part of the initial slow roll. The RCMP was aware of the slow roll, so they had officers and they had sent staff down to monitor the situation. So they had been there from the onset of the protest. Initially, the RCMP took the heavy-handed approach regarding enforcement. The failure of that resulted in a direction from RCMP toward more of a negotiation stance. And even that, they came in fairly heavy. They showed up in the saloon and they essentially ordered us off the highway. And that was met with a very decisive no by everybody involved.
But you were still able to resolve, I understand, that you would keep one lane open in the northbound lanes and then one traffic lane open in the southbound lane. Is that right?
So due to the situation on the ground and the enforcement action, we were aware the RCMP, our fight was never the RCMP, that was the enforcement. We were looking to get the attention of our province, of the government. We'd been trying unsuccessfully to do that for 2 years. 2 years or 18 months at that time. And obviously we knew the RCMP would respond and commence with enforcement and possibly communication, but the RCMP was never, when I say the struggle, they were never part of that. They were automatically involved. So they came into the saloon, and we worked out an agreement, which also came from a position of we have to, I wouldn't say retreat, we have to work with the RCMP due to our position. Our position was based on how many trucks and how many people do we have, right? Strength in numbers. If we have too bold of a position without the equipment and the trucks and the people to back it up, the RCMP may enforce. If we open up some lanes, we go where we look like then we are a legal protest in the eyes of the in the view of the RCMP, and they may let us stay to fight. And when I say fight, I don't want to use that in a term other than we were there to fight another day. And that is what happened, I believe, either late in the evening of the first or the morning of the second. We, through communication with the RCMP and obviously the concerns of the village of Coots by having most of their access restricted, there were three things. There was something that happened before. There was unintended truckers that were blockaded behind our trucks that were looking to go south, reefers, and they had spent the weekend and we had let them go because it was never.
You mean commercial vehicles that were not protesters?
Correct.
Okay.
They were held on that highway behind the trucks that were blockading traffic, right? They were there. It's not like we gave, it's not like there was a sign on Lethbridge that said future blockade, please don't proceed down this highway. So there was unintended, there was truckers that were unintentionally stuck behind this. And it was never our intention. So we let them either turn around or go south. This would have been the Monday. This would have been before the enforcement action. We would have already cleared out the trucks.
Okay, so like January 31st.
Exactly. So that's, I just wanted to make that note. It's not necessarily relevant, but it matters that we were never there to cause grief to unintended participants. Back to the lanes opening up, we were in discussions with residents, school board, et cetera, to allow the buses free flow, to allow traffic, the residents in and out, all of that. Plus, we were in no position to hold the highway shut. So we opened up a lane on each side.
Okay, and I understand that from that point forward, you sort of became the main point of contact for the RCMP, is that right?
That was never that was never officially, you're the point of contact. I think that comes back to more who I am, my character, my position as a town councillor, my ability to articulate well. All of that put me in a position where I was most, I would say, skilled. I've never been trained for this, but in this case, most skilled to deal with the RCMP and any other conflict.
And would you say you had a good relationship with the RCMP officers that you spoke to?
The RCMP would attest to this, but we had a phenomenal working relationship. We agreed. We agreed on many things and we disagreed on others, but we never stopped communicating.
And you texted, you called, was it through email? How did you communicate?
It would have been through text and call.
And I understand that some officers also came to the Smuggler's Saloon, which had sort of been established as the headquarters by that point, to sort of do check-ins with you. Is that right?
Most of the interaction happened away from the Smuggler's Saloon.
The in-person interaction.
The in-person interactions, I do know I would look for them away from this saloon, but they always looked for me in the saloon, which I always knew it gave them the ability to walk through the saloon and make notes and check up on us without, as a hitting two birds with one stone. They're coming to talk to me, but they're also checking out the situation inside the building, which we never restricted them. We were never hiding anything. They stood around the fires with us. They were offered meals, etc. I don't know what protocol is, whether they declined or whether they accepted, but there was no official meeting point. It was very organic, and the best conversations happened on the side of the road, in the vehicle when it was colder, or on the back of the tailgate when it was warmer.
And so I understand, we'll just touch on this very briefly, that there was only one time where communications between you and the RCMP officers failed, and that was on February 12th when you were out of contact, or you didn't have cell service, and some excavators were damaged by the police by accident. Is that right?
Correct. So now we're jumping ahead to the second week. The first week was definitely a struggle.
And we'll come back to the first week, but just for the purpose of the excavator event, if you could just speak to that.
Yeah, so just a little bit of lead up to the event. It was always a matter of position in regards to us and in regards to the RCMP. We had to respond to the RCMP in such a manner that they wouldn't enforce, or felt the need that all ability to resolve the situation through communication had failed, so they would enforce, but at the same time maintain enough of a position to stay that eventually we caught the attention of the Alberta, of the provincial government. And it was a tricky business to maintain that position where the one side wants you off the highway yesterday, and we had to stay on that highway just long enough to possibly enter in not necessarily negotiations, but to open up lines of communication with the provincial government. So we brought in trucks, we brought in tractors, and when we say we, people brought tractors. It was very organic. We never said no to anybody that wanted to come and support us. People came from anywhere in Southern Alberta, or Western Canada. Ottawa was obviously the initial draw, and the event here was to support Ottawa. At the same time that that the Freedom Convoy rolled into Ottawa, we rolled into Coutts. But this was, for most people, a lot more accessible than Ottawa, for myself as well. So the excavators were, for us, a very symbolic thing.
And can you just, for those who don't know what an excavator is, just describe what that is briefly?
A HIO, so it's a construction, it's a piece of equipment that is used for earthwork. It's called an excavator. So I imagine most people know what an excavator has ability to dig trenches, etc.
Right, and so there were a few and they were flying flags, is that right?
No, that was the intention. So these excavators were positioned a couple miles away from Coutts. And all it was a distraction, and it definitely became a distraction. But the intent was to catch the eye of the RCMP. We never could have imagined the actual response we got. So these pieces had to be hauled in individually, one at a time. So we got permission from the adjacent the property adjacent to the highway to do this on their property. And we slowly drove them in, like they got unloaded off the road and then they had to get walked in, and they probably go about 2 kilometers an hour. It's a very heavy piece of equipment. And I believe on the Friday would have been the, sorry, we're on the 12th, 11th. I believe the 10th, is that the Friday?
I believe so. And I think just for the sake of time, maybe if we could fast forward a little bit
Right.
to the
So
actual event.
we brought in 3 excavators one by one. And when the first one showed up, I'm pretty sure it was noted excavator on the side of the highway. When the second one showed up, the RCMP and the province have notes that speak to no construction activity being in the vicinity and it being noted, and them being very aware of 2 excavators on the side of the highway, you know, as to what's going on here, who's doing this. When the third one rolled in, it resulted in a very it resulted in a heavy response. 40 officers descended on that field and on those individuals operating those HIOs, and they were ordered to retreat. I got the phone call. At that time, I was actually in a meeting with individuals in Milk River, and I had I took the call, and you know, they explained the situation, and I had said, okay, well, just pull them back. It's never our intention. There is no intentions here other than to you know, cause a distraction, fly some flags. So they retreated over the hill. There was a misunderstanding that they would be removed from the area fully. Unfortunately, it took 3 days to bring them into the area, and the trucker, he has 13 hours a day to legally operate. He did not have the ability to remove those. I had a family weekend planned for months prior, and I had the ability to sneak away for 10 hours. And to get there, I went through, it's called the Whiskey Gap, it's without service. So as I was rolling into this part of the country, just outside the Milk River blockade, I got a call from, I think I sent Greg and Troy a text message because I knew they were off. Like they had two different groups of CCMGs. So Chris and Mark were on Sunday, and Greg and Troy, you know, it was a frustrating day and there was a lot of tension regarding the excavators, but it was resolved in my mind. And I said, hey, have a good weekend and see you next week, is what I had said. And I got the call that the understanding was to move these excavators out of the area, and they are not gone. And I had said, well, we can move them further, you know, but we can't get them out of the area right away. It just isn't possible. I went into service, the call was dropped, and I got out of service, and I got a few messages. Sorry, Marco, the decision was made. We've had to disable these protest parts.
And that's because the RCMP thought the excavators were
it was too big of a liability in their mind. You know,
Okay.
they looked at this from we're going to dig up the highway perspective.
Right.
And I understand that those machines have the ability to do that, but that was never our intentions.
Right. Okay. And in the course of your action or your answer, sorry, you spoke a few times about engagement from the provincial government. That's something that you were looking for. Is that right?
I believe that's something that we were all, everybody was looking for. You know, if we look at the state of affairs, and I'm not going to speak to Alberta because that's, you know, most of the emergency measures and the mandates were provincial, and each province dealt with it differently. But in my view, Alberta took a fairly heavy-handed approach for freedom-loving Albertans. And the worst part was the inconsistencies and the lies, the communication from the province that we weren't going to lock down again or open for summer, open for good, or, you know, Calgary Stampede 2021, Kenny was on the record saying we will never have a vaccine passport. 1 month later, we have the RIP program, which is essentially the same thing. The worst part was the lies, the lies to the UCP members, to Albertans who were involved politically, and now, you know, we were being governed by a emergency committee. We were being governed by the health authority. We had no direct communication through through our Westminster parliamentary democracy.
Right. So I don't mean to cut you off, but we do need to get to this document. So Mr. Clerk, it's COEU 6016. And while Mr. Clerk is pulling that up, this is a text message exchange between the Mayor of Coutts and Rajan Sawhney, who's the Minister of Transport of Alberta. And we'll just wait for that to go up. So if we go to page 9, a little bit further down. All right, so it says that MP Motts, and I understand that to be Glenn Motts, Member of Parliament, Mayor, then it's redacted, and I being the Mayor of Coutts, so the blue bubble. Are from the Mayor of Coutts, met with RCMP Command, then paid a visit to the truckers for a few minutes. And then he goes on to say, Motts met with Marco up at the Milk River block.
I did sit down with them in Milk River, unofficially, obviously, because that's what the previous text message speaks to. We had communication with individual MLAs, individual MPs, mainly opposition MPs, right? Alberta is mainly CPC.
And that was about the mandates.
That would have been about, on a provincial level, the provincial mandates in regards to the MLAs, and obviously the federal mandate, specifically the travel mandates and the border mandates with the MPs.
And so I guess when I say you're talking about mandates, was the idea that you were asking them whether they could do anything to sort of lift the mandates, which would have resulted in the protest resolving itself?
Yeah, so we were looking for lifting the mandates. We were looking for communication you know, a lot of people said we're looking for the mandates to be lifted. You know, it's 12:55 and the mandates are not lifted, and it's 12:56 and they're lifted. I always knew that was never a possibility. I know how government works, and I understand that it would be a process, and that there has to be a lot of things to happen and a plan in place, etc. You know, communicated to the public and through the health authorities to put us on a track to lifting the mandates. Unfortunately, those conversations never even got started
They never got started with
anybody in an official capacity that
Okay.
represented any level of government.
So you spoke to members of the opposition, MLAs, but not anyone who was like, for example, in Premier Kenny's cabinet, no one like that.
Correct. If you were to scroll down further in this, there is a conversation between the mayor and Rajan Saunier that speaks to the mayor asking if she plans to come down to Coots. And she mentions, I'm working on it. I have to get permission from the RCMP, which they would have got, and the boss. Now,
Right.
when we say the boss, I'm pretty sure we all know we're talking about Jason Kenney.
Right.
So that goes back to show you the situation we were dealing with in Alberta at this time. We no longer had a voice as Albertans. We were dealing with a health authority that had emergency powers and a premier who was obviously operating his cabinet and his caucus in the aspect of I'm the boss.
Right,
of
and
a
so
business.
the Minister of Transport never went down, so we know that. But if we can scroll down to page 11, the bottom of page 11. So this is on February 6th, which is the next day. And the mayor of Coots says to the Minister of Transportation, I'm trying to find out who protesters spoke with and said what. Grant said it wasn't him. Very clear he means no mandate, as he clarifies in the next text, that would allow him to do that. So it seems to suggest that someone else from the provincial government, other than Grant Hunters, had spoken to the protesters in an official capacity on February 6th. So you're saying that did not happen?
There were a lot of individuals there that would have been involved in politics more than somebody who votes every 4 years. You know, they could have been involved in their CA boards, etc. You know, like myself, a local or municipal politician. So these individuals coming from different constituencies in the province would have direct connections to their MLAs. I'm not aware of all these conversations. So,
But you yourself did not have.
I myself did not have any other conversations other than one phone call with the transportation minister, possibly two. I can't remember if it was one or two.
Sorry, so you're saying you did speak on the phone to Rajan Sauni?
Correct, but that's not in relation to this discussion right here.
Oh, so what was that in relation to?
She looked to get in contact with me, me, possibly others, but I ended up taking the call.
In relation to the protests?
In relation to the blockade.
And what were your conversations about?
The conversations were as to what it was and what could be done, etc. And it was, like I said, it was not in any official capacity. Obviously, as transportation minister, she had the ability to do that. But I had looked for a meeting with officials.
Through the minister?
Through the minister. And when I say I, you know, we as protesters.
But she reached out to you?
I believe it was shared that she was looking to get in contact with myself, and we connected.
Okay.
And I don't know who relayed that message to me. I might have been through the mayor of Fort McLeod, right? Like there's once it became, CBC made the connection that I was a local municipal councillor. Obviously that was something in and of itself, but very quickly they were looking to me as that individual to connect with.
Okay, so you said you spoke to her on the phone on about 2 occasions. Do you recall the dates of those?
I believe it was only one. I'm trying to think which day it was. It would have been either the first or the second day we were in the saloon, and I believe we got the saloon on the 1st. So it would have been either the 1st or the 2nd of February.
And did you ever convey to her that you wanted the provincial mandates lifted in order for the protesters to then go home?
I believe that message would have been conveyed, but that was obviously that was a pretty obvious message in general. That was why we were there, yeah.
So you conveyed that message. What was her response?
Well, she didn't have the ability to speak to that, right? That still was a PIC or an EMCC committee meeting.
Did she say that she would speak to Premier Kenney in an unofficial capacity through unofficial channels or anything like that?
I don't remember the details of the conversation. I do remember it being more of an introduction call, and obviously introduction, I don't believe there was follow-up calls, but
sorry, you said there were follow-up.
no, I don't believe there were.
Okay.
This is like, it just spoke to who she was, who I was, details of the blockade, but and the message we were looking to share with the province, demands, all of that. I wouldn't say demands, just frustrations in general, and how can we move forward? But that never went anywhere. Like I said, I might have had a follow-up conversation, but it would have never went anywhere.
You say that it never went anywhere, but Premier Kenney did make an announcement on February 8th that the provincial government was announcing a plan for a gradual easing of the pandemic-related public health measures. Is that right?
Correct. And based on our response to his message, it was not the message we were looking for.
And what was his message and what was the message you were looking for?
The message that Kenney gave was, it was a phased approach with a lot of maybes. And there was no surety of anything in that message. It spoke to a lot of different aspects, and there was a lot of different methods to back out of that phased approach, but it was something, because they had to address, there was pressure. Even though we weren't communicating, there was pressure. Coutts did apply pressure to the provincial government.
Right. And you said earlier that, you understand that there's a process that has to, governmental process for public health measures like these to be lifted, and that it would maybe take some time. So in your view, was it realistic for Premier Kenney to announce on February 8th, for example, that all mandates would be lifted the next day? Was that a realistic objective?
That's not a realistic objective, but that's on one side, and then there was his response, which was completely on the other side. So somewhere in the middle, there was the ability, and this was not just exclusively Coutts. This was, you all, the evidence is submitted to the slow rolls in Edmonton, to the protests of 5,000 to 10,000 in Calgary, the inconveniences on highways all over the province. Obviously, the focus is on Coutts, Ottawa, Emerson, Ambassador, Sarnia, etc. But Albertans were frustrated, and they were making it very aware to their government that they wanted to see change. So we were willing to have those discussions and to work on a realistic plan. Like, I can't speak for everybody, but we wanted to being involved in government for 5 going on 6 years, the message we had was, let's work together to do what Albertans want. Unfortunately, somewhere along the line, that message never got delivered, or the message was delivered, and nothing ever came of it. And that, in my mind, that's worse, obviously.
So it's fair to say that you were looking for a stronger commitment from Jason Kenney, and Premier Kenney, apologies, and you didn't get one. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and we're almost out of time here, so I'm just going to ask you some quick questions about the events of February 13th and 14th. So I understand that an RCMP tactical unit came in on February 13th, and there were also some arrests on that day in relation to guns and ammunition that were seized at a house in Coutts. Is that right?
Correct.
And they arrested many people in relation to this. Did you know any of the individuals who were arrested for mischief and possession of a weapon?
I know them in the capacity as attendees of the protests.
You did not know them before?
No.
And what about the individuals that were arrested for conspiracy to commit murder?
The same. I met them at Coots.
And would you say that you spoke to them every day? How well did you know these individuals?
One of the individuals, he would have been up early every day, and when I walked in, he was the biggest, friendliest giant.
And
I
are
know.
you talking about Chris Lysak?
Correct.
So did you know that Chris Lysak was in a group called, or was a fan of a group called Diagolon?
No.
Had you ever heard of that group before?
No.
So you're not a fan or a follower of Diagolon?
No.
Did you ever speak to Jeremy McKenzie, who's one of the founders of Diagolon?
No.
And did you know that there were firearms amongst the protesters?
No.
Had you ever heard of this plot to shoot RCMP officers that they're being alleged to have, I guess, planned?
No.
Were your bank accounts frozen when the Emergencies Act was invoked?
No.
But I understand that you were recently arrested.
No, I've never been arrested since Coots, or during and since Coots. I was summoned to come in and have my charges read off to me, and a promise to appear.
So you have been charged though?
I've been charged,
Not a-
but I've
yeah,
never been
right.
arrested.
Right, and that's for a mischief?
Mischief, yeah.
So that was in relation to the Coots protests, but it was not, it was recent, and so it wasn't like an Emergencies Act measure, I
No.
guess. Okay, and I just have about 1 minute left, so I'll just ask you to tell the commissioner quickly what happened on the morning of February 15th. So how did the protests end after the arrests that we just discussed were finished?
So the decision was made on the morning of the 14th to leave. I had contact with media, and I received a phone call from a reporter. She touched base with me daily, and she called me to the events. She called me in regards to the events of the night of the 13th and the arrests, etc. So we were talking about what had happened and the fairly heavy-handed approach the RCMP initially took and how that was de-escalated, etc. And the question came in, so what about the guns? And I had responded and said, what guns? 10 minutes later, I knew what guns we were talking about. For me, it became very clear that this was no longer, that every objective we were looking to achieve was no longer possible, and that our message had been lost. And to distance ourselves from any, and this has to be determined yet, right? These charges have not gone to court for these individuals charged with conspiracy to commit or any related gun charges. So I'm not going to speak to that. But to distance ourselves from that, even the perception at that time and anything to do with that, we made the decision to leave. And I remember calling that meeting and having that discussion. And obviously it was unfortunate. It was not us. It was obviously individuals who were among us that had different, and like I said, this is to be proven. I can't speak to that, but alleged to have different views than us. And I remember having that discussion, and there was pushback initially, and I had said, I am leaving, and a majority of the individuals will leave with me, but I would like to leave together. And I remember I had said, Google Coots. You know, I was keeping an eye on mainstream media, etc. I was aware of Ottawa and such, but I wasn't aware of everything. But I remember saying Google Coots, and any of the messages, any of the videos, any of the positivity around what we were doing, in my view, was lost. It was guns, 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 and to not be associated with that or even that viewpoint, we arranged to leave. The agreed upon, I think, by the 12th of noon, or sorry, noon on the 12th.
I think it would have been the 15th.
Noon of the 14th.
15th.
No, the 15th is when, no. We had asked that we would clear the blockade immediately, but to leave as if we were never there, we had to arrange, we had mountains of firewood, for example. We had food. We had, you know, the food, something to write home about, but the food and just to make sure everything was cleaned up properly, we had negotiated that we would leave at 9 o'clock on the 15th. But the RCMP can attest that before noon or around noon on the 14th,
Right.
the highway was no longer impeded.
Okay, and the timing of that is important, so I thank
Absolutely
you
it
for
is.
clarifying that. So noon on the 14th, you communicate to the RCMP, you agreed to leave.
Those
but you
those
told
discussions
them-
happened in the morning, and by noon we
Right.
had
But you told them, listen, we need some more time to clean everything up and to leave as a group, and we'll leave by tomorrow morning.
right. So we had gone to the RCMP after we had talked to the DOJ, like Department of Justice. We had requested a Zoom with them, so we had the discussion, and then we had gone to the protest because it was never my decision it was always a group decision. We were leaving or we were going or we were staying, and I do remember having to address the group with that, and based on the situation and the information flowing around, it was a pretty, you know, I didn't have to tell anybody to be quiet when I started to address the crowd. And there was some opposition. You know, we still had individuals coming in that were full of fight. You know, like they wanted to be part of this, and they had showed up 15 minutes ago, and we were 18 days. We were pretty battered. So it was also a way to end this. There was no plan, so there was never a plan to end this, and this was for us a strategic retreat, victory parade, whatever you want to call it. It is what it is. But we negotiated by noon. We had talked to the RCMP as we'd like to leave. Supper's cooking. We're going to invite people over legally one more time to do what we did. The tractors will be off the highway immediately, and we'll commence cleanup efforts. Initially, the RCMPs, they phoned it in. Their response was very heavy. They said, you need to leave immediately, and we want you gone in an hour. And I remember thinking, this is just crazy. And I walked away, essentially. And they went back in their vehicles, and 5 minutes later, they came back and says, okay, 9 o'clock, tractors last. You know, it was just last little bit of a, you know, power struggle or whatever it was. I thought, whatever, we'll do tractors last, and it didn't matter to me. It didn't matter to us. But the decision to leave was made before noon on the 14th, and I believe at 9:45 on the 15th, we were leaving.
Thank you. So those are all my questions. Is there anything that you'd like to tell the commissioner that we haven't covered together?
Well, we've covered a lot. I just I want to speak to what Coots was. It was a gathering of truckers, mainly farmers. Eventually, farmers bolstered the ranks, but it was a group of and the perception around Coots, unfortunately, due to the discovery of the guns and such, has tainted what Coots was. And for me, what's important is that we were there to demand that our representatives communicate with us like they are obligated to do, and like what had not been happening. And there's lots of different events during those days that I almost think it was like a chess game between the RCMP and the protesters. But unfortunately, we were never able to enter in official communication with the government. But looking back at the political state of affairs in Alberta, it might have been better for the Kennett government to actually have done that. And because at the end of the day, we're Albertans and we're Canadians. And the COVID restrictions and the mandates, they messed with our lives. Like we see the inconsistencies of the experts, and I don't necessarily blame them. The information provided was what they went off of, and that information is at times is now no longer factual either. Things, you know, the ball kept on getting pushed further down the road. 2 weeks to flatten the curve, and look at where we are now. And I'm not going to speak to COVID, and I'm no expert on it, but even the experts got it wrong. And for public trust to be regained, for the trust of Albertans to be regained, there has to be accountability. So thank you.
Thank you for your time and for answering my questions. I'm going to pass it over to my friends who will have questions for you now.
Thank you.
Okay, the first up is the government of Alberta, please.
For the record, my name is Stephanie Bose. I'm appearing today on behalf of the government of Alberta. Most of my questions have already been answered, but I would like to cover off a few areas with you today. You've talked a little bit about your role as an unofficial spokesperson for the protesters at Coutts. And were there any other unofficial spokespeople at the same time that you were acting in that role?
There was individuals, the media, in the beginning, once there was some organization, the event was organic, but once there was some organization established in regards to food and logistics and things like that, right? You have 200 and some people in a place, you got to establish some kind of structure. Once that was established and once it became more or less, once I got pushed into the role of dealing with the media, I dealt with the media and there was certain media that had been chasing me around or chasing individuals around looking for some kind of comment. I remember one particular reporter who had finally in frustration said, you want us, how can we tell the world what's going on here if you won't talk to us? And I won't speak to the organization, but obviously my view on that organization was why we were in that situation. And I had turned around and responded and says, okay, you're going to get an interview and I'll be watching tonight, but that will determine whether you get another one tomorrow. And I actually was able to say that my views on the organization may not have changed, but I had a very, very positive relationship with this reporter, and that has since then given me the discretion with other reporters to hear them out. But we had advised protesters to not speak to the media, and that we're trying to orchestrate a general communication and general direction in regards to what came from Coutts. But individuals may have on their own accord done interviews and stuff, and I've seen those. And like I said, it's not like the RCMP where there was such structure that you didn't move left or right unless you were told to. We were there for freedom, so it wasn't for us to go and order people around and tell them not to do this or not to do that.
And I understand from your anticipated statement that you would have described the protest at Milk River as being somewhat less organized than the protest at Coutts. Is that fair to say?
Correct. Yeah. So the RCMP had their initial blockade, which was then on the January the 1st, the protesters went around it. So they reinforced it to the point where there was no longer any way to go through that other than going through the barricade, which would have resulted in violence, which was never an intention. But due to the numbers, which fluctuated on the weekends, and the first and the second weekend being obviously quite phenomenal due to the influx of people. Thousands, I believe we had over 10,000 on the Saturday. I'm going to say the 6th, I believe. But people had to take care of themselves, sleeping accommodations, food, etc. There was individuals at the front that maintained to make sure we didn't have anybody come in and cause problems, right? We were wary of people looking to come in and make us look, start something and that it would be on us, right? So we were aware of that, and just there was fires there, so we made sure that the fires were contained. And there was a few individuals at the Milk River protest that kept an eye on things, and if things, went a certain way, they would coordinate with the RCMP to make sure that was either resolved or de-escalated. But the biggest thing was to make sure that we didn't have, and I remember the thought, and I'm not gonna, that Antifa could show up and cause problems. And obviously for myself, you know, being in the public eye, I had, we had fairly, you know, we had threats to myself and to my family. And I remember when I would go down to Milk River multiple times a day or as needed. And it came to a point where I wasn't alone. I would be accompanied by an individual or two just for due to the worries of the protesters about my well-being. So it was less organized, but you know, I wouldn't, there was a lot of structure there too at the front, but on the weekends it was, you took care of yourself, you know, like we call them the weekend warriors, you know, they showed up in droves. You know, it was the place to be in Alberta at the time, right? So.
And so that's one of my other questions was the composition of the protests would change depending on what day of the week it was and who was coming to the protest site, correct?
Correct, yeah.
Now, in your statement of anticipated evidence, and you've spoken about this a little bit today, you say that if the government of Alberta had agreed to negotiate with spokespersons, the Coots protest could have been dispersed. And I'll take it that you still believe that at this point in time, correct?
Absolutely.
And just to be clear, do you mean just the protest at Coots, or are you including the protest that was occurring at Checkpoint 10 near Milk River?
Well, you know the events, right? When we left, they left. So they were there for us. When we were gone, their goal was no longer achievable.
You acknowledge, though, that you didn't have control over any particular group of people at the protest, correct?
There was less control over Milk River, but there were still individuals who definitely kept an eye on the situation, and it was mainly the weekends that were just the most concerning in regards to public safety, and that was something I spent hours working with the RCMP. I spent every day working with the RCMP to maintain public safety. That was something neither of us wanted, that somebody got hurt by accident.
There were people who were at these protests that were protesting provincial health restrictions, correct? And there were certainly people there that were protesting any federal health restrictions, correct?
I believe everybody who was there was protesting provincial restrictions, and some may also have been protesting federal restrictions.
And I'll ask the clerk if you could please pull up document PB.CAN.401333. Sorry, that's 1333. And I'll ask that you just scroll down to the second page to an email from Lisa Lorencel-Peace on January 30th, 2022. I think you'll have to scroll a little bit farther. There it is there. And you'll see CBSA intelligence provided the following, and a couple of points down there: rumors of another 800 protesters coming with heavy equipment because they want Trudeau there. Do you agree that there were people there who were looking to address Prime Minister Trudeau with this protest?
I could see that being something individuals wanted. Trudeau is not popular in Alberta.
And did you see any, and part of my language here, the fuck Trudeau signs at the protest?
There would have been those signs at the protest. The amount, no, I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Now, I understand that you spoke to Western Standard News during the protest. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on February 3rd, you told Western Standard News that the protesters involved in the Coots blockade would depart at 7 a.m. on Friday, February 4th, for a slow roll convoy to Edmonton to meet with Premier Kenney. Is that correct?
Coffee with Kenny?
Yes.
Correct.
And that wasn't an agreement you had at that time with Premier Kenny. The plan was to go to Edmonton to try to meet with him. Is that correct?
That would have been an ultimate success if we would have actually been able to meet with him. It was just it was a headline. You know, we're going. You know, there was a bit of sarcasm in that headline that we're going to Edmonton, which was not something I agreed with. Actually, I agreed with going to Edmonton. I disagreed with leaving Coutts. But the article spoke to those events, and there were individuals that did, and I believe from all corners of the province they came and caused logistical challenges in the downtown and on the Anthony Henday.
Did you tell the RCMP the same thing, that the Coutts protesters would be leaving and slow rolling to Edmonton?
No.
Go ahead.
This media publication came out before before I went and talked to the protesters as a whole. Like I said, the decision to leave or to stay was a group decision, and unfortunately, this article, we did have a plan through pressures that were applied on us by individuals, businesses, Cattlemen's Association, and their representatives to leave Coutts. And I once that decision was made as a side group, a smaller group involving these representatives, etc. The decision went to the crowd. The crowd unanimously, I remember that moment, unanimously and with a lot of emotion was like, no. And I remember thinking this is it, but unfortunately things were able to be resolved very shortly, and those who wanted to go to Edmonton were free to go. People were free to leave at any time, but we had decided that leaving Coutts was not the objective. That was the objective of those representatives in the Cattlemen's Association, because we were an inconvenience to them, and they had worked away and influenced individuals who had reputation and who were attending this protest, who had then called a meeting, which I was not in initially until I got the phone call, because I was coordinating things in Milk River with the RCMP, and I remember getting the phone call and coming south, coming back to Coutts, very frustrated, because this had happened once before where we were almost sabotaged in my view of, leaving Coutts by, individuals who had no bearing in Coutts, but who came in and they were this and they were that. And, but it came to a decision eventually, regardless of my views. And because, like I said, this wasn't my thing. It wasn't about me. I was playing a role as spokesman, and I had to deliver that message to the crowd, and it was not well received, and we did not leave for Edmonton.
Okay, so to understand or paraphrase your evidence, there was a group that made a decision that this would happen, that the protesters would leave to go to Edmonton. You spoke to Western Standard News and told them the same thing. And then later you spoke to the group of protesters on a larger basis, and the decision was, no, we're not going to go to Edmonton. Is that correct?
Correct. So my view of a decision like that was something that had to be, so we decided to bring it back to the crowd, that it even made its way there. The majority of the individuals in that initial discussion had decided it was happening regardless of the crowd, which was naive of them, because the crowd were the protesters and it was their trucks and their equipment, etc. And we had prepped a statement. So eventually I'd said, okay, well, then this is what we're doing, but I first have to discuss it with the protesters, with the group. And as I went to do that, because it was in another building, the press release was released prior to speaking to the group. So that resulted in a hectic hour or two for RCMP, for us, for everybody. But
some confusion.
It was definitely, it was confusing because the statement read that we were leaving and had my name all over it. And I remember hearing the crowd and somebody come up to me and showed me the picture. And I was like, really? Who released this? Like, I was just shocked that this individual had, or these individuals had released it. And I think that was also part of their tactic to pressure that now it was known to the public that we were leaving. But we never did.
Now, I'd like to talk to you about the announcement by the Government of Alberta on February 8th, and I'll ask the clerk to please go to document ALB 401768. And you've talked a little bit about this with my friend already. I'll just scroll down to the bottom of page 2. And we'll see here, starting at the word beginning Feb 8 at 11:59 p.m. Alberta will move to step 1, which includes the removal of the restrictions exemption program. And then there's some other liftings of restrictions within that paragraph. And then the plan goes on to further describe various times that various COVID-19 health restrictions will be removed. Now, you talked about how the government didn't move fast enough for you in terms of lifting restrictions. This was an announcement on February 8th that later that night, restrictions would be lifted. And then if we go to Alberta's institutional report, which is document ALB.IR 701, paragraph 19 on page 7 of this report. We see on February 8th, Alberta announced a plan for gradual easing of pandemic-related public health orders. Later that day, protesters resumed a complete blockade at the Coutts POE, which is port of entry. You acknowledge that despite Alberta's announcement about easing restrictions, the blockade resumed that day, correct?
Correct.
And we're still looking at paragraph 19. I'd also like to talk about the legal protest site that was made available by Alberta. Were you aware of the alternate protest site that was being provided?
Yes, I viewed the property.
Did you encourage protesters to use the alternate protest site instead of blocking the highway?
That was the biggest discussion I had with the RCMP that week, the longest. That happened inside the sheriff buses at the Milk River protest. And I think the part that made it very unappealing was the fact that they had government Wi-Fi there.
So you refused the protest site on the basis of government Wi-Fi?
That was I believe that was the part that was completely ridiculous in regards to we got government Wi-Fi there. The biggest issue was the intent was to be on the highway. For the Milk River, this was not Coutts. This was 100% in relation to the Milk River blockade. You're aware of that, correct? Because this.
I understand what you're saying. Yes. I think that was just sloppy language on my part.
Okay.
So but in any event, the protesters didn't shift over to protesting at that site, correct?
No, it was never communicated to the protesters. I remember sitting in the bus with both groups of CCMGs, and I think even the officer in charge of the Milk River protests, and I questioned them as to how I was supposed to convince the protesters to move off the highway into this field. It just wasn't realistic. Like, there was no way that was going to happen.
You didn't believe you could convince them to make that change?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions today.
Okay, thank you. Next, call on the Government of Canada.
Good afternoon, Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Eugenboss. For the record, my name is Ryan Atkins. I'm part of the legal team for the Government of Canada. We heard that you're a town councillor for the town of Fort Macleod in southern Alberta.
Correct.
And on March 28th, 2022, you were given a letter of reprimand from the mayor of Fort Macleod. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's in relation to the events and your participation in the convoy at Coots.
Correct.
We also heard about the criminal charges that were laid against you. Are those charges still outstanding?
Yes.
Now, we've heard that there are two distinct protest sites. There was the one in Coots itself near the way station and another one just south of Milk River by the checkpoint.
Yes.
And I just want to understand where you were at various points of time. I think you said that you met Emily Motts at Milk River. Did you mean the protest site or the town?
Glenn Mott's, we met in front of the sheriff buses at the Milk River blockade.
Okay, was that on the southern side of the police barricade or did you actually traverse the police barricade?
The north side, he was not, he was not allowed as a individual participating, I would say. He was there to come talk to me, but he was not allowed on the other side of those buses.
And that was on Saturday the 5th?
I believe that was on Saturday. Yeah, it was a pretty crazy place.
Was that the same weekend that you were able to get out of the protest site for a family weekend?
No, that was the second weekend.
Okay, so on two different weekends you were able to get out?
No, so in regards to my ability to traverse, I guess with the perk of being the media spokesperson allowed me to come and go as I needed to.
So the police were allowing you to go back and forth? Sorry, you have to articulate.
Yeah, yes, sorry.
And I think you said that you went down to Milk River, that is the protest site, a couple times a day.
Correct.
And you also spent time at the saloon in Coots.
Yes.
You mentioned that you brought your pickup truck to the protest and that initially it was parked in the parking lot by the saloon. Was that your evidence?
My truck has probably been parked in 100 different locations in Milk River and in Coots.
And during the period of time that we're talking about from January 29th to February 15th, it didn't remain in that parking lot?
No.
Was it ever parked on the highway?
Yes.
And that's including during the time when all lanes of the highway were blocked, correct?
Correct.
Now, at the beginning of the blockade on January 29th, the RCMP asked that the protesters not block all lanes of the highway. Were you aware of that?
I didn't hear that communication, but I was aware and I could understand that request.
And the reason you understand that request is because blocking all lanes could create a dangerous situation for residents in Coots.
Correct.
Because blocking all lanes would restrict or impede emergency response vehicles, for example.
That would be perceived. We actually did have emergency response and the lanes were cleared enough to allow that to proceed.
Eventually, right?
At that specific time when that emergency vehicle showed up.
Okay. And you indicated that it wasn't your intention to completely block the highway, you personally.
Correct.
And in fact, I believe on January 31st, you made a statement to the media saying that we had to shift gears because we were hurting people who were supporting us, correct?
January the 31st, can you provide some more context in regards to that comment?
So you're reported on January 31st as saying that we want to stop hurting those who are supporting us. You don't recall making that statement?
I believe it.
Yes.
I'm just asking the witness if he recalls making that, if he doesn't recall making that statement, he doesn't recall.
I do recall making that statement, and the thought process behind that statement is this was a border blockade to southern Alberta. I live in southern Alberta. It didn't affect Edmonton as much as it would southern Alberta. It didn't affect Ottawa as much as it affected southern Alberta. So we were driven as protesters, as residents of Alberta, to a place where we were willing to sacrifice our own livelihoods, and more for the sake of getting in contact with our governing body.
You'd agree with me that not all of the people who were being, upon whom that sacrifice was being imposed supported what you were doing, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I'd like to take you to a video if I can. And the number is pb.can.401792. And if we could just cue it up to 5 minutes, 18 seconds, please.
A slice of the world's longest undefended border at a standstill for days. Cross-border traffic shut down by about 100 trucks on the Canadian side. Trucks and their drivers have been stuck here near Coutts since Saturday. Today, RCMP started guiding some away from the border through back roads.
I'm cold. I want to go home.
This driver was headed north with a load of potatoes when he ran into the blockade, stranded for 45 hours before finally moving on, unimpressed with the delay or the protesters who caused it.
Not representing me. I'm not representing any truckers that I know. This is something I don't agree with at all. Like, this is health and safety.
And you can stop it right there. You're aware that that was the convoy you were participating in was having that effect on truckers?
We were aware that that was the effect on some truckers, correct?
Okay. And it's a foreseeable consequence of blocking that highway, correct?
It was an unintended consequence, and after 45 hours, those truckers were on their way.
Unintended maybe, but foreseeable, yes?
No, being as organic as it was a direct unintended consequence.
Sorry, it's your evidence that completely blocking a highway, all lanes, wouldn't have consequences for truckers who use that highway?
It was specifically the truckers that were stuck in the blockade. Truckers that were backed up on either side of the border had the ability to turn around and take different borders. We did not, it was an inconvenience to Coutts, obviously, being the main port, but Del Bonito had an increase of 917% in commercial traffic flow during that time. We did not block all borders.
I want to talk to you a little bit about what you call an inconvenience. On January 31st, and I can take you to it if you like, the Alberta Minister of Transport tweeted that there were 50 to 100 truckers stranded on the US side since Saturday, so for several days. Some hadn't eaten and some had medical issues. Were you aware of that tweet?
No.
Okay. Were you aware that some truckers were facing those issues?
I was aware there was truckers on the American side, but these truckers were hoping for a speedy resolution, which could have been achievable by the Alberta Transportation Minister Department and the government in general. Unfortunately, that never happened, and these truckers were stranded longer, and eventually they did turn around and take other ports of entry. But that was a decision. They were not forced to stay there of their own accord.
Okay, so okay, I'll leave that there. You also agree with me, I think, that Highway 4 is an important corridor for the people of Coutts,
Correct.
and they use it to access essential services in Milk River.
Correct.
If we could just press play on the video where we left off at 6 minutes, 2 seconds.
Ran in
to go to your station. Donna, I can tell you that the situation here looks a lot different than it did earlier today. Protesters have moved their vehicles to the shoulders, opening up a lane of traffic in both directions, though RCMP say that travel is still not recommended quite yet. Still, it is a very hopeful sign here after a very tense few days.
This is what we're trying to get through. Oh my God.
Cell phone video captures the moment of impact. Coots resident Tara Chamber had just left town to get groceries when she was hit.
It was terrifying, absolutely terrifying.
The crash happened Tuesday afternoon as RCMP moved in to try and dismantle the illegal blockade at the Coots border crossing. Police warned protesters that if they did not leave peacefully, arrests would follow. A few did leave, but then
we had a bunch of vehicles and farm machinery that were to the north at a roadblock that was set up on Highway 4 to the north. Those vehicles breached the roadblock, and they did that by driving at quite high speeds.
it was one of those vehicles that hit Tara Chambers' car. Police say her husband was then assaulted before the driver left the scene.
All we were doing was going to go get groceries. And they're trying to say that this is a peaceful protest. It's not very peaceful to me.
What started as... So watching that video, you would agree with me, I take it, that the convoy posed a significant risk for the physical safety of people in Coots?
This interaction was the only time that there was vehicles between the Milk River blockade and the Coots blockade, and we addressed that earlier in regards to them circumventing the initial RCMP blockade on the February the 1st. As a result of that, both lanes, and I wasn't there, but as a result of that, both lanes were going southbound, as the video stated. The individual that was heading northbound got into a motor vehicle accident with an individual that was heading southbound. The individual heading southbound was a resident of Coots, was actually a previous, I think they were known to each other. I believe there was an altercation at the time, which was very unfortunate. Upon hearing this and the damages to the vehicle, etc., and the inconvenience, as protesters, we leased them a vehicle while their vehicle was repaired, and we paid for all the damages to that vehicle.
But my question was, you agree with me that what we just saw in that video was an unsafe situation?
Absolutely, that was an unsafe situation.
Can we tee up document pb.can.401803 and just bring it to 3 minutes, 18 seconds and just kind of freeze frame there, please? So I want to talk about the RCMP enforcement action on in the early morning hours of February 14th. And I take it that this is a photo that you've actually seen before, correct?
I've seen this photo before, yeah.
You were asked about this photo in a news interview that you gave.
Possibly.
You don't recall?
I don't recall. If you can show me the interview, I would recall. I've
Okay.
given many interviews in the last 10
but you
months.
have seen this photo before?
Yes.
And you'll agree with me that it shows a large quantity of guns, body armor, ammunition, including high-capacity magazines.
Legal high-capacity magazines, if that's what you're referring to.
But high-capacity magazines.
Correct.
Okay. And I don't need to take you to it, but I believe you may have indicated that you thought there were more guns seized at Coots than are depicted in this photo. Do you recall saying that?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay, that's fine. But were you aware that there were weapons at Coots before the seizure of this cache of weapons?
No.
You told the media that the decision to leave was made after the arrests on the 14th, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you also said that it was made after the infiltration of extreme elements in the protest group.
Based on the information I was presented at the time, that was my statement regarding that.
And the information that you were presented at the time involved the presence of diagolon symbols or supporters?
Correct.
And I know you didn't know about diagolon before, but you learned about it at that time.
I learned about it after, based on, I've never in person seen this, based on the information presented to me, so.
And you didn't want to stay after that because you didn't want to be associated with extremists.
Correct.
Were you at the Smuggler's Saloon on February 3rd when Pastor Art Pulowski gave a speech?
He walked in and I walked out.
Okay, so you didn't stay for his speech.
It wasn't a direct, I was speaking to the crowd in regards to that decision to by those individuals that had come in to leave for Edmonton, Coffee with Kenny. That happened just before Pastor Arthur Pawlowski came in. And he might have actually been in the audience while I was explaining the motive, et cetera, but the unanimous agreement was to stay. And this has never been, Pastor Arthur has charges in regards to this, but his charge is that he incited us to stay because Coffee with Kenny was seen as us leaving. Before Pastor Arthur reached the podium or even reached the building, I'm not sure of the events, the protesters had decided we were staying. The decision to stay had nothing to do with Pastor Arthur.
That was my question. My question was whether you heard the speech.
No, I did not hear the speech.
Okay, you didn't hear about it on social media?
No, I might have listened to it after the actual events or after his arrest, just as to what actually happened.
But before the convoy ended?
I don't believe I did. I don't believe I did.
And so you didn't hear anything about the substance of the speech while you were at Coots?
I would have heard from individuals in the protest who come and talk to me after as to details of the speech or what it was about in general.
And upon hearing the details of the speech, you didn't decide to leave at that time?
What specific details? But no, we didn't leave as to Arthur's speech. Arthur's speech had no relevance on us staying or going.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
Okay, next is the convoy organizers.
Good evening, rather, Mr. Commissioner. Bathsheba Vandenberg, Council for Freedom Corps and protesters. We have no questions for Mr. Van Hougenbos. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Council for former Chief Slowly.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner. We have no questions for this witness.
Okay, so Mr. Raymond, and any questions to follow up?
Mr. Van Hougenbos, Council for Canada, my friend, she showed you a clip where a vehicle was struck. Now, that wasn't the only accident in Coots, correct? The RCMP were involved in an accident because they ignored a stop sign?
Correct.
And as a consequence of that accident, do you know if anybody was arrested for this alleged assault?
No.
In your opinion, and the political decisions that were made with response to the pandemic and the COVID virus, so the measures and responses, what were they proportional or unproportionate to the virus?
The mandates and emergency measures?
Yes.
They were not proportional to the response.
And so you would agree with me that the response and the measures trampled various protected rights?
Correct.
They caused economic damage?
Absolutely.
There were social, health, and psychological implications and issues?
Still are.
Was there an injunction, as far as you are aware of, was there an injunction sought or granted with respect to the Coots protest?
I was never aware of that.
And then during the Coots protest, was there any violence?
No.
Was it a peaceful protest?
Absolutely.
Were there families there?
Yes.
Did you observe any kids playing road hockey?
Sure did.
So one could state that it was a very Canadian protest.
It was, yeah.
Now, with respect to this alleged security team, to the best of your knowledge, was there an official security team?
There was never any details or discussions around security. There was never any individuals who had the role of security other than, you know, my security because of the threats made against me while I was at the Milk River blockade, just as I would say in an official capacity, personal security detail. There was equipment and motor vehicles, trucks and trailers, etc., parked on the highway. But the RCMP and anybody who wanted to had the ability to mingle with us, communicate with us, access us anywhere, use our facilities, dine with us, eat meals with us. There was no security needed.
What threats against your family were made?
So I wore, the temperatures were extreme. I wore a hat and coats that had my company logo on it. And we have a website where requests for proposals can be submitted by individuals. And that was used by individuals anonymously to put in a fake number, fake name, fake email, and then, have at her based on their views of something I was participating in. But what really topped it all was a phone call that came in at the end of the first week to the admin, and it took her a little bit to just connect the dots, but they rattled off my address and said, "We're coming for your family." So I received this message probably half hour later at 5:30 on Friday, and it took me a bit to process it, and that's never happened before in my life. That's not something I've ever had to deal with. I had already been dealing with some pretty nasty emails, etc., which I just, I get it. People had different views on different things, and but this was, my address, my family. So I remember phoning my dad and my father-in-law, and we took it seriously. That was the right response, and my family from that day on did not stay at our primary residence until the blockade was concluded.
Thank you. With respect to the timeline, the time between January 29th and February 15th or so, during the protest, we'll call it, there were some arrests on February 13th and then into the early morning of February 14th. Were there any other arrests in Coutts or in around Milk River?
No,
that you were aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. I do believe there was somebody who was removed from the protest, but not arrested. It was just, we had requested this individual be removed. He was causing a disturbance, and we were, as a protest, we were very strict on some things, and that involved in Coutts, where we had the ability to do that, right? Where we had the influence, where there was no drinking in public. There was no, speeding or any of that. We try to maintain a orderly event in those days.
Mr. Clerk, if we could pull up the document pb.nsc.can 409207. Great, thank you. Mr. Van Hugenbos, right here, it's an email. I'm not sure who John Ferguson is, but it's regarding Coutts. At one point, it says, at approximately 2200 hours, a tractor tried to forcibly push a RCMP police vehicle out of the checkpoint with the assistance of a pickup. Is that your recollections of the events?
No.
What happened?
Due to the cold weather and the equipment, if you're familiar with trucks and equipment in general, the batteries, if they do not run on a regular basis, the batteries will drain. So to prevent that sporadically and at different times, we would fire up all the equipment and let the equipment run. That occurred the night of, so that occurred Sunday night on the 13th. And then Chris and Mark, two CCMGs, I don't recall their last names. They were the second shift, and Greg and Troy were a team, and Chris and Mark were a team. They were in front of the saloon, standing around a fire, doing what their role was. You know, community conflict group. Like, they were there interacting, and I'm pretty sure they were taking mental notes as to what we were up to. But I think there was a gospel band playing in the saloon, and people were mingling, and people that couldn't be there on the week were there on a Sunday night, and it was a very quiet evening. And the decision or whatever it was a minor thing to fire up all the tractors. You know, there's things happened on a daily, and that we tried to coordinate structure, and so all the tractors fired up. Unfortunately, one of these individuals decided to go for a little joyride with one of these tractors, and this drew the attention of the RCMP, and I'm going to say specifically, looking back, specifically the SWAT or tactical teams that were in place to execute these warrants of that night, which we were not aware of. But they were in the vicinity. So being dark, they must have been within a couple-minute response time, just waiting for the time to execute their warrants on the location outside of the protests in connection to the guns. This individual in this tractor triggered a response by these tactical teams. But prior to this tractor, the first vehicle on site was an administrative vehicle. It was an unmarked RCMP vehicle with a staff member who works in administration, so who may have received the training previously to be in the field, but was they were short officers. Everybody was short officers. There was a lot of draw for the RCMP across the country. So they had a lot of individuals that were usually working desk jobs, etc., manning checkpoints. So this person must have been in the nearest checkpoint responding to this tractor driving around and what's going on. And this tractor ended up, I can't speak for the individual driving this tractor, but from what I've seen, this big tractor, and if you're not familiar with tractors, they can be very intimidating all on their own, parked. Now this tractor was driving around, and there was there was an unintended confrontation in an intersection where you have a little SUV manned by a RCMP officer who was obviously very, very intimidated by this piece of equipment, and it resulted in an altercation that was eventually de-escalated, but resulted in this tractor being seized.
But you, in what you witnessed, you didn't see any attempt to forcibly push an RCMP vehicle?
No, there was no attempt. If there was an attempt, it would have ended very unsatisfactory for that vehicle.
The issue with the Premier's announcement on February 8th, you would agree with me that the issue was that it could have been that the Premier or the government could have gone back on it. It wasn't a solid plan. It had all kinds of avenues as to exit and do U-turns and come back.
Correct. So if I go back to the documents that were presented to us, the difference between these documents, which are very, very solid and provide a clear plan as to the phased approach the province was taking. We were never responding to this document. We were responding to the Premier's speech. This document was not available to us at that time. The Premier's speech was a speech that in no way even mentioned the situation in Coutts, and we were not looking for recognition, but it nowhere mentioned and it What it did mention was a lot of maybes, which we, if we had the speech, we could bring it up. So we responded to the Premier's wording, the tone, and everything around his address. We did not respond to a document that showed a phased approach. This document, in and of itself, is actually a fairly reasonable document, but that was not what we were responding to.
I'm out of time, Commissioner.
You're out of time, so you're going to have to wrap up.
Okay, I've got two more questions. Truckers were labeled heroes for nearly 2 years. And then with a stroke of a, well, because they were deemed to be risking their lives for nearly 2 years, with a stroke of a pen, those that were unvaccinated became essentially persona non grata. So the truckers became, they weren't allowed essentially to, some of them couldn't cross drive.
Question here? I mean,
Yes, yes. Would you agree with the statement that that suddenly they, for many years, they were, I mean, for almost 2 years, they were labeled heroes, and then suddenly they were not allowed to work?
Correct, and that was the frustration. They were the heroes of the pandemic. The truckers, when the drive-throughs were closed, when they had no ability to use washrooms, when they had no access to restaurants, the truckers were the heroes of the pandemic. And then, with the stroke of a pen, and obviously there was discussion around that, truckers had to make a decision.
And my last question is,
sorry.
With respect to the implementation of the public, the Emergency Act, and the measures taken by the federal government, do you believe that it was because they were embarrassed by the various protests and various, basically the various protests?
Absolutely. And not specifically Coots. I do believe in regards to, if Coots were the only protest happening, we would have got the attention, the full attention of the federal government. But Ottawa and Ambassador Bridge were the draw. You know, Alberta and how that was affecting, how Coots was affecting Alberta is something the Alberta government was aware of. But in the evidence provided, there is an exchange between Bill Blair and Rick McIver, and there's 6 or 7 days where there is no response to a request by Rick McIver for assistance by the federal government to removing or assisting in removing the blockade, until the minister texts Rick McIver and essentially says, oh, by the way, we invoked the Emergencies Act, which obviously set off a pretty heated exchange between the two. So it goes to show you that for 6-7 days, there was no communication between the federal and the provincial governments. So that obviously put Coots on Coots was of little concern to the federal government as a whole. It was a concern, like they were addressing it, but not on the same level as Ottawa or as the Ambassador Bridge. And I can understand that, but the EMA was enacted as a, in my view, as a political tactic more than a actual enforcement tactic.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, any re-examination?
Just one quick question, or is this on? Yeah. By way of cleanup, I showed you at the beginning your statement of anticipated evidence. That was, for the record, SAE 703, and I forgot to ask you whether you adopt that statement. So, Mr. Van Hugenbos, do you adopt that statement?
Yes.
As it was. Okay, thank you. Those are all my questions.
Thank you. Well, that completes the business for today, so we can adjourn until tomorrow morning at 9:30. I think tomorrow will be a longer day, so people should come prepared to stay longer than normal. So look forward to seeing you all back.
The commission is adjourned. La commission est adjournée.
There we go. 3 witnesses again today. I think that might be the new routine. I think we might get a 4-hour witness in the morning and then a couple 2 hours in the afternoon. Keep going through it. We are on witness number, that was 40, nope, hold on, even further. 39. Witness 39 of 71. We're getting there. We're getting there. Whew. All right, go Alberta. Who felt like an Albertan for a little while there? Talking about all the restrictions and the things we didn't want to live through, and felt pretty good there. they're really getting a lot of narrative out as well, the counter narrative out as well. They're really getting some soapboxing going on there. In the normal court, you wouldn't see any of that. That's for sure. But I don't know, it's kind of neat to hear. I'm on the mute button pretty quick here for YouTube though, because a couple slips and this video will be taken down, right, Wayne? Hello, long haul tomorrow. Yeah, I guess so. Why is tomorrow longer? Well, Jim, I think the mayor of Coots, and then Ontario, Alberta, they may be trying to get 4 witnesses in. That's why. Because after that, we get into Public Safety Canada. So it looks like they might be trying to get 4 witnesses in tomorrow. That could be why it might be a long day. Yeah, because the next group becomes government. So maybe they're going to try and get that the day after. That's my guess. And Denise, yeah, Arizona voting machines are broken, moving ballots to an unsecure location. God. And then we get burst water pipes and all that stuff is going to be happening again. Wow. Never a dull moment, right, Denise? All right, let me jump to the start. I got 71. We might be able to get out of here before the 10-hour mark again, but again, we'll run late if we have to. And it was a good day. It was a good day. This last witness, so some of the things I wish you didn't say, but overall, it was a good witness. Tractors were scary, and we also had a car accident going. You're like salmon upstream. You see all the vehicles coming. Broken headlight while she's filming. But is that it? The police ran a stop sign. We heard that one. All right, Clay, let's do this. It certainly wouldn't be on mainstream media. She's right about that. Yeah, we actually had a lawyer say that, right? It wasn't going to be on mainstream media. I think it was from the previous witness at the end there. Police outnumbered the protesters. This was Windsor, right? This is the end of Windsor, some of these stars, where, yeah, we heard that statement out of Paul that the police outnumbered the protesters. And it was clear they could have easily handled it even on day one. That was a good question to come out. Even on day one, if the police wanted to clear it, they could have, for sure, was his answer. Hey, Terry. No deny that he didn't know at least something was coming after 2 years of relatively large protests on a regular basis in Windsor with the route, the exact same theme. Yeah, no, they repeated and talked about all the different protests, up to 1,000 even at one point, around some sort of celebrities, blue sky, sky blue, something like that. Yeah, Terry, of course. And this is where the OPP have no problem with it, because they know protests happen and peaceful and have your say and usually pretty good. Lots of plans for that, Terry, even though the mayor says they had no plans. Hey, James. Lots of good stuff from you again, James. Oh, definitely. That was apparent on every live stream. The problem was not only politically it was just the college students, from what I can tell. Yeah, this was a Windsor one, right? There was not much going on. There were some live streams, and I think Railroad mentioned one. But there wasn't much going on. That's for sure. We knew that. And we would have saw more. And we also heard police had cameras, and they were taking evidence and surveilling and all that. Body cams, some of them, I'm sure. You don't get to see any problems. Per Global, City of Toronto drops COVID vaccine mandates. Staff to be ordered. Reinstatement memo. Okay, cool. Starting to unwind. You're going to see more and more and more of that. And we'll see if we ever touch those again, mandates. And Railroad, time to celebrate for that one for sure. Oh, wow, his account too. Yeah, this guy's bank account. I think that's a big thing. That's kind of like Daniel Bulford talking about Prime Minister's photographer at the Yahtzee flag picture. This is a big thing because he's not an organizer. He's not a leader. He wasn't attached to Ottawa at all. He wasn't even attached to the convoys. He was a local there, not even identified himself as a leader in any way, shape, or form. But yet he had a bank account trouble. BJ, you're looking far more suspicious now, man, because this dude got on the list, but you didn't get on the list. That's suspicious, BJ. But I think this is a problem because Freeland came out and was very clear, and she gave the number in one press conference that they only attacked 60 bank accounts of leaders and organizers of the convoy. She didn't mention Windsor, and this dude wasn't either one of those. So why was his account touched? Was there far more than 60? That could be a big lie for Freeland that we may have to look into. And this is the kind of stuff that we need from this inquiry, because this is the kind of stuff that they don't expect to come out. So when we get Freeland's list at some point and there's 60, if we don't see Paul on there, we got problems, right? This is actually kind of cool. I like finding these little nuggets. They don't expect this to come out. Hey, Terry, this children as human shields thing is about as low as violent protest. Yeah, narrative creators can go. Second that to Alex Jones, language guy. Yeah, no, this is dirty. That's dirty. But yeah, they keep harping on it, talking like anybody would have done anything like that in the entire country of Canada. That's just nonsense. Okay, Terry, that's the most polite word I can come with right now is nonsense. Ellen, that's the same. Yeah, you caught it too. His bank account shouldn't have been touched. From other rhetoric we've heard about whose accounts were touched, his shouldn't have been touched. So that's interesting. And Canadian Civil Liberties Association weren't even on the list today. And they are the ones looking into the bank accounts. So they don't even think or know or was aware that his was. Now, maybe his was just a completely random banking error. But it was asked and answered. He had bank account issues. Not sure why they played that goofy, ineffective anti-convoy video for an unrelated witness, but they did. Yeah, I remember that long 10-minute long video of honking and other fireworks and other things, and they were playing it. In that case, the witness on the stand at the time, they were protesters who were there protesting. So the argument can be made from Paul Champ's group there that video is relevant to them because they were there. But and then her question at the end, which we knew was going to be a no, was, did you see any of this? And the answer was no. Now, if the video that was coming in there, if it wasn't objected to, it would have just been played. Okay, the commissioner himself wouldn't have stopped it. He wouldn't have done anything. He would just let it play. The video that you're talking about, the Paul Chump group played, it wasn't objected to. So they just wasted their time, played a video, asked a question about, do you recall it being like this? And the answer was no. But no, I get you, Ellen. It's annoying. It's annoying. Because clearly that video was tackling a protester outside the established zone. That was the purpose of that video. That's what the lawyer was trying to do. And unfortunately, he wasn't there. And she did try a different way, which was, have you seen footage of? It wasn't enough. And she didn't even try to bring it back in again. Kind of gave up on that. But we saw what was about to happen. And then they talked about what happened. So we kind of know what's in there. That's video of the police attacking a single protester. Big line of cops behind them, protester, and then two cops come the other way. Yeah, it didn't look like it was a situation that required any of that. But anyways, it was a nice try. We kind of got some of it, and we know there was unnecessary violence. If I say, do you know where the Wendy's on the corner of Smith and Wesson, and you say yes, can't that count? That's a leading question. Okay, leading question is when you put the answer in the question and you're looking for a yes, no. And there's a lot of those going on here. And the quick answer is, yeah, you're kind of getting away with it. Especially, well, in cross, you're supposed to. But on examination in chief, you're not supposed to. It's supposed to be open-ended. But you could, but that's called leading because you're putting the information into the question. You would kind of have to say, is there a restaurant on the corner of Smith and Wesson? And then you can get the Wendy's out. But I like what you're thinking. You're trying to get the answer in there. You might have a job on the Canadian government lawyer team because they like to put the answers into the witness's mouth there. Bank accounts being frozen is a real interesting piece of info. I agree, Terry. For this witness, for this situation, for what was going on, and for when it was cleared, and for his involvement, he shouldn't be on any list. Okay? He shouldn't have been on any list. So I agree, Terry. That's interesting. Goose. Slow clap for the live stream. Seriously, we could have been screwed otherwise. 100%. I think this would have gone way different. They would have gone way different. And I even think the crowd, the protesters would have responded differently too. Because after like 3 weeks, if the mainstream narrative was just harsh, lie, and nothing was getting out, like they were not holding their hat on any information getting out, I think even then would have changed the tone a bit. And you might have seen a few more outbursts or violent responses to the police. And then they would have had those videos. So I think it was a combination of a bunch of things. The streamer saved a whole bunch of things. It exposed the government more, but it also gave, I think, the protesters the confidence of knowing that at least some of it's getting out there, so they don't have to lose that frustration. So streamers, you were the difference, I believe completely. That could have gone way different. Yes, well, and so that's good news there, but we'll see you later. But this is a good one, right, Ellen? So it looks like first time since 1990. Excellent. Cool. But then we see later Denise is not happy with Arizona. We'll keep an eye on this, right? Hey, Dave, I can't believe with all the cams and police cameras and the news media, they have not produced any camera evidence. Sure you can, Dave. You can believe that they didn't produce any because there isn't any. It's the easiest leap to make. You didn't produce it because there is none. Pretty simple. The most they got was one witness that said there was violence on the bridge. Right. That was it. Okay. You're very observant, Dave, but it's really easy to believe that they didn't play because they don't have any. Who authorized the account freezing? I believe it was just the banks. No. RCMP informed banks. The banks made a decision. The banks were told to and given immunity. Okay. And I don't know the actual process. There's a thing in Canada called FinTrack, which is a financial tracking system. And likely that was used to know who was where with what bank accounts and stuff like that. And then made a list, an Excel file, shoved it off to, who would the PMO have sent that to at that point? Somebody who had every bank's email and contact for it. And then doled it out and said, here's your TD list, here's your CIBC list, here's other. But no, I don't think it was just the banks. I don't think the banks were really given the order to target people by name. Because I didn't hear many accidental bank stuff. I didn't hear another James Bauer from Manitoba saying his account was also closed. So I think they were very targeted, and they also went after joint accounts, business accounts, personal accounts. And they didn't stop making them pay their bills. So they killed the cash, but all the liabilities stayed open, which is a good way to really sink someone fast. All right. James, the banks were okay with it until the run on cash happened. Yes, James, you paid attention to that one. They were okay because they were told they had immunity. That question is going to be challenged, James, because Senate didn't confirm the Emergency Act. The House did, but the Senate didn't. So there is a legal question on whether or not anything that came from the EA was actually valid at the time it was done, because the Senate didn't confirm it, didn't approve it. And that also includes the immunity for the banks, James. So there's going to be some lawyers with nice suits, maybe purple paper and purple ties, doing some work on challenging even that, whether or not the banks had immunity at the time. And then they're going to be liable for any damages, and there's going to be some penalties for that. That's my hope on that one, because I don't think immunity should ever be allowed without a judicial review. And I don't think the federal government should ever hand out immunity without 3 judges reviewing. Okay? That's where I'm at on that. That should never happen without judicial review. But you're right, though, James. The banks did get a run, and then they went over to Freeland and said, enough. This is hurting us big time. And I think another comment said even investors were pulling back on Canada around that time because your bank system's not stable anymore. It's not secure. Your bank system can be controlled by the government. That is a shock to the banking system. That's supposed to be that way. I streamed 2 agent provocateurs incidents in Ottawa. One guy stuck his finger in my cheek and called me a Nazi. Name calling, especially that one. Doesn't make it so, but cool vids. Yeah, and if I saw them, I would see if I recognize the one that Viva found as well. But yeah, whether they're Antifa or they're just residents really upset or people who don't know really what's going on, or just straight up paid provocateurs, or however that works. I guess we'll maybe never know, but they were not successful in Canada. So hopefully they'll never come back. Dave, why they didn't realize about the car industry for batteries, as most of the work is done by robots. Yeah, it's also done. Yeah, but even the just-in-time robots are not. Because of just-in-time, there could have been hiccups all along the way because of shipments and stuff. But again, I do not think Canada should ever pick an industry and say you're the most important one and we're going to protect you with the War Measures Act. If anybody messes up your logistics, that shouldn't be a thing. That shouldn't be a thing. It won't be a thing for long if we can get this guy out, right? Yeah. And I don't like that whole hierarchy, and then the auto workers are more important than nurses and doctors and firemen who can't work because of the vaccine. All right, Jeremy, I believe this is one of the main grassroots leaders from Coutts. Yeah, he was a counselor. Okay, so my research on him is a counselor. And yeah, but I think he was pretty clear on that. He was an organizer, the mover and shaker, the public figure, the guy who didn't mind trying to work issues out with people and do what he can. This happens in any grassroots. You'll get some cream and bubbling up, and people are talking and doing good things, and integrity and stuff can start coming out. It looks like he was a decent guy. Yeah. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we're kind of poking fun at the government lawyer there. We had one that looked like Alanis Morissette and now Avril Lavigne. I like Avril Lavigne because once she came out, everybody learned how to say my name properly and spell my name. But I am older than her, so welcome to my footsteps, Avril. Stunt, why do you have to go and make things so complicated? A reference to Avril there. Oh, geez. Yeah, that should be the motto for the Liberal Party, the PMO's office, because they even did that, right, Stunt? I grew up near Atlantis in Ottawa. Canadian, not much of an icon. Avril wins. For a moment there, she had her time. I liked her. Jagged Little Pill. I think we all played that, and for most, it was our first CD, because that was kind of when we went to CDs. But Jagged Little Pill, you could find that in almost every Canadian party somewhere. You'll find a copy of that. Yeah, go ahead. Please join my research team. Let's get on Discord. Let's spin that thing up. Let's invite our friends. Let's turn it into something. Hey, Jeremy. Chad Williamson first came on my radar representing Chris Scott. Oh, the lawyer. Okay. Chad Williamson, the lawyer. And the Whistle Stop Cafe he has done and continues to do excellent work as a freedom lawyer. Okay, cool. Is he in Alberta? I think so. Okay, if you ever contact him or you know him more than just his name, introduce. Stunt, want to know how trippy this is? Oh, okay, we're talking about Chad from Nickelback and Set Them All Up. Yeah, Canadian royalty, right? By the way, I like Nickelback. I don't know why the hate on them so much. Their Spider-Man song was pretty cool. They have some good music. I don't know why there's so much hate on them. Right, railroaded. Here we go. This is what I've been waiting for. The excavators. Railroaded. She said damage the excavators by accident. So somehow the RCMP is driving down a road, maybe saw a deer, swerved, flipped out of the car, grabbed their wire cutters and gloves, flipped in the air, flew by the excavators, snipping everything, pulling out the batteries, cutting all the cables, and then rolled to safety. Got out of there, didn't drop any blood, and went home. How do you, by accident, sabotage and destroy equipment? So for those of you who haven't seen it, Railroad shared the video, and I'm going to play the video. This one was like a bee in my bonnet, because my goodness, accident. And that's I would say that's the council's commission's council, and that was the first time I would say anybody at that table really made a huge narrative slip and screwed that one up. That was funny. And by the way, Freedom Convoy, disappointed you're not following up on some of this. Maybe you're just for the Freedom Convoy and this is not this is Coots and it has nothing to do with them. I get it. But even just the fact that you're there and you could ask certain questions, I think should happen. All right. Let's get this. Let's get this video. Lawsuit, RCMP. There we go. All right. Let's do this. So for those of you who haven't seen this or you knew about this, as we heard in the testimony, the RCMP, we can all agree through the testimony, damaged some equipment. And as we heard from the testimony, it used to be closer to the road. Then the RCMP were worried that it was going to be digging up the road or maybe being used as a incentive for other people. So they asked for it to be moved, and it was moved to a legal location with permission of the land owner. And then, as you'll see, the allegation is the RCMP showed up. By the way, they admitted to it, showed up and said, or just destroyed it. So they broke onto people's property, private property, and destroyed equipment and property. And yeah, this is why we need Alberta police, right, guys? So here we go. It's a quick little video, but well worth it. And Rebel, let's do this. All right, we'll just wait another second. I have a good stream. I'll try that again. Is this a C11 thing? Wow. That's a YouTube video. That should work. Well, there we go. I'll let that spin for a bit. Maybe it'll come up. But what they really did, folks, is they went and cut stuff and pulled stuff out. And there was chunks of wire missing. The batteries were chopped.
We're a peaceful protest.
There we go.
But we don't expect our authorities to break the law and to vandalize and to trespass. I think somebody should be held to account.
After 3 excavators were sabotaged by the RCMP over fears that they might be used at the Coots blockade, Williamson Law now confirms that preparations for the filing of a statement of claim are occurring. On February 13th this year, we found out that RCMP sabotaged 3 excavators near the town of Coots. This happened as the Coots blockade, a peaceful protest against vaccine mandates and COVID restrictions, which took place around January 29th to February 15th this year, was ongoing near the local international border crossing. Williamson Law has been assisting these individuals, all made possible through your generous crowdfunding efforts through truckerlawyer.ca. And he informs us today about their expected filing of a statement of claim. Before being rendered inoperable, RCMP had allegedly asked the owners of the excavators to move the equipment out of sight from the highway where the blockade was ongoing. The owners obliged and moved the excavators onto private property in the surrounding area.
A few of the boys have brought out some equipment here and they parked it on private land with permission from the owner to park it here. RCMP, they had it parked within view of the highway. RCMP requested that it be moved out of view of the highway, so we've obliged them. After it was moved here, somebody sabotaged the equipment.
RCMP then sabotaged the 3 excavators by cutting cables, removing parts, and inserting spray foam into fuel lines.
Like these things, all 3 machines, they're valuable machines. And it's going to take a lot of work to put them back into order. I can't see that happening. Like there's parts missing, parts have to be replaced. There's a lot of labor that's got to go into fixing these things before these fellows can use their own equipment again.
Yeah, accident, right? Accident. Railroaded, you know. Parts missing, spray foam in the fuel lines, filters are gone, battery cables cut, electronics cut. For what? Send a power message. We know. October 22nd article. Yeah, there's the article. Okay, that's one I just pulled up. So if you wanted to pull that up yourself and take a closer look, yeah, complete. It's not even sabotage. That is destruction of property. That's a crime. That's a crime. These government people thought they had control of everything and people would not fight back. And they're so shocked that they hadn't. I do think that we were underestimated on our ability to fight back. But we're doing it peacefully, so the effectiveness of it is going to be a long, drawn-out process for us. But people like me went from private to public. Let's get more people out there. Tell your friends, tell your family. We got more sound bites, more proof, more evidence, more videos coming out. Let's use them all. Facebook plans to lay off thousands of employees as following plummet shares. Yeah, and there's a little bit of a sell-off going on in the market too. Following Twitter, there's a whole bunch of cleanup going on. Sorry, Mark. Stick to the truth. Wondering if they're going to show Pastor. He didn't show him, right? But he did come up. The conversation came up on whether or not this witness was at his speech. And that's yet another thing that Alberta needs to talk about, because he was arrested for his speech, for his views, for his fighting. He was dragged out of his house. I saw that video. Well, from his porch. Like, my goodness. Alberta, like, you have some mistakes there. This is why we need Alberta police. We don't need the RCMP anymore. We need to do what Ontario is doing. Follow the OPP. Tomorrow should never have been taken from Alberta. And Pastor... oh man, Pelosi. I know he went through quite a few things. He got arrested a couple times and dragged out of his porch. Alberta. I'm surprised. But RCMP, right? That's who's involved in that one. Made a speech at the border and was arrested after that. Yeah, and there's more to that story too, because he keeps standing up, and they hate that. And I don't think he did anything wrong. His speech. Do you mean the 2 excavators that were sabotaged? 3? And yeah, Jeremy, we just saw a little video there, and horrible, isn't it? That's your own government. Copied from our news before being rendered inoperable. Mounties allegedly asked the owners of the... Yeah, we just saw the... Sorry about that, Railroad. I was kind of going to do the messages first and then do the video, but sorry. The owners... we moved them. And I hope they win that suit. Oh, and there's also audio. The RCMP admitted to it. So there's a phone recording of them saying they had to make them inoperable or something along those lines. They did admit to doing it. Preparing a case. So Chad Williamson. So there's that lawyer. Right. Okay. So he was involved in that. And he's also paid for news funds or whatever they've been raising. So good. Hopefully Chad keeps going with that. And maybe he can do other things around here. For example, can you help Tamara? Is there anything else we can do there, Chad? What about the guys for Coots, the guns? What's going on there? Are you involved with that too? 3 excavators. Yep. Totally destroyed them. And spray foaming. There you go. In the fuel lines. Railroad has all the information. Railroad, roaded. We're going to make a new media around you. To prevent the equipment. Yep. But if you're not allowed to future crime proof. Could have been used. You're not allowed to. By accident, Jeremy. Yeah, we got that one. Incredible. This is a normal behavior of RCMP when they're not in control. So evil. So much malice to the owners for being decent people. Yeah, can you imagine a national police force with even the power to commandeer local police forces? This is what we've been hearing about. They're talking about something like that, maybe a recommendation. And look at how they work. You give them more power. That's a great idea. And people wonder why we want... There you go, Jeremy. APP. Are you down with APP? Yeah, you know me. Give me Alberta police, provincial police, please. Let's get the RCMP out. I'm sure they got other things they can do. Go protect everybody else. We'll call you when we need you. Hey, Denise. Every time some really effective info comes up, the stream goes funky. Yeah, that was another weird hiccup. That wasn't my end at all. 0 zilch. When you see me moving my hands like that in the window, I'm just trying to show you that my stream is still up. That's not power or Starlink on my end. It got choppy. And then I went to a backup stream. It was choppy. Not at the same part because I can't tell, because my backup stream started a little bit further later, but it was choppy too. I'm like, oh no. I went to the ASL one, the American Sign Language one, And just as that one was kicking in, the other one seemed to, I had two going at one time, and one of them was stable. And then I switched over for you, and then we were good after that. But look, I admit when it's me. I admit when it's my power. That was not me. I was just as surprised as you. And when you see me flailing in the window there, I'm just showing to you that Starlink's up. If you can see me moving, something was going on with the original stream. Perfect timing, if you ask me, because he was completely killing the narrative around the excavators at that time. Yeah, Charlie, perfect timing. I got to be unlucky or something, right? And I'm up. That was the source. Yeah. And then, come on, my hand. So silly about the guns. Okay, yeah. I do agree with a lot of the people who think this is a funny story. There's something not right about this one at all. At all. There's something not right about this one. I don't really care that the equipment looked pristine and new, but it's all about who found the guns. It was the protesters. At one point, it was found in an RV, but now it's found in a house. I don't know if they're confusing RV with a trailer house with a house, but I have two different sources on where the guns were found, RV or house. It never made it to the front line of the blockade at all, so we can agree on that. And I don't think the mainstream media has been reporting that it was the protesters who turned them in. At least that's what I also heard too. It wasn't the RCMP searching houses. It wasn't them searching trailers or RVs. They didn't just stumble on it. It was brought to their attention, self-reported. At least that's what we were told. This could be agent provocateur. This could be a whole bunch of weirdness, right? Again, perfect timing, perfect everything. And did you also hear the questioning? She said, high capacity magazines. And then the witness, Marco, said, legal high capacity magazines. And then she said, high capacity magazines, right? Dropping legal. Yeah, I think it's a pretty important word there. I think it's pretty important to recognize that it's legal. So what's the problem here? Not even a single bullet was shot off. But it did change the dynamic. I do remember the video at Coutts. I do remember when they announced that guns are involved. It's not what we're here for. It's changed everything. It's really messed up the message. They were very sad, very upset about it. And then they invited the RCMP to join them for supper because they had everything already arranged. And I don't know if they did or didn't, but that was the dynamic of Coutts. They realized when the narrative changed beyond their control, they had to pack in because now it's a bigger problem. And they still offered food. All right. And they were also keen about cleaning up. This whole thing about, wow, you were supposed to be and you didn't, and you really left on the 15th, trying to establish that the EA was still needed, right? She's really trying to shift that date one day over. But he's like, no. It was unblocked by noon on the 14th. We were talking about it by 9 o'clock on the 14th, and we just asked for a little bit more time to clean up. Nothing else was blocked. It was over. She really kept pushing to try and shift the dates, right? Keep the guns in the bad. Diagonal, man. Diagonal. They keep really trying to boogeyman that one. I think I may have it coming up here. Yeah, I see it coming up. We'll keep it for there. So the guns weren't even at the No, they're... Well, according to the testimony here, according to what they said here, it was in a house in Coutts, Dave. But I also heard it was in an RV on the way there. And this whole thing about shooting an RCMP officer, I know there's a trial. People were charged. I don't know where the threats were, what they have around that. But boy, they've really expanded it into a big problem when everything was captured and nothing happened. But yeah, Dave, I heard it today for the first time in a house in Coutts. Before that, it was an RV. Now, I don't know if the media's twisting RV to a trailer house to a house, but maybe. Yeah, I remember that speech. They invited him for dinner. Yep. They are. See, Denise, I'm not going to disagree with you on this. I'm not going to disagree at all. too funny. Something smells funny. It just wrong. There's something wrong with that. All right. We're also perfect for the situation. Dumb luck or something else. I'm with you. Something smells fishy on this one. I wonder if Alberta will do an inquiry around Coots, something separate from the government of the federal government. I'd be curious to look into that. Just shows how dirty they can get when they want to be, but let's wait and see. Yeah, Dave, especially when they cut up equipment and hide guns or plant guns, all of this is not off the table. Looks like she's trying to change his words. Yeah, good job. Yeah, she was putting words in his mouth at this point, and he kept correcting it. There's something about that particular council. This is a general sense. Yeah, so when we were all sick and tired, and then he asked, one of the last things he said was accountability. He would like to see accountability. Love to hear that coming out of people who are officials or trying to be officials or working as a counselor or other. Accountability. Let's get some more of that. Isn't it even more questionable when Jeremy is held in jail for gun-related charges and no violent hate crimes? Well, the no violent, we'll put that one aside because the charges are violent. Hate crimes, you're 100% right. Held in jail for a gun-related, possibly because it was used, either it was brandished or threatened with, which is the allegations, okay? 100% just the allegations. I'm not saying that happened. I have no first-hand witness. I don't even have anybody saying they know somebody that knows somebody. These are just the allegation. Certainly no hate crime on this one because it was domestic. But at the end of the day, Bright Wheel, bail is a right. There has to be very rare situations where you won't get bail. Innocent until proven guilty. I think if you just want to sniff around, he'll find and be granted bail shortly after this inquiry is done. That's my gut. I'm sure we'll be told that was just happened to be the process, but he should be out on bail pending trial, unless he's a flight risk. Hasn't proven to be. So go ahead. He should be having bail. Something's not right. And I don't know why they're holding him up. Yeah, Charlie, 100%. Now, let's also give some fairness to everybody. We don't know the actual details on what's going on, but we do know it was from 2001, and then they picked him up later in July 2022. Not 2001, 2021. I did that before. I watched one of my videos. I dropped 20 years for some reason. 2021 were the charges, and then 2022 he was picked up and held without bail. That's not really normal, folks. If it was serious and dangerous, it's not like he was on the run. He was doing his podcast from his place. So if they wanted to find him, they could have found him. They did find him. So you just hold him right before the inquiry and get rid of him after. They did the same thing to Tamara for Canada Day. There was no reason for her to be dragged over there for that hearing. She could have went on her own accord. She could have went and sent a legal representative. She could have done it through video. Didn't have to drag her like that. All right. It's turning to media versus James. Yeah, you saw that too. Yeah, right after here. Don't believe your lying eyes, right? So here was what she was saying. She was talking about the tractors. Tractor vehicle this, and it was weird and this kind of stuff. And then she said one of these vehicles hit a resident and then showed the truck that had the broken headlight. But we just finished watching the video from inside that truck, and it was another truck. He slid. You can see his back end slid out on him, smacked the front of them. They said he ran away. I don't know about that. But we just watched a big dually black truck hit him, or her, or whoever that was. But then yet the narrative was it was a farm tractor. So don't believe your lying eyes, James. Don't believe them. So we have a broken headlight after seeing the video of the truck using her cell phone while driving ahead on traffic. Yeah, she's using her cell phone, filming it, driving into the head-on traffic, screaming, "Oh my God, oh my God. What are you doing? What are you doing?" Just because you're on the correct side of the road and just because the normal flow of traffic is in the direction you're flowing, you can physically see that that's not the case right now. We've all seen these videos where there's a hurricane coming and they're using both sides of the highway to get traffic out. You would still insist on going against the traffic? Have some common sense and some decency. And I actually believe She should get a ticket because she proceeded in a dangerous situation. Just because you believe the traffic laws are on your side doesn't mean you can then drive into a dangerous situation. That is also at least a fine doing that. Dangerous driving. It's dangerous driving if you know you're going into head-on traffic. Doesn't matter what the arrows on the road are saying. Where are the patches? You found them, Bright Wheel. They're on the right side one. Little patches in the corner. Yeah, I didn't like this, and he didn't catch it, or maybe he did, or he didn't care. But she said, oh, you know, there's a patch here and diagonal, and you didn't want to be associated with extremists, right? And he said, yes. Oh, that's so gross when lawyers do that. They're not extremists. We already had testimony. We already had him crossed. We already had the government of Canada. They had their opportunity to establish that he's nothing more than a meme and a joke, and they didn't. They didn't. Not even close. So at this point, I think it would be not malpractice, but it's definitely defamation for any lawyer or even media to continue with this narrative at this stage. You should know far better. The testimony is in, the cross was done, the evidence did not come out. There is no extremist group here. Farfada or Diaglon. This is already testimony. So you lawyers, you're doing yourself a disjustice when you do that. You're right, Bright Wheel. In a real roundabout, cowardly way, she did. Look very closely at this pic. Pristine conditions. Maybe, Eleanor, you know, gun owners, maybe they're taking pride in it. Never used. You know, it's not like they're militia going out fighting wars all the time. So I'm not really surprised. If it was actually all beaten up and all that kind of used, and then maybe they're playing militia in the bush and doing a bunch of shooting and practicing, but this was, like you say, pristine. Like it just came out of the store. These people were not playing army in the bush or anything like that. Maybe that's where you're going with that, Eleanor. But certainly nothing that makes me think we were close to a problem. And aren't the rules of the road, if you're approaching head-on traffic, are you to... Yes, exactly, railroaded. You have to have common sense too. What if it was an official, we're using all lanes to evacuate a fire? Alberta has fires. What if that's what was going on and she was doing that driving? She'd be at fault. Okay. Common sense says the traffic is not flowing for you in the right direction for you. Therefore, turn around, get off, stop going. She was a very dangerous driver and filming it and showed us. I hope she was charged because that was dangerous driving we saw. Just watching the 22 elections being stolen. Yeah, we got to look into that, Denise. I don't know what's going on yet. Oh. And there's a bunch of live chats, so I'll get to those next. Some good comments to finish on. Heroes to zeros and political tactics. Yeah, Wayne, you caught that. We loved our truckers. And same thing with nurses. We loved our nurses, but then as soon as they didn't want to stick something in their arm, we hate them now, right? All right. Oh, wow. That's not what happened at Jason. So, James, what are we talking about? James, what are we talking about here? Bye-bye, criminal. Charlie, is it confirmed yet? I don't know where we're at here. My mother said it would look... There's a lot of chat here. Thanks for trying, Ellen. Okay, so James, I'll start here. That's not what happened. I'm not sure we're talking about here. Give, Send, Go donations were targeted. Yeah, and they were hacked. Sure. I think they were more than hacked. There was an actual hacker guy that came out and claimed to have done it. I don't believe that guy for a second. Okay, there's a video of a guy that claimed that he did the hacking and released it because he was so mad with the truckers and stuff. There's something very fishy about that video too. So James, yeah, I'll make my way down. So go ahead and say, Jason, to clarify along these lines or something like that. I'd like to know what it is that I misstated there for you, James. No, not curly. It was just really long, split ends. Yeah, we're talking about the hair now. Too long and wearing too heavy ponytail. I said her hair was fine, but I also noticed it looks like they needed some work on the ends, but I was going to leave that for the ladies because I'm indifferent. I don't mind, but I don't know if we can call that a good hair day. We all agreed at the... So James, I'm desperate to know what it is I got wrong there. Or not give, send, but the other one. Well, give, send, go was hacked too. And What is the other one now? Oh my, it's the more popular one. Jeez. GoFundMe. Yeah, GoFundMe. So GoFundMe, were they both hacked? One of them definitely gave out the list because I got a copy of it. I know who's on there, and I wasn't on that one. So no, I think GoFundMe was hacked, and then GiveSendGo was threatened to be hacked or was hacked. James, it was also confusing. It all happened so quickly, but I don't think they were actually hacked. I think they gave it out as a threat to donators. I think the government or somebody with government ties, and that's what the hacker claimed. I used to work for the government. They claimed that. Did that as a psyop type of thing to get you so scared about donating that you won't fund it again. That's kind of really the only thing that came out of that. So that's why I think that. The FBI were monitoring the Canadian cell phones and social media. Saw that on Tucker Carlson. Sure. Five Eyes. We do share intelligence. Maybe they had better programs and AI to help out with whatever this craziness that they were doing. But Denise, I'm not surprised. There's a lot of cooperation with the FBI. Right, James, I've mentioned FBI here and similar. Yeah, James does. And it does come up often. I believe we were talking about the FBI had a permanent office in Ottawa around this time while they were working with the FBI. CD code for update on that. I think it's fake. Yeah, there was something on the Discord about, oh boy, what was it about? Oh, the Mondera CEO charged with murder and arrested. I don't think that's real, guys. I don't think that's real. It could be, and it's a real good cover-up, like a real good cover-up, or someone's reaching, and it's not true. Coward of the Cottage. Yeah, okay, JT. Was an army base near me today. Was he? Oh, crap. Okay. What's he doing, Charlie? How close? I don't know if I'm part of this conversation. Getting ready for Ukraine. Okay, I'm not sure where I'm at. No new statement. Okay, so see ya, Ellen. Good night. You have yourself a good night. It looks like we're wrapping up shortly. I'm over 10 hours, so I'll have to download. Oh boy, Starlink connection. You having a problem with Starlink? Good night, Ellen. Spin, spin. Much love. God bless all, Denise. Yeah, God bless. Denise, got to go get rest. Everybody saying good night later. Alex, good night. Catch what? What I miss, Railroad. What's this? I love long hair freaky people too. Everybody needs love. Talking about the bank account freezing. Sorry, buds. Is that what I was wrong about? There was no intel aside from MSN. Not sure what you mean there, bud. FinTrack and RCMP acted upon false intel, most likely. But the intel came from Freeland. Like, I don't know what intel you're talking about, but Freeland gave a list. She admitted to it. So she gave a list. Yeah, GoFundMe, Bev. Or at the very least, illegal obtained intel. Go fraud me. Yep. And then GiveSendGo. Cooking dinner. Sorry, James. Yeah, maybe we'll catch up on that. What it was that I got wrong there. But Freeland has admitted that she had a list and she used it. I'm not sure the mechanisms to actually get all the way to the Royal Bank and stuff like that, but I don't really think it matters. All right, look at that, folks. We're at the end of the chat. I'll leave it for a few more minutes. Railroad, Eleanor, you're going to stick around. We're going to do a quick little chat at the end here about maybe sharing the stream tomorrow or whatever. But Eleanor and Railroad, here's the link. And then you'll be able to just come and chat. We won't be online. It'll be private. Go ahead and click that. Thanks, Goose. We'll see you tomorrow. And again, tomorrow we may be doing 4 witnesses. We were told a little bit early that it might be a long day. And just going by the witness list, if they're trying to wrap up with Coots, yeah, we may be getting 4 people. So Jim Willett, Village of Coots, might be the mayor. Mario de Tomaso from Ontario, Ian Freeman from Ontario, and Merlin de Grand from Alberta. So they might be wrapping up all 4 of them tomorrow. That might be why it's a long day. All right, Goose, you have yourself a good night. That's me. Oh, yeah, so go ahead and jump in. Railroaded if you can, and Eleanor, if you want to do that. If not, we can catch up another time. Have a good one, the Azario. Take care. Catch you guys on Discord, easy peasy. Okay, Railroad. We'll see you in Discord then. Have a good night, folks. Take care, Clay. Take care, Jeremy. Goose, Clay, I was eat something yummy and report back. Okay, cool. Where's the Discord link? Let me get it to you. I think I'm going to learn how to do this. How do we? Okay, so we go to the server, invite people. There we go. Copy link. There we go. I'm coming, Azario. I'm coming. There we go. There's one for you too. Oh, you're already there. Okay, RR beat me to it. There you go. Thank you, Railroaded. You got it, and he's already there. I heard the thing pop up. So cool. I'll pop into Discord here. So cool. Okay, well, Railroaded, we'll try and do this StreamYard thing again. I think the best bet there is to just try and log in with what you used yesterday. If that's a no-go, hit me up. I'll redo the invite. You'll come back in again. Don't lose any sleep if we don't get that going, though. I think we are doing quite well in the chat, and one hiccup today was not bad. Take care, Bev. I hope you enjoyed it, and we'll do this again tomorrow. Oh, I'm getting stickers and stuff in Discord. Okay, so everybody, it was a good day. We got some more information. We got our Discord set up. We're going to go take a look at the election results tonight. We'll see if we'll be talking about that tomorrow. And we got some coots in there. It was nice to see Alberta represented, Alberta strong, Alberta free. And if you ever got the inkling, we would love for you to join us in Alberta. All right, everybody, 9 o'clock tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time. The inquiry at 9:30. It looks like it's going to be a long day. So get your rest, bring your electrolytes, and I'll preheat the trailer a little bit earlier this morning or tomorrow morning. Have yourself a great night, and you all take care. Take care of each other, and God bless.